My name is Aaron Lee, a modern man through and through. But right now, I was standing in a world I didn't recognize at all, getting an earful from the deadbeat old man who was supposedly my father, his finger jabbing right at my nose. Aaron, can't you show a little backbone for once? Do you have any idea? In just 1 month, you blew over 300 gold dragons just fooling around out there. You've dragged our family's name through the mud. I couldn't be bothered to even look at him, didn't so much as lift an eyelid. This old man, named Gray, was the Baron of this territory, and I was, on paper, his legitimate firstborn son. You probably won't believe this. 2 months ago, I opened my eyes and found myself turned into this noble young lord named Aaron Brad. A textbook case of a poor sap being schemed against by his stepmother. My real mother died young, and the old man remarried a young stepmother named Sela. After this woman had a son of her own, she became hell-bent on killing me off so her precious offspring could inherit the family estate. For these 2 months, I hadn't dared sleep soundly even in my own castle, terrified that one night I simply wouldn't wake up again. Since this deadbeat old man clearly couldn't care less whether I lived or died, I decided to just let myself go to seed. Every day I'd swipe his money and spend the night out carousing. At least out there, with people watching, I wouldn't get killed. Today was the slave auction. I'd planned to snatch the old man's coin purse in the chaos, but got caught red-handed. Let me tell you something, Gray said, lowering his voice, his face flushing bright red. It's not that I won't let you have fun. Why can't you go to a respectable place? Riding your horse up and down the streets every single day. Is that any way to behave? You're the son of a baron, for God's sake. I gave him a sidelong glance and answered slowly. What do you know? Those girls on the street. They only stand out there because their families have nothing left to eat. If you weren't such a lousy baron, do you think they'd ever end up like that? The moment those words left my mouth, the old man was struck speechless. Sitting in the row behind us, my stepmother Sela held the hand of her precious son, Lemon, and glared at me with a face full of venom, like she was looking at a dog on its last legs. My Lord Baron, she said, her voice cold, I'll say this one last time. Banish this good-for-nothing to Snow Forest Village in the north. As long as he stays in our territory, our whole family will be dragged down to ruin because of him. The old man made his decision on the spot. Banishment. The second this auction ends, throw him up north for me. I open my mouth to snap right back. I'm not going a damn place. But right then, someone was pushed up onto the auction stage. The words caught in my throat. It was a black-haired girl, dressed in a maid's outfit. She stood there quietly. In this world full of nothing but blonde hair and blue eyes, her eastern face instantly made me think of home. The slave dealer on stage pitched his voice high. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have a rare treasure that just arrived today. A genuine princess from a small defeated kingdom in the south. The real deal, by the name of Amy. Starting bid, 50 gold dragons. The place erupted in an instant. A black-haired slave girl? You almost never see that. I bid 52 gold dragons. Something buzzed in my head, and suddenly I snapped back to my senses. I knew all too well what kind of scum was sitting in this room. A girl like her. If some old lecher bought her, it wouldn't be more than a few days before she was ruined beyond recognition. No way. I whipped my head around to look at my old man, who was busy swallowing hard. Father, you want to banish me, right? Just buy that slave girl for me, and I'll take off for the north this instant. Not another word of complaint. The old man hesitated. He'd clearly taken a fancy to the girl too. Sela sneered beside him and leaned in close to his ear. My Lord Baron, your son is practically begging to be banished. What are you waiting for? Do you want even more chaos in our household? Those words hit the old man right where he lived. He was just about to raise his bidding paddle, but Sela beat him to it, thrusting her number card high into the air, her voice sharp as a knife. I bid 100 gold dragons. Let's see who dares outbid me. The whole room went dead silent. 100 gold dragons. At that price, nobody dared make another sound. The moment she made that move, I understood exactly what she was scheming. She didn't want the girl at all. She just wanted to hurry up and package me off, this thorn in her side, so I'd die out there somewhere. I sneered inwardly. Fine, we'll see about that. Half an hour later, Amy and I were stuffed into a carriage together. As the wheels rolled over the cobblestone road, I turned back for one last look at the castle I'd lived in for 2 months. Sela stood at the door, grinning ear to ear. She thought she'd won. What she didn't know was that from the moment I stepped into that carriage, the seeds of a storm powerful enough to overturn her fate had already been quietly planted. Inside the carriage, the girl named Amy kept her head down the whole time. After a long while, she suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Young master, thank you." Her voice trembled. "If you hadn't bought me for 100 gold dragons, the guild's men were going to strip me naked and put me on display up on that stage. I'd rather have died. This kindness, Amy will never forget it as long as she lives." I looked at her, and that soft spot in my heart flared up again. I reached out and patted her head. "Stop crying. From now on, you're with me." She lifted her head, her eyes red, and looked at me without saying a word. But I understood what was in that gaze. The carriage kept heading north, the land growing more desolate with every mile. We jolted along from noon until sunset, and the road got harder and harder. The knight driving the carriage turned his head and called out, "Young Master Aaron, it's getting dark. The roads at night are crawling with magic beasts and bandits. Let's rest for the night and get moving again in the morning." I'd been cooped up in that carriage all day and couldn't sit still any longer. I jumped down and called into the carriage, "Amy, wait for me. I'll be right back." I walked over behind a pile of jumbled rocks at the edge of the ravine, taking care of my business while mulling things over. That woman Sela actually had the nerve to banish me. I made a mental note of this debt. Once I got strong, I'd definitely come back and collect, with interest. But right then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of several dark figures appearing behind me. Under the moonlight, a blade flashed. I hadn't even gotten my pants pulled up properly before I bolted. The men behind me chased with everything they had. My shouts alerted Lance, the knight driving the carriage, the one and only person in this body's world who genuinely looked out for me. I saw him draw his sword and charge out, cutting one of them down with a single stroke. "Young Master Aaron, run. These men must have been sent by Lady Sela to silence you." Running and glancing back, I saw one assassin slip past Lance and lunge straight for the parked carriage. Amy was still inside. "Lance, protect Amy," I screamed at the top of my lungs. Lance flung his arm out, his sword flying from his hand, striking the assassin dead on in a vital spot. But on my end, two assassins closed in from left and right, cornering me at the edge of a cliff. Lance fought like mad to cut his way over to me. But before he could reach me, my foot found nothing but empty air. Someone shoved me right off the cliff. At the last possible instant, I clawed onto a jutting rock on the cliff face, my fingernails nearly ripping clean off. Lance reached the top of the cliff and dispatched the two assassins on the spot with a crossing slash. He leaned over and spotted me dangling in midair. "Sela," I ground out through gritted teeth, cold sweat pouring down. "This isn't over between us." Just as I was about to climb back up, I felt it. Below me, there was something. A massive black shadow rose slowly from the bottomless depths of the ravine. And the edges of that shadow, they were actually spewing fire. Before I could even process it, a wave of heat wrapped in a howling wind slammed into my face. A two-legged wyvern, its entire body wreathed in flames, spread its wings and shot straight toward me. I didn't even get to finish screaming before one of its claws snatched me away. "Ea, where'd a dragon come from? Put me down!" I shrieked the whole way through the air. The wyvern carried me over the coastline and finally hurled me hard into a cave set in the seaside cliffs. I landed face first in the muck, struggled to my feet, and instinctively reached for my sword. But the sight before me froze me solid. Inside the cave sat a giant egg. It glowed with a red light, its shell covered in dragon scales. That was a dragon egg? This huge? I instinctively took a step forward, and my foot slipped on something slimy. I looked down. All around the egg lay animal carcasses and pools of blood. I whipped around, ready to run. But the flame wyvern swatted me right back with one wing, then opened its bloody maw, flames beginning to gather in its throat. I'm done for. Was my transmigrated life really going to end right here? At the very moment the dragon's fire was about to erupt, a dragon's roar that seemed to tear the sky apart suddenly came from outside the cave. A massive black dragon crashed in, smashing into the fire wyvern. The two dragons went at each other right then and there. Flames churned, and the dragon roars shook the entire cave. I seized the chance to scramble on all fours into the deepest part of the cave. And it was this dash for cover that let me see clearly what was lying under my feet. Scattered among all the bones and carcasses were gleaming gold coins and gemstones the size of my fist. My eyes went wide. Farther in was a pile of armor and broken swords, gnawed apart and melted down. It was obvious. These had all belonged to poor fools who'd once come to slay the dragon, only to get eaten instead. But amid that pile of scrap metal, I spotted something different. On a torso missing its head and limbs was a suit of silver-white inner armor. The other equipment had all been either chewed to pieces or melted, but this piece alone bore only 2 shallow tooth marks. Even a wyvern's teeth couldn't pierce it? This has to be treasure. Fighting back my disgust, I stripped the inner armor off and put it on myself. The instant I stood up, another shrill dragon roar came from outside. I peeked out. The black dragon had been clamped in the fire wyvern's jaws and flung into the sea. My chance. I broke into a run for the cave entrance, hoping to slip away in the chaos. But I'd only made it 2 steps when the fire wyvern came flying back, dragging its half-ruined body. One of its wings was already shredded, and gasps of fire sputtered from its mouth. A single drop of scorching dragon blood landed square on me. The pain was excruciating, bone deep. I collapsed screaming, but the dragon blood kept dripping down, drop by drop. The wyvern's eyes locked onto mine, unwavering. Then, with its last ounce of strength, it nudged me over beside that dragon egg and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The instant it went down, a searing surge of energy flowed into my body through the dragon blood. My consciousness began to blur. In the chaos, a memory that wasn't my own came flooding into my mind. This was a female flame wyvern. She came from the distant dragon's ravine, and because she had secretly conceived the child of the fire dragon king, she'd been cast out by her entire clan. She had fled the whole way here to this coast, only to still be beaten to the brink of death by her own kind who'd hunted her down. She knew she wasn't going to make it, so she used her own dragon blood to forge a contract with me. She bound my life and that dragon egg, the egg carrying the fire dragon king's bloodline, inseparably together. If the dragon whelp dies, I die. If I die, the dragon whelp dies. And in exchange, this contract granted me 4 powers. Dragon tongue. I could understand and speak with all dragonkind. Fire immunity. From now on, I was immune to all fire damage. Dragon blood. My self-healing ability and physical strength would far surpass an ordinary person's. Symbiosis. This young dragon and I would share our vision, share our life force, our hearts and minds connected. The scalding dragon blood drenched my entire body. Yet gradually, strangely, I stopped feeling the heat at all. And then I passed out completely. I don't know how long it was before a voice shouting dragged me back to reality. Young Master Aaron. Young Master Aaron. Wake up. I opened my eyes and saw Lance's head of blue hair. Thank goodness, you're all right. His face was flooded with wild joy. I came too late. Please forgive me. I slowly sat up, staring down at my own 2 hands, utterly bewildered. I clearly remembered being drowned in dragon blood. Lance glanced at the corpse of the dead fire wyvern, and his expression turned grave in an instant. This must be the traitor dragon the northern elves have been talking about lately. Wyverns never leave the dragon's ravine. Young master, we have to leave right now. If it was being hunted by its own kind, then other wyverns may follow the scent and come looking. I said nothing. I walked over, found a cloak off one of the dead men, and carefully wrapped up that faintly glowing dragon egg. Then I swept all the gold coins and gemstones scattered across the ground into my arms in one go. Lance looked at the egg, opened his mouth, then thought better of it, and said nothing. We traveled through the night. Lance led the way up front with a torch while I sat in the jolting carriage, lost in thought, cradling that warm dragon egg. According to the original owner's memories, an ordinary wyvern's egg was nowhere near this big. And this egg, it even glowed. Young master, Lance said from the front of the carriage, his tone heavy. If my eyes didn't deceive me, you were contracted by that female dragon. This is no good thing. Something stirred in my heart, and I asked deliberately, being contracted, what does that mean? A dragon's contract is meant for slaves. Lance gave a bitter smile. When the wyvern dies, the master is sure to die with it. But the other way around, When the master dies, the wyvern gets its freedom back. In the eyes of those proud dragons, humans are as lowly as ants. There's no way they'd ever share their power with a mere human. I stroked the egg, but inside, a storm was raging. Because I knew perfectly well, the contract I'd signed was completely different from what Lance described. It wasn't a slave contract. It was symbiosis, which meant that when this little dragon grew up, when it possessed the power and life force of a full-grown wyvern, that power would be shared with me. Wasn't this basically a cheat code? I watched the black forest streaking backward past the window, and slowly, a grin spread across my face. Sela, Lemon, just you wait. Once I've grown into my power, I'll come back in person and settle today's account, item by item. But my little moment of smugness was soon doused in ice water by Lance's next words. Still, young master, you'd better be prepared for this. He heaved a sigh. This wyvern is a bottomless pit you'll never fill. A noble would rather keep an entire cavalry unit than raise a single wyvern. Why? Because it eats so much. Just as a whelp, it needs as much live prey as 3 big fish a day. Once it can fly, it needs live game the size of a small dog, lambs, big geese, at least 1 meal a day. And once it grows to adulthood, Lance's voice was thick with despair. A full-grown wyvern devours an entire live cow in a single meal. That's several hundred head a year. That expense alone could fund an army. And that's not even counting housing, veterinary care. My God. So in the whole Orlon Empire, only the royal family can afford to keep wyverns. Ordinary nobles wouldn't even dare dream of it. Cradling the egg in my arms, my face went pale. 3 fish a day? A whole cow per meal once it's grown up? Right now I was a broke, hollow shell of a lord who couldn't even pay his own guards. Amy, sitting in the corner, spoke up softly, her voice gentle and warm. I believe God will watch over you, young master. Raising a dragon surely won't be too hard for you. Her saying that actually made me laugh. She had a point. I was a modern man. Could raising a dragon really stump me? Back in the day, I raised a sow for my grandpa, and I fed that pig so plump and round that grandpa praised me every single day. It's just one dragon. By the time dawn broke, we'd arrived. I pulled back the carriage curtain and looked out at the village before me, seriously wondering for a moment whether I'd transmigrated all over again, into some primitive society. You could count every house in the whole village at a glance. All of them thatched wooden huts, no more than 100 of them all told. A few villagers crouched in their doorways, dressed in tattered burlap clothes covered in patches, every one of them staring at me in terror, like I was some kind of monster. Beyond the village stretched an endless expanse of gray-brown frozen tundra. On a hillside to the east stood a lone castle, and calling it a castle was flattering it. It was really just a 2-story building of gray stone, without even a proper tower to speak of, and one wall was split by a huge crack. This was my fief, Poorest village. I'd rifled through all the documents in the carriage on the way here and long since figured out my situation. The decree had been issued by Sela's cousin, Count Field. It was spelled out crystal clear. I, Aaron Brad, was nominally the lord of the entire Frostneedle Forest, a sizable territory. But in reality, my father gave me not a single coin, not a single grain, not a single soldier. I was a commander with no army whatsoever. The most infuriating part was the last clause. Every month, I still had to pay tribute of 300 fine animal hides to Grey Fortress. Where there's a stepmother, there's sure to be a stepfather, all right. Lance dismounted, straightened his back, and shouted at the villagers. This is the eldest son of Baron Brad, Lord Aaron. By order of Count Field, he has come to take up the post of Lord of Snowforest Village. Where is your village chief? Slowly, sparsely, a few hundred people gathered in the open ground at the village entrance. An old, white-haired village chief stepped forward and reported the numbers. Honored Lord, Snowforest Village has 469 free citizens, 30 hereditary serfs, 20 hunters, 1 blacksmith, 1 physician, and 5 slaves. I checked the figures against the decree and frowned. The decree lists a different number. How is it 18 short? The chief's eyes darted away. That would be John and the others. They went to Grey Fortress to sell goods. As for the details, I'm not sure myself. I stared at him for a couple of seconds and filed the matter away in my mind. Once inside that shabby castle, Lance gave me a rundown of the only assets I had to my name. 5 sallow, emaciated slaves, and 30 serfs just as skinny as beanpoles. Young master, right now, the people you can directly command are just these 35, Lance said. Of what the serfs harvest from farming, 70% goes to you, 30% to themselves. And if you run into wild beasts or bandits, they're also the only armed force you can send into battle. I looked at that crowd of people who seemed like they'd topple over in a strong breeze, and my heart sank. All 35 of them put together probably couldn't beat Lance alone. So now that I've taken office, what's my first move? I asked. Lance scratched his head, his face full of difficulty. It was obvious. He knew fighting, but internal administration was truly beyond him. It was Amy who spoke up again, softly. Young master, when a new lord takes office, he usually has to ride out and survey his whole domain first. For one, to see if any of the land's been seized by other powers. And two, most importantly, to get a clear picture of what resources the territory holds. If you want to develop it, you first have to know where things like ore and timber are hidden. I looked at her, startled. Amy, you even know about this? She lowered her head, her voice growing even smaller. I won't hide it from you, young master. I was originally a princess of a small defeated kingdom in the south. When it comes to governing a territory, I know a thing or two. Something clicked in my mind. This girl was a treasure. But just then, a villager came stumbling and tumbling in. Trouble, my lord. A few goblins have come from the north. The hunters have all gone south to hunt, and we can't fight them off. My lord, help us. My chest tightened. The first day on the job, and the first tough fight had already arrived. I grabbed my sword, swung up onto my horse, and charged toward the north end of the village with Lance. When we got there, I saw it. 5 green-skinned goblins, none of them even reaching my waist, brandishing cleavers and bows, cornering a group of farmers in the wheat field. One farmer had already taken a slash to the arm. I drew my sword. Strange. Yesterday, this heavy sword had taken both hands just to barely lift, but today I raised it one-handed, light as a feather. Dragon blood. It had to be the dragon blood taking effect in my body. Young master, stay mounted. Leave this to me. Lance charged out ahead of everyone. 2 goblins lunged at him from left and right, fast as ghostly shadows. But Lance's sword rose and fell, sweeping across in a single arc, and one was beheaded on the spot. The villagers burst into cheers, and a few bolder farmers hefted their hammers and rushed in too. The lead goblin saw the situation had turned and bolted, ducking into the dense forest. Don't chase. Lance barked sharply. Goblins live in packs. There could be an ambush waiting in those woods. But as we cleaned up the battlefield, Lance's frown grew deeper and deeper. Something's not right. He stared at the northern woods. Goblins are cunning and cowardly creatures. Without a sure thing, they'd never take the initiative to raid a human village. Hiding in their caves, they can survive just on bugs and mushrooms. There's only one thing that would push them to risk coming out to steal food. He paused, and his voice sank low. And that's when they've captured a human woman. Because the woman has to eat. Otherwise, even if she's carrying their spawn, she can't be kept alive. Overhearing this from the side, the old village chief went white as a sheet. Damn it. Then John's daughter. She couldn't have been taken by them, could she? Those dozen-odd people who left the village yesterday. In that instant, everything strung together in my head. Those goblins had most likely scouted out that all the hunters had gone south, leaving the village defenseless, and only then dared to strike from the north. And the 18 missing villagers, the odds were grim. Lance, call all the hunters back from the south. We're going to rescue them. Before long, the hunters hurried back. A one-eyed old hunter brought his hound and let it sniff the goblin blood. The hound gave a furious bark and dashed off into the woods. We followed it the whole way and found a cave hidden deep in the dense forest. The sight at the cave mouth made everyone suck in a cold breath. 7 human men, nailed to a wooden frame, long since dead. It's John. That's John. A villager cried out. Lance said not a word and charged in, sword raised. Before he even entered the cave, a woman's shrill scream came from within. We rushed in and saw 2 women bound to a wooden frame, goblins crawling all over them. I thrust my sword out, but this thrust somehow failed to kill the goblin outright. and it even reached out with its claws to strike back. Alarmed, I yanked the sword free and backhanded it in a second stroke, and one ugly green head rolled off. It seemed I had the strength of the dragon blood now. All right, but this body's combat experience still fell far short. The villagers pulled off their coats and rushed to save the two women. Someone dropped to their knees, weeping. God, thank you for sending us this night. But my attention was drawn to the deeper part of the cave. I heard a strange sound. Very faint, not quite like human speech. I followed the sound inward. First, I found 6 young women locked in cages. Among them, the village chief's Minshin, John's daughter. Thank goodness, we'd made it in time. They hadn't been violated yet. But that sound was coming from somewhere even deeper, even farther. I walked to the very end of the cave. There was no path ahead, but that sound had grown clear. I reached out and felt along the stone wall, then crouched down for a look. In the corner, there was actually a hole just big enough for one person to crawl through. The sound was coming out of that hole. Faintly, there was also a woman's moaning. I bent down and crawled through. The moment I crawled out, I saw the most absurd scene of my entire life. A whole crowd of goblins was lined up in an orderly queue. At the very front of the line stood a captive female elf. That lead goblin, one that could actually speak, was barking out commands. Line up, all of you, one at a time. This elf's magic is already sealed by the anti-magic stone. She won't last much longer. Something in my head snapped, and as if possessed, I fell right into line at the back of the queue too. You're lining up and you didn't even call me? But the next second I caught myself. Damn it, I came here to kill these beasts. I quickly ducked low, terrified of being spotted by that lead goblin. And at the front of the line, the female elf clearly wasn't waiting around to die. Suddenly, she made her move. One kick blew a goblin's head apart, and the dagger in her hand was still dripping blood. Far from panicking, that lead goblin let out a savage, howling laugh. Look, once an elf can't use magic, she's no different from an ordinary human woman. If you want her to bear our spawn, you have to know how to fight. Children, aim for her eyes. I gripped my sword tight, getting ready to find an opening for a surprise attack. But that lead goblin suddenly whipped its head around, its pair of glowing green eyes locking straight onto me. Children, it snarled. Kill that intruder in the back. Damn human, how did you find your way here? Swish. The entire pack of goblins turned in unison, every set of eyes nailed onto me. I slowly straightened up, my gaze turning cold, and drew my sword. Fine, then let's have a proper slaughter. A goblin came lunging at me with a cleaver raised, and I hastily swung my sword down to cut it. But this thing was quick. It twisted its body and dodged clean. Worse still, 2 goblins in the distance had their bows drawn full, arrowheads aimed straight at me. My heart lurched. This was bad. I turned to run, only to find the hole I'd crawled in through was already blocked solid by several goblins. No retreat ahead, pursuers behind. An arrow came whistling through the air, and I instinctively raised my sword to block. Right after, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 more arrows fired in quick succession. I swung my sword 3 times in a row and didn't block a single arrow. I looked down, 4 arrows were lodged firmly in my body. My lips trembled, my mind went blank. Lance had just blocked them exactly like this. So how was it that when it came to me, every single one hit its mark? But the strange thing was, I didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. I focused my eyes again, and those 4 arrows went clatter-clatter and fell right off my body. The lead goblin's eyes went wide, and it snarled at its comrades. Children, don't attack his body. This human is wearing mithril inner armor. Cut his arms and legs. My chest tightened again. Mithril inner armor? I wasn't wearing any inner armor at all. It was my body, remade by dragon blood. That was ridiculously tough. No time to worry about that. Gritting my teeth, I gripped the sword hilt tight again. 2 goblins leapt at the same time, lunging from both sides. I spotted the opening and swept my sword across horizontally. Swish. Both goblins were cut clean in half at the waist, their bodies crumpling limply to the ground. Right then, a searing pain shot through my back. A goblin had caught me off guard, driving a short spear hard into my calf. I whipped around and cut it down with one stroke, sending it off to meet its maker. Looking down at the bloody hole in my calf, cold sweat instantly broke out. I didn't dare get cocky again and kept my eyes glued to the remaining pack of goblins. A few more hits like that, and I really would meet my end here today. I instinctively glanced back at that little hole. Too small. A man built like Lance couldn't possibly squeeze through. I'm done for. I'd been so busy cutting them down one by one in line that I'd completely forgotten to secure a way out. But just as my heart sank, an itch suddenly spread through my calf. I looked down and was left absolutely stunned. That bloody wound was visibly closing up, and in the blink of an eye it was smooth and whole as before. Dragon blood. It could actually self-heal? With that, the trace of fear in my heart vanished in an instant. The lead goblin was dumbstruck too, its eyeballs practically bulging out of its skull. It let out a freakish cry and, with the rest of its comrades, came charging at me like it had gone mad. I gripped my sword in both hands, blood rushing to my head. If my wounds heal on their own, then what the hell do I have to fear? To catch the bandits, take out their leader first. I'd kill that talking lead goblin first. Just as I was about to charge in, something stirred over by the stone platform. The female elf who'd been imprisoned on the platform had broken free of her bonds in the chaos, snatched up a scepter from the ground, and was rapidly chanting an incantation. Nightfall descends. The dark moon casts no shadow. A pitch-black beam of light exploded outward, shooting straight in my direction. With an, "Oh, crap," I hastily dropped into a crouch. But I still didn't dodge it. The light grazed past my body and caught me a second time. I climbed up off the ground, utterly speechless. This elf casts her magic without watching where it goes. What was that supposed to mean? Was she trying to take me out along with them? I lifted my head, about to blow my top, only to find the goblins in front of me were already all dead. The female elf had one foot planted on the lead goblin's head, coldly grinding down on it from above. The goblin howled in pain, swiping its claws in my direction, and cried out in the human tongue. "Human? She's a dark elf. She won't let you off the hook. She's the queen of the Dark Moon Court, Eureka. Their kingdom has already fallen. Saving her means throwing your own life away." Keeping my sword warily gripped, I sized up this so-called queen. A head of jet black, silken long hair fell down, covering half of one eye. Her skin was so white it seemed to glow, and a pair of long, slender elven ears stood out sharply. On her head, she wore a crown of amethyst. Her figure was truly beyond words. Curves in all the right places, exaggerated and lush. Two long legs that made up nearly half her height. Tall and lean, yet still full and shapely. But it was those eyes. They carried an arrogance that made a person distinctly uncomfortable. Dark Elf Queen, Eureka. I gripped my sword tight. I'd finally caught on to that earlier attack. The angle she'd cast her magic from was clearly meant to wipe out everyone on my side in one shot. If my body hadn't been remade by dragon blood, that one hit just now would have left me lying dead on the ground, more likely than not. I spoke, my face grim. "Hey, what's your problem? You were the one who used Elvish to lure me over here, weren't you? I came all this way to save you. And here you are, taking a swing at me right along with the rest. First I'd run into a vicious woman like Lady Sela, and now an ungrateful female elf? Just my luck." Eureka shot me a cold glance, didn't even bother acknowledging me, and raised her scepter to aim at the goblin's head, clearly meaning to finish it off. But the goblin chief struck first. It let out a shrill snarl, raised its staff at Eureka, and roared, "Magic missile!" Eureka tried to get her spell off first, but no matter what, she couldn't conjure any magic. The next second, she was struck hard by that missile. With a muffled groan, she crumpled, blood gushing from her chest, and passed out on the spot. My chance had come. I lunged forward in a single stride and ran the goblin chief through the chest with one thrust. After killing that last one, I turned and glared at the fallen elf, my anger boiling over. "I come to save you, and you opened fire on me indiscriminately?" I'd meant to go over and have it out with her, maybe even give her a piece of my mind. But as I got closer, my anger drained away all at once. There was a hideous black-purple gash on her chest, constantly leaking chaotic magic. That magic thrashed about wildly, coming close to grazing me several times. I silently sheathed my sword. Seeing her like this, half dead, her magic running out of control, that earlier hit probably really had been an accident. Young Master, are you in there?" Lance's shout came from the cave. Right after, with a clang, he kicked away the stone blocking the hole and, bending down, squeezed his way in with great difficulty. My mind raced through the possibilities, and I quickly tore off my own cloak and covered the unconscious Eureka from head to toe. Let's get her back first. Since this elf could use magic, maybe she'd be of help to me. With any luck, I might even learn a few things from her. Lance struggled mightily and finally managed to squeeze through. When he saw the goblin corpses covering the ground, he froze completely, the expression on his face solidifying inch by inch. Merciful Lady Exiled above, this is unbelievable, young master. You alone? Killed 13 goblins? I walked over to meet him with a smile and lowered my voice. Lance, there's an anti-magic stone platform here. I want to move it back to my bedroom. There's a dark elf lying on it. Whatever you do, don't let the villagers see. Lance clenched his fists and swept a cold glance at the cloak-covered platform. Dark elves have always been arrogant and unreasonable, and they've long been at odds with the Emerald Court. Their kingdom was destroyed by the Emerald Court just last year. Rest assured, young master, I know how to handle this. Soon, the villagers who'd rushed over at the news opened the cave entrance with many hands working together. Lance shouted out his orders. Men, carry this anti-magic stone platform back to the Lord's chambers. What's covered on top is a humanoid magic beast. No one is to lift that anti-magic blanket. Lift it, and someone will die. Unhurried, I walked out of the cave. The way the villagers looked at me now had changed from their initial bewilderment into genuine, rock-solid awe. Several of the rescued women knelt right down. Valiant Lord Aaron, you slaughtered over a dozen goblins, all by yourself. Thank you so much, my lord. And a few other women threw themselves onto the corpses of the men outside the cave, weeping their hearts out. Just to be safe, I personally escorted that anti-magic stone platform the whole way back. Along the route, the villagers we passed sang and danced, the whole way filled with the sound of praise for me. My name was chanted over and over again. As we walked, I turned my head and asked Lance, "This goblin nest, it's been dealt with for good now, right?" Lance glanced back at the cave, but his tone was less than certain. About that, I can't really say. Whether it's lords across the various territories or adventurer parties, plenty of times they clearly wipe out an entire nest, and yet before long, new goblins crop up again. These things are more of a nuisance than the rats in the sewers. You just can't kill them all. I frowned slightly. There has to be a reason, doesn't there? Lance stroked his chin. A magic scholar at the Holy Light Academy once said it's mainly because goblins breed at a terrifying rate. And besides, there are some women who secretly keep goblins. I narrowed my eyes. Keep goblins? What for? Lance's gaze swept over the few rescued women in our group and finally settled on two women wrapped in other people's clothes. He lowered his voice. Young master, those two women, they were touched by the goblins, and by the look of it, they'd been captive for quite a while. Goblins are creatures with a terrifying reproductive ability, and they're not picky about species. Human, beastkin, elf, or demonkind. As long as it's female, they can take her as a mate. There are no females at all within a goblin pack, so they'll do everything in their power to capture females of other races. And once they capture one, they don't kill her. They keep her well fed and cared for. Unless there are simply too many females in one den, they won't bring themselves to do her harm. That talking goblin chief you ran into, more likely than not, it was born of a human woman, which is why it could speak the human tongue. I lowered my head, mulling this over, my gaze drifting unconsciously to the two women with swollen bellies. One was in her 20s, named Maya, her belly already clearly protruding. The other was in her 30s, named Lena, and by the look of her she was pregnant too. I came from Blue Star, and I knew this whole goblin business inside and out. But the one thing I couldn't wrap my head around was, what could a human possibly gain from keeping these things? Lance went on, young master, take a look at that woman, Lena. Doesn't her expression seem a little off? I followed his gaze. Sure enough, while the other women wept and wailed to the heavens, Lena alone had barely a tear on her face. Instead, she kept lowering her head to look at her own belly, even reaching out to gently stroke it. Lance's voice dropped even lower. The villagers say Lena was taken captive a very long time ago. Some women, after being in a goblin nest too long, go mad, young master. They come to see the goblin in their belly as their own flesh and blood. Only a very few women with iron will can hold on to their humanity, and even if they give birth to that kind of thing, they'll end it with their own hands. As for those women who've gone mad, some will even turn around and become the goblin's helpers. Not only do they feed them like they're feeding their own children, they'll fight to protect them and cover their escape. Sitting atop my horse, I looked at the anti-magic stone platform being carried into the castle by the serfs, then looked over at that woman Lena. In other words, she'd already been tamed by the goblins. As a modern man, this kind of thing wasn't hard for me to understand. But what did surprise me was that goblins could actually learn to speak the human tongue, and that those women who'd gone mad would truly raise them as their own sons. Now that was a bit absurd. Lance's expression was grave. Young master, both Lena and Maya had best be watched closely. Inside their bellies, there's without a doubt already the bloodline of a goblin. The village of Snowpine has no church and no priest, but any woman caught raising goblins is branded a heretic, and heretics get burned at the stake. And the thing is, you'd have to be the one to carry out the execution. If they're officially declared heretics, then you'd have to light the fire yourself. I stood in front of the castle gates, but my mind was somewhere else entirely. Lance, I'm curious about something. How do these goblins even multiply? When there's no food around, how do they breed in such huge numbers? They can't all be raised by heretics, can they? Lance scratched his head. Well, that comes down to the goblins' own tricks. Their blood has a hallucinogenic effect. Once an ordinary woman gets any on her, she loses her senses, kind of like those aphrodisiac potions the sorcerers brew in the underground of the holy city. And the caves goblins live in. The soil gets soaked with their droppings, and it grows a plant called lust-fallen mushroom. The stuff spreads like wildfire. The ointment you can refine from it is even more potent than goblin blood. I nodded slowly, a knowing smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. Lance, did I ask you all that? You sure know an awful lot about it. Lance's face went red in a flash, and he hurried to scratch his head. I just overheard people gossiping about it years ago in a tavern back at Fort Gray. That's all I know, I swear. Lance is a devout believer in God. I only wanted to clear up your confusion. A lot of women, even if they want to kill themselves, once they eat that mushroom they lose their minds and can't help what happens to them. As for the goblin spawn, he said, seizing the chance to change the subject, those things are tougher than sewer rats. Bugs, dirt, moss, leaves, animals, they eat just about anything. They eat little and grow fast. My eyes lit up at once. How much do they eat? How fast do they grow? Lance thought about it. Their appetite's about the same as a human child's. From birth to full-grown takes just 7 days. And once a female births them, it only takes a few days. If their mother happens to be one of the intelligent races, some of the spawn can even use magic and combat skills the moment they're born. I'm molded over seriously, stroking my chin with one hand. Lance, you said goblins can breed with anything, right? So what about the black pigs here in Snowpine? Or cattle? Lance froze. He stood there gaping at me for a long moment, unable to get a single word out. Why, young master? You're not planning to raise goblins to feed that dragon, are you? I answered without a trace of shame. Is there a problem with that? Lance clawed at his ears and scratched his head, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. In theory it could actually work. Mate the goblins with the village's black pigs, and you'd have an endless supply of food for the dragon. My God, young master, you're an absolute devil. No, wait, you're an absolute genius. He paused, then asked, so, if those 2 women end up branded as heretics, you're planning to keep them alive? The corner of my mouth curled up. If the people complain that this goes against human decency, that it's not merciful enough, then you just tell them. These 2 heretic women haven't yet atoned for their sins. Burning them so quickly and easily wouldn't sit right with God. They have to earn their redemption first. Assign people to keep a close watch on them. And for now, let them stay inside the castle. Once they've birthed the goblins, if they can't bring themselves to kill the monsters, then throw them and their offspring together down into the dungeon. Lance hesitated. By the rules, you're supposed to lock them up under observation right away. I pressed my lips together. Then lock them up. Back in the castle bedroom, I looked at the dark elf queen lying on the mana-sealing stone slab, a cloth draped over her. I reached out and pulled the cloth away. Orica slowly opened her eyes. Even wounded as badly as she was, her arrogance hadn't dropped by an inch. How dare you? Get your eyes off me. I could tell at a glance that she was uncomfortable. With the cloth on, I hadn't realized. But once I pulled it off, I saw she had nothing covering her. I tossed a piece of clothing over to her. Orica struggled, trying to sit up. But the instant her feet left the stone slab, the wound on her chest suddenly gushed mana. Her face changed in an instant, and she hurriedly pulled her feet back. Damn it, that cursed wyvern. My heart skipped a beat. Wait, you've seen that wyvern too. Orica raised her proud head in despair, clearly picturing that two-legged fire wyvern all over again. Later, I managed to piece together her story. Though the Darkmoon Court had fallen a year ago, she'd managed to escape with a small band of loyal guards. She'd intended to find somewhere to lie low near the borders of the Emerald Court, but along the way she ran straight into that wyvern. To protect the last of her people, she'd faced the dragon fire alone. Her chest was torn open, her source of mana leaked out, and she passed out cold on the spot. When she opened her eyes again, she was already inside a goblin nest. Luckily, she woke in time, so the goblins never got their way. She'd gritted her teeth and held on, and finally a group of people arrived. She'd meant to ask them for help, but the moment she cast a spell, her wound caused it to spiral out of control, and she nearly cut down the very person who'd saved her. That would be me. She could tell my face hadn't looked pleasant at the time, but expecting her, a queen, to apologize to a lowly human? Not a chance. Watching her still squirming awkwardly on the stone slab, I sighed. Leaking mana will kill you. Ironically, this goblin mana-sealing stone, the one they use to seal a woman's magic, is actually keeping your mana stable. Don't leave that slab, or you'll die. How about you drink some of my blood? My blood should be able to heal you. Orica clenched her right fist. The dark elves don't need charity. Stay away from me. I yawned. Fine. I couldn't be bothered to look after you anyway. I'll go sleep somewhere else. With that, I turned and headed for Amy's room. The next day, sunlight slanted down onto a corner of Snowpine Village. The people of my domain were up and busy early. The hunters set out together again, this time choosing the woods to the north. I stretched on Amy's bed and opened my eyes. Master, you're finally awake. Amy has organized all the village's revenue and supplies. Please take a look. I turned to look at Amy. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she didn't quite dare to meet my eyes. What's wrong, Amy? Why aren't you calling me young master anymore? You switched to master? Blushing, she said in a small voice. Amy thought it over. Amy is a slave you bought with your money. I can't call you young master the way the knight does. That wouldn't be proper, given our stations. Here, everyone calls you my lord. The knight once served your mother, but Amy is just a newly arrived slave. I smiled and took the parchment scroll from her hands. Honestly, dressed the way you are, hearing you call me master feels warmer to me. Just call me master. Come to my room and let's talk. Amy nodded and followed me into the bedroom. The moment I stepped inside, my feet came to a halt. How was my room different from yesterday? Velvet drapes, a fireplace built of bluestone, a large bed carved from ebony, spread with snow-white linen sheets, and a white wolf's head crest hanging on the wall. A long table had appeared by the window, and in the corner sat a small round wooden table with high-backed chairs. A wardrobe, a desk, a crystal vase, a woven rug. Everything had been carefully arranged. On the mana-sealing slab, Orica watched the two of us with a cold, indifferent expression. Amy smiled, glanced at her, then looked back at me. Master, take a look and tell me what's still missing. I'll have everything set up for you today. I smiled, sat down by the desk, and opened up the revenue ledger Amy had prepared. Snowpine Village's accounts for the past month. Grain, 20 gold dragons. Timber, 10 gold dragons. Stone, 6 gold dragons. Livestock, 12 for meat and 20 for hides. Miscellaneous, 7 gold dragons. All added up, the total monthly revenue came to 75 gold dragons. Staring at the pitifully small figure, I kept tapping the desk with my finger. A village of some 500 people, and this is all it brings in. Amy nodded slightly. Snowpine is one of the poorest villages in the entire Oran Empire. And this is only the tax the people turn in. They still have to keep grain for themselves, and they have daily expenses too. What's more, Every month you also have to hand over 300 top-quality large animal hides and other tributes to Fort Gray. If you convert it all into gold dragons, what actually ends up in your pocket each month is probably less than 40. I propped my forehead on my hand, genuinely at a loss. According to the original owner's memories, one gold dragon equaled 100 silver wolves, one silver wolf equaled 100 bronze shields, and the buying power of a single bronze shield was about one loaf of rye bread or one hot meal. An ordinary freeman working a full day earned only about 2 bronze shields, a few dozen bronze shields a month. Slaves had it worse. No matter how much they worked, all the money went to their master. A skilled craftsman could earn 3 to 5 bronze shields a day, but Snowpine barely had a single decent craftsman to its name. Even if I wanted to bring in some extra income, I didn't have the people to do it. Amy went on. Master, my advice is to boost timber production first. Snowpine is bitterly cold, and it's hard for the people to quarry stone. It'd be better to cut more wood and ship it to Fort Gray to trade for winter supplies. Winter is only 2 months away, and once it hits, the revenue will drop even further. We'll be lucky to keep half of the gold. Every winter, people freeze to death in Snowpine. I pressed one hand on the desk, my brow furrowed tight. When it comes down to it, we're just too poor. Amy raised her voice. Master, if you want to increase income in the short term, the only way is to make good use of the 30 serfs in the castle. 70% of their harvest goes to us, and their labor we can use for free. For example, we could lease the land they farm directly to freemen and free up the serfs to go cut timber, which we can sell outright. This place is too cold. Even if we clear more land and rent it out, the harvest will be pitifully small. Grinding away at farming in a place like this just isn't worth it. As long as we can grow enough grain to feed ourselves, the rest of the labor should be poured into other sources of income, like herding. We could raise more sheep and recruit more shepherds, but first we need to fence off new pasture and clear out the wild beasts in the area. Or we could develop fishing over at Emerald Lake to the west. But that's the same story. We'd have to wipe out the beasts around it first. I nodded. Then go and see to it. You're my personal house slave, and now, in the name of the Lord, I appoint you as my household steward. Lance is going out to patrol the domain today. Go and brief him on the beast clearing task. Amy was both startled and delighted, but then she shook her head. Master, you'd do better to appoint Village Chief Morris as your household steward and let me assist him. The people won't listen to a slave like me, and besides, before she could finish, I cut her off, because I caught a whiff of something burning. I whipped my head toward the space under the bed, rushed over in a few strides, and dragged out a locked iron chest. I opened it, and the dragon egg was actually spitting fire. With a sharp crack, a fissure split across the shell, and I sprang to my feet. Is it about to hatch? The crack in the shell grew deeper and deeper, golden red veins racing across the dark red surface. A shard flaked off from the top, and a small red claw poked out. Both alarmed and thrilled, I steadied the egg with both hands on its sides. A few of the red claw's tender toes twitched twice, then dug hard into the edge of the shell and yanked. Half the shell split open with a snap, and a dark red baby dragon tumbled out of the broken shell with a plop. It was soaked all over, but a thin wisp of flame curled around its head, and it wore a pair of imposing little horns. A pair of wings folded against its sides, the membranes stuck together, damp and sticky. I could even make out the fine blood vessels running through them. The baby dragon opened its eyes, a pair of golden red dragon eyes, and stared straight at me. In that moment when human and dragon locked eyes, I could actually clearly read the thought in its head. Just one word: hungry. It opened its little mouth and let out a tender roar, but all that came out was a puff of black smoke, followed by a long fit of coughing. Amy reacted fast, having already brought over 2 plates of meat. The baby dragon's eyes lit up, and it crawled clumsily toward the plates, tumbling over several times along the way before slowly regaining its balance and nuzzling up to the meat to gnaw at it in big bites. I watched the little thing with delight. How was it bigger than I'd expected? Such a small egg, and it had hatched a pup the size of a puppy. And what's more, it wasn't a 2-legged fire wyvern, it was a 4-legged dragon. That female flyer had clearly been a 2-legged wyvern. Could it be that because it carried the bloodline of the fire dragon king, it was born different? The baby dragon tore at a strip of meat, chewed a couple of times, decided it was bland, then puffed up its cheeks and tried to breathe fire. The first attempt failed. The second, whoosh, a small ball of flame shot out, and the meat in front of it was instantly charred to a crisp. I raised an eyebrow. That fire's temperature is frighteningly high. The little scheme in my head started churning again. This little money pit has been born, so my plans will have to move up ahead of schedule too. The baby dragon seemed to understand what I was thinking. It glanced back at me, drooped its head, and looked thoroughly displeased. Quite a temper on the little thing. I pressed my lips into a smile. It seemed the dragon and I didn't just share a life. We could even sense each other's thoughts. Watching it fall asleep sprawled on the table after eating its fill, I pondered. A little female dragon. What should I name her? Amy, her face full of affection, reached out to pet it. But the little dragon lifted its head, raised its snout like a sovereign looking down from on high, and its tail cracked down against her hand with a slap. Ow! This little thing. I laughed and reached out to stroke the little dragon's head, and this time it didn't dodge. Whether it's a great dragon or a wyvern, they're all a proud race. It's only natural she won't let you touch her. I looked at Amy. What's a good name? Amy tilted her head and thought. She was born from the fire, born extraordinary. How about Ignia? As a modern person, I couldn't come up with any Western ancient name on the spot, and Amy was, after all, an educated princess. Fine, Ignia it is. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and a maidservant said softly, "My lord, village chief Morris requests an audience." I glanced at the little dragon, now fast asleep, scooped it up onto the bed, and lowered my voice to warn it. Ignia, no running around. Don't let anyone find you, and no setting fires either. Be good, and from now on you'll have more meat than you can eat. It yawned, gave 2 light nods, and went back to sleep. I went downstairs to the hall, Amy close behind. Village Chief Morris was standing there leading 6 women, all of them looking like they'd come to beg a favor. The moment he saw me, he hurriedly said, "My lord, these 6 free women want to come work at the castle. Their husbands and sons were all killed by the goblins, so you see." I sat down in the lord's chair and swept my eyes over them. 5 middle-aged women and 1 young girl. I'd seen the girl yesterday at the goblin nest. She was the daughter of the dead man, John, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and sweet-looking. "Morris, what can these 6 do? What are their skills?" Morris hurried to introduce them. John's wife, Helena, is a weaver, and his daughter Jenny is a seamstress too. She's especially good at making leather garments. As for the other 4, just like their menfolk, they're free farmers who work the land. Jenny stepped forward a little nervously, holding out a pair of black leather gloves in both hands. On the back of each was embroidered the white wolf's head crest of the Brad family. "My lord, thank you for saving us. Jenny would like to give you these gloves." Morris stood off to the side, chuckling and stroking his sparse beard. "Jenny worked all night to embroider those 2 crests. She ran to my house before dawn, urging me to bring her to see you." Jenny's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. I took the gloves, put them right on, clenched my fist, and smiled. "I'm very pleased. Thank you for the gift, Jenny. From now on, you and your mother will work here in the castle. 1 silver wolf each, every month." Everyone's eyes went wide. Jenny hurriedly lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied. "My lord, you're too generous. Jenny will weave you the finest, most valuable cloth in the whole Orin Empire." Old Morris's eyes twitched. "My lord, don't let old Morris's 60 years fool you. I can sew a few stitches too." I chuckled softly. "Morris, when you thread a needle, are you sure you can even see the eye of it? Don't worry, I've got other work for you." I looked at the remaining 4 women. I'd heard their husbands were either dead or gone, and now they were on their own. But if I took them all in out of a moment's pity, with no skills to their name, then finding places for them later would be a headache. I set the parchment scroll in my hand down on the table. "You 4, hold on for now. Going forward, I'm going to be expanding my shepherds. If your households run out of grain, have Amy issue you 3 days' worth of rations first. You know better than I do how poor Snowpine is. Right now, the only kind of talent my castle is short on is craftsmen. The reason I'm paying Jenny and her mother wages is that they can weave cloth for me, and cloth can be sold for money. Being a shepherdess might be harder work, but there will definitely be wages, and it won't be worse than farming." Morris hurried forward. The Lord is merciful. The four women came forward one after another to thank me as well. I waved a hand. All right, you may all go. Morris, Amy, stay behind. I have important matters to discuss with you. Amy and Morris took seats on either side of me. I spread out a newly drawn map, covered with dense little markings. Yesterday, Lance patrolled the plains region of our domain. Following the boundary line set between the Oran Empire and the Emerald Court, he mapped out the extent of our territory. Snowpine may be poor, but it covers an enormous area. Morris stroked his goatee. My lord, it's large, all right, but most of it is wasteland. To the north are the Black Snow Mountains, to the south the Snowpine Range, and as you've seen, most of the frost needlewood grows up in those mountains. If you want to fell timber, transport is the real problem. Wagons can't climb the mountains, and surely you can't have the villagers hauling logs down one by one. There's plains to the west, true, but that's the permafrost plains, overrun with wolf packs, the soil cold and hard as iron. It can't be cleared for farming at all. Plant a bean sprout, and it freezes dead by the next day. This place has vast land but scarce resources, hardly any of it usable, and wild beasts everywhere. And even if there were no beasts, people still freeze to death here every winter. The longer he talked, the more helpless he sounded. You just arrived, so you wouldn't know. The knight who was stationed here before had to patrol the domain every few days on Count Field's orders. With mountains on both ends, 2 days weren't enough to cover it. And if you ran into a magic beast on the road, 9 times out of 10 you didn't come back. With the domain this large, if some outsider heretic slips in anywhere, that counts as the Lord failing in his patrol duty, and it's a serious crime. That night before lasted about half a year before he vanished. Most likely he was pinned with the charge of dereliction of patrol and hauled off to the Holy City. I said nothing, but I had my own confidence. I had a dragon, and I could commune with it mind to mind. Once it could fly, a full patrol wouldn't take long at all. Once I'd finished marking the map, I pushed it to the center of the table. Morris's face was full of worry, while Amy frowned, clearly turning something over in her mind. I pointed at the Black Snow Mountains to the north and lowered my voice. If I'm not mistaken, this stretch of ground between the Black Snow Mountains and Snowpine Village is a slope formed by a landslide. If a big avalanche or a mudslide ever comes, Snowpine could very well be buried. Morris was unfazed. Avalanches aren't rare. The biggest one was 30 years ago, and even that didn't bury the village. I pointed next at the permafrost plains to the west. There's a saying back where I'm from. If you want to get rich, first build roads, then farm and cut timber. When Lance escorted me here, we came along the central coast. South of the village, it's all mountain roads, rugged and hard to travel. Building a road there would be next to impossible. But if we move the village to the northern shore of Emerald Lake and build a road along the lakeside, it could run straight through to the Oran Empire's interior. And besides, you yourself said that avalanche 30 years ago nearly buried the village. Who knows when the next one comes? The village's current location is a wall that could collapse at any moment. Morris stared at the Emerald Lake area. Building a road along the shore was, in theory, doable. But that lake was enormous, surrounded on all sides by beasts. How many gold dragons and how many hands would it take to build such a thing? His heart wavered. This newly arrived noble young master, wasn't he just another hot-blooded idealist, the kind reality would soon give a hard, sobering slap? Amy stroked her chin. Master, you want to move the village to such a dangerous spot? But the soil of the permafrost plains is too hard. Breaking ground there would be extremely difficult, and the cost would be no small sum. I thought of my dragon. In my plan, I'd have it breathe fire to soften the frozen ground and melt the frost layer, then have the craftsmen lay the foundations. This road could work. To develop, you have to think long-term. My tone was firm. People before me heard difficult and gave up, which is why to this day no one has dared to try. As for the money, I'll figure that out. Not only will we build a new village, we'll also build a wharf on the eastern coast, and fishing absolutely must be developed. And if we want to grow strong, we have to steer clear of Fort Gray to the south. We must have our own road leading to the interior, which is why the west is the most fitting choice. Farming alone will never make this place rich. We have to find another path. Mountains on both sides, and I refuse to believe there's no or in them. Morris was taken aback. Or, the Black Snow Mountains are full of or my lord. Brother Ike went up there just last year. The corner of my mouth lifted. Where is he now? Morris grinned. Froze to death up on the black snow mountains. Me? He sighed helplessly. Only mages can go to a place like that. Even knights can't withstand that biting wind, and even if you climb up, you can't expect to come back down alive. And the mages look down on that little bit of iron ore. So the ore in the black snow mountains is, frankly, just for show. My fingers tapped the tabletop. The fact that others couldn't get up there didn't mean I couldn't. Ever since I began sharing a life with the little dragon, I was no longer afraid of the cold. My whole body ran warm. Once it grew a bit bigger and could fly up to the summit of the Black Snow Mountains and bring back precious ore, that would absolutely be a huge source of income. Start a wyvern industry. The moment the idea popped into my head, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. But that would have to wait until the little dragon grew up. For now, was there anything I could act on right away? I picked up Amy's ledger and did some mental arithmetic. To build the new village in the west, the earliest I could start would be next spring. Over these 3 months of harsh winter, I had to first gather enough gold dragons, materials, and craftsmen, and I also had to raise the people's sense of belonging and loyalty. Rescuing people from the goblin nest yesterday had earned me a bit of prestige, but it was nowhere near enough. I pulled out a parchment scroll. First, expand the livestock. Yaks, sheep, draft horses, black pigs. Cold hardy animals like these are far too few in the village right now. And another thing, any drifter or refugee willing to settle in Snowpine will pay no tax on their entire first year's harvest. After a year, they'll pay tribute as normal. Amy caught on at once. Master wants to grow the population. My suggestion is to go to Fort Gray and buy a batch of slaves. At market rate, an adult man goes for 2 gold dragons, and one with a trade can sell for as much as 10. Morris's eyes lit up too. Right? If you want to add hands quickly, buying slaves is the fastest way, and it gives the Lord a labor boost. For road building and village building, slaves are the perfect fit. But once you've bought them back, what will they eat? The grain in the storehouse belongs to the whole village. In the early stages, you'd have to feed them out of your own pocket. I nodded, then paused, my fingers stilling on the desk. It all comes back to money in the end. That part, I'll figure out. Leaving the hall, I went down alone to the dungeon. The spoils we'd cleared out of the goblin nest yesterday were all piled up here, a heap of broken weapons. According to the original owner's memories, junk blades and rusted arrows like these wouldn't fetch more than a few coppers. The only thing worth anything was that goblin scepter set with a magic stone. I figured it could sell for about 50 gold dragons. Add the 100+ gold dragons taken from the wyvern's nest, and my personal purse came to nearly 200 gold dragons. The few gems from the dragon's nest would sell for around 300 at market price. But the most valuable thing of all had to be the Dark Elf Queen's Darkmoon staff. I opened the iron chest and took it out. It shimmered with purple light, clearly no ordinary item. It could fetch at least 20,000 gold dragons. I stroked my chin, thinking, if I could get the elf woman to craft magic items for me to sell, now that would be real income. But right now she was gravely wounded. If it weren't for the mana sealing slab holding back her leaking mana, she'd already be dead. And with a temper as haughty as hers, expecting her to help me? Not a chance. Maybe I'll go dig around the goblin nest some more. I mounted my horse and rode north out of the village. When I reached the nest, a rotten, foul stench hit me in the face. My gaze landed on a cluster of red umbrella-shaped mushrooms. These were the lust-fallen mushrooms Lance had mentioned. Eat just one and you'd lose your senses, and they could also be refined into a paste that stimulated the nerves even more powerfully than goblin blood. I flipped through the original owner's memories. This fellow had been utterly useless. In his life, the only thing he'd cared about was potions and herbs to use on women, and his alchemy was only skin deep. But for a modern person like me, well-versed in math and science, brewing a few bottles of potion to sell for money would be no trouble. To make this drug, I need to keep goblins penned up. Only their droppings could grow this mushroom, and the goblin spawn could feed the dragon. A complete domain production line was taking shape in my mind. Just as I was picking mushrooms, there was a sudden noise behind me. A young goblin came charging at me, brandishing a wooden club. I grabbed it by the neck and hoisted it up. Remembering how that woman named Lena had kept looking back as she left, I gave a cold snort. A live one's even better. Saves me from waiting on their next litter. I knocked it out with one punch. Back in the dungeon, I tied it up and bled it, then opened the primer of alchemy the original owner had read. Pounding herbs, grinding them, boiling them. The more I looked, the more it resembled Eastern traditional medicine. Flipping further on, it was all about the methods that required magical alchemy. Goblin's secret elixir, combined with auxiliary ingredients, can be brewed into different effects: epimedium, saint's maiden grass, succubus blood, and dragon blood. My interest was piqued. Dragon blood has an enslaving effect. Refined together with goblin blood, its potency increases tenfold. Dragon blood? My whole body's full of it. I made a light cut on my arm, and blood flowed out unceasingly. According to the book, dragon blood was scalding hot to begin with, so there was no need to even boil it. Just stir it together with goblin blood at a ratio of 1:2. As I stirred, the vessel actually began to fill with curling smoke, the two kinds of blood merging over and over. But why did it seem the more I stirred, the less blood there was? After stirring for a good while, all that remained was a bit of golden red bloody liquid, which I quickly poured into a small vial. While I was at it, I refined the mushrooms too. A moment later, 2 potions were finished. These 2 could sell for 10 gold dragons, but a shame I have to bleed myself for them. I can't keep this up forever. At most, that was a few hundred extra gold dragons a month. Far too little. Orica was the dark elf queen, with a whole arsenal of magic at her fingertips. With her help, the domain's development could take off by leaps and bounds. Maybe I should go and talk it over with her again. I was just about to leave when Maya and Lena started making a racket in their cell. Why did you lock up our children? Goblins are living things too. They're still just babies. I was left speechless. Maya had already birthed a goblin spawn and was nursing it, and Lena was even worse, a litter of 3 at once. The sight of it made my eyelids twitch. I soothed them gently. Relax, I won't burn you to death. As long as you're willing to birth goblins, you can have as many as you like. Back at the castle, the moment I stepped into the bedroom, I froze. Orica lay collapsed on the floor, as if she'd fallen off the mana-ceiling slab. I quickly walked over and carried her back onto the slab. Seeing her half dead, I didn't think twice. I cut my finger and brought the dragon blood to her lips. I also noticed the wound on her chest, shaped like a dragon's claw marks. It seemed dragons were creatures born to counter magic. But how had she survived a wyvern's jaws? Orica slowly opened her eyes, found herself with my finger in her mouth, and shrank away in furious embarrassment, only for her head to spin, her mana about to leak out again. This is dragon blood, I explained. I examined your wound. Your source of mana was injured by the dragon. For the rest of your life, you can only keep your magic sealed with the mana stone. Otherwise, once your mana runs dry, you'll die. To heal the wound, dragon blood works best. And this blood of mine is extremely precious. Orica glared at me and seized my wrist. I'm warning you, if this finger dares to move, I will bite it clean off. Before she'd even finished, she was already biting down on my finger through her tears, the tears dripping down one after another. I did save your life after all. Why not work together? I softened my voice. In your current state, you wouldn't last long out there. If the Emerald Court or the Slavers Guild caught you, it'd be a lot worse than just birthing a few litters. I'll give you shelter, I'll give you dragon blood, and once you've recovered, you help me develop my camp. I want gold dragons, I want magic, I want everything of value. Orica said nothing, only tilted her head and drank the dragon blood, mouthful by mouthful, the tears streaming down without pause. Meanwhile, in a sea-facing cave in the Black Snow Mountains, more than a dozen dark elves were arguing fiercely. Chloe, we can't wait any longer. You're nothing but a mongrel born of a human and an elf. What right do you have to command us? The queen was carried off by the wyvern. Everyone saw it, and the dragon's nest was wiped clean by the dragons of Dragon's Gorge. Queen Orica is dead. If we drag this out any longer and the Emerald Court finds us, even Her Highness Alice will die without a grave to be buried in. A male elf holding a bow shouted sharply, "The boat's ready. Only by heading south to find our kin do we stand a chance of restoring the kingdom. Chloe, do you still dare to defy Lady Alice?" Chloe knelt on one knee before Alice, Orica's cousin. Alice gripped her sword and said coldly, "I acknowledge your loyalty, but the dark elves cannot perish. If you insist on staying, I won't stop you. She raised her voice. All of you, hear my command. We depart at once, for the Lord of the Dark Moon. The elves knelt together. For the Lord of the Dark Moon. Chloe threw on her cloak. She had gone to that dragon's nest herself. Inside there wasn't even a corpse, let alone the queen's dark moon staff. And Orica was the dark elf's only mage. As long as she hadn't been killed on the spot, the odds she'd survived were very high. Could she have been captured by someone? This was the borderland where the Emerald Court and the Oran Empire met, a barren, desolate place. Could she have been carried off by humans? Human nobles loved nothing more than to keep elf women. She remembered there was a human village nearby, and she lowered her head and started down the mountain. Along the way, from a distance, she spotted Lance and his hunters chasing a wolf pack. A young knight, no match for the queen at all. She skirted around the group and soon came upon that shabby Snowpine village. Her gaze fell on the castle, and she noticed me at the gate, giving out instructions. No aura of battle energy about me, not the faintest ripple of magic. An utterly ordinary noble. Chloe sneered. Everyone in this village put together wouldn't be enough for the queen to crush with a single finger. There was no way the queen could be here. That left only one possibility. The queen had been captured by the Emerald Court. She pulled her cloak low and strode off toward the northwest. My queen, even if all the dark elves abandon you, even if the Lord of the Dark Moon abandons you, your knight Chloe will follow you forever, until this body of mine has rotted away completely. And at that very moment, at the gate of Snowpine Castle, Village Chief Morris was going over a list, giving instructions to his son Jack. The Lord wants 50 male slaves, 20 female slaves, and craftsmen of all kinds. Not a single one over 10 gold dragons. I clapped Jack on the shoulder. You just pay the 20 gold dragons as a deposit and have the Slavers Guild deliver the people. I'll pay for all the slaves on arrival. Whatever you do, don't let Lady Sarah find out I'm the one who sent you. Jack took the money pouch, mounted his horse, and rode off. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, I let out a long breath. The snow was just over 2 months away, and I had to get the new village built before the harsh winter set in. Morris, does Snowpine have any specialty that other places don't, and that can be sold for money? Black Mountain Snow Lotus, 1 gold coin per plant, but they're scarce. Frost Needle Wood, the colder it gets, the harder it becomes. It's excellent material for building log cabins and bridges. As for crops, there's black spike wheat, cold hardy and filling, just terrible to eat. Folks down south stuff its straw into their cold weather boots, and they say the wheat itself is pig feed. Morris raised his cloudy old eyes again. My lord, if you want to learn about the or in the Black Snow Mountains, old Luke the blacksmith knows it best. He's the only man in our village who ever went up to the summit and came back alive. No need to summon him. We'll go straight there. At Luke's house, a burly, red-haired man came out to greet us. I picked up a chunk of pig iron, and he said respectfully, the most common ore around our village is cold iron ore. Weapons forged from it don't chip easily and hold up in the cold. Northern merchants pay a high price for them. Years ago, my father even found a whole cold iron ore cave up in the Black Snow Mountains. Something stirred in my mind. A cold iron ore cave? It's right at the foot of the mountain. 30 years ago, it was sealed off by a huge boulder that came down in an avalanche. Morris's hand paused mid-stroke of his goatee. I remember now. Your father did mention it. I even went there once as a boy. Overjoyed, I immediately took the two of them straight to the Black Snow Mountains. When we arrived at a boulder about 2 meters across on every side, Morris shook his head. 20 men tried to push this before, and it didn't budge an inch. Call 20 more, and bring a round log. I have a way. I crouched on the ground and worked the numbers. This stone was limestone, with a density of 2.6 tons per cubic meter, and its weight wouldn't exceed 21 tons. The principle of the lever, effort times effort arm equals resistance times resistance arm. One man's force is 500 newtons, so 20 men make 10,000 newtons. The resistance is 205,800 newtons, with a resistance arm of half a meter. Working backward, the effort arm needed to be 10.29 meters. Add the half meter, and I needed a frost needle log 11 meters long. How long is 11 meters? Morris scratched his head. 36 feet. Pick a thick one. Before long, 20-odd men hauled over a thick, long log. I set up the fulcrum, and everyone drove the long log under the stone. Push! The men threw their weight into it all at once, their shouts shaking the air. Morris's eyes suddenly went wide. The boulder had actually been pried up at one corner. Get back! With a thunderous crash, the boulder rolled away, and a pitch-black mine entrance appeared before us. Morris collapsed onto the ground, his old eyes bulging. God above, my lord, you must have used magic. Snowpine Village is going to prosper. I only smiled and said nothing. What magic? It was nothing but the principle of the lever. I led the way into the cave. Luke looked at the ore filling it and grinned from ear to ear. Cold iron ore, pig iron ore, and pyrite too. Iron smelted from pyrite is only worth half the price, and it gives off huge amounts of sulfur. Sulfur? My heart skipped a beat. My instinct immediately went to gunpowder. If there was pyrite, and I could find saltpeter too, then couldn't I make gunpowder? The deeper we went, the warmer it got. Rounding a bend, my pupils suddenly contracted. Before me was a dense stretch of golden minerals. Morris was dumbfounded. Gee, gold. It's not gold. It's sulfur and saltpeter. This place was most likely a volcanic vent long ago. There should still be magma down below, which is why it's cold outside and hot within. Where there's sulfur, there ought to be obsidian and gems. Sure enough, embedded in the rock wall at the deepest point was a whole cluster of gems. Morris suddenly whipped his head around and barked an order. Listen well, all of you. This mine cave was opened by the Lord's own hand. Unauthorized mining is strictly forbidden. Whoever leaks the secret will stay a beggar for the rest of his life. The villagers voiced their agreement in unison. Someone muttered under his breath, "There's a volcano down below. If it ever erupts, won't we all be burned alive?" Morris lowered his voice. The Lord already plans to build a new village on the Western Highlands. Follow the Lord. And even if 10 volcanoes were buried beneath us, the fire couldn't reach us. I smiled to myself. This was pure blind luck, a dead cat stumbled upon by a blind mouse. But once Morris's words got around, then from now on, when it came to building the new village, even if I didn't pay them a single copper, this bunch would work themselves to the bone. No one wanted to spend their days living next to a volcano. Before long, Amy arrived with Jenny in tow, and a revenue estimate sheet was laid out before me. Master, sending 100 men to mine will be enough. We can't afford to drop the livestock in farming. We'll rely mainly on the cold iron ore and the iron ore. The saltpeter and sulfur output is too low, so we won't sell those. By my count, we can bring in 2,400 gold dragons a month. I was thrilled. Then Amy shifted her tone. After deducting labor, charcoal, tools, and maintenance, what actually lands in your hands is about 1,900. I stared at the budget sheet and saw that the column for slave wages read 0. You don't pay the slaves a single copper? Amy said quietly. Almost no slave owner pays them. If you start handing out money, it'll actually upset the free folk. What you can do is give out awards. The top 10 who exceed their quota each day get a copper shield, and the top 3 in monthly output get 10 copper shields. That's plenty to keep them working themselves to the bone. Morris chimed in too. Paying slaves from the get-go will cause trouble. The moment they've got coin in hand, they'll want to buy their freedom and run, or they'll start thinking they're on equal footing with free men. Once that pecking order gets muddled, the whole system falls apart. And if word of this reaches the other nobles, the first thing they'll think is that you're planning a rebellion. I nodded. All right. Then I promise every slave gets to eat an egg at least once a week, even if it's just egg soup. I turned to Morris. I'll have the free folk gather building materials. Your pay? I'll settle with you separately. Morris spun around to leave. Leave it to me. Just say the word, and we break ground tomorrow. Amy called him back. Village chief, do you actually know what materials to stockpile? Morris's expression froze. Amy handed over another sheet of parchment, her face grave. Master, I've estimated everything for the new town, materials, timeline, manpower. Walls 3 meters thick, 7.5 meters high, with barbicans all around, and inside we'll need barracks, a marketplace, and a mill. If it's all stone, that's at least 3,500 workers, 80 masons, 40 carpenters, 20 blacksmiths among them. Labor, materials, and transport all told, at least 80,000 gold dragons. Even if you pull 200 strong men, it'll still take 4 years to finish. My eye twitched. 80,000 gold dragons, 3,500 workers. It was terrifying. Even once the mines were fully running, we'd only make a few thousand a month. Morris leaned in. My lord, what you're building is a military fortress. I won't hide it from you. When I was young, I belonged to the Silver Masons Guild, and I helped build Fortress Grey. You don't need to put up every facility right off the bat. You need a middle step. First, just get the walls standing. Round up 1,000 workers and buy ready-cut stone, and I'm confident I can have it done in 3 months, snow or no snow. For now, build wooden houses inside so the people have somewhere to live. Just the 4 walls, 40,000 gold dragons, tops. Amy looked worried. Wooden houses catch fire and go up in a row all at once, and they rot fast too. Morris laughed. Just space the houses out, problem solved. As long as there's no war, what is the perfect stopgap? I sighed. First, get the miners' quarters and the warehouse up at the mouth of the mine. As for the money to build the new village, I'll figure something out. I rode back to the castle and dug out everything of value, plus whatever I could personally sell off. Altogether, 630 gold dragons. The public treasury still had 138 left. That was the lifeline for the whole village, and I couldn't touch it. 40,000 gold dragons, 1,000 workers. Snow Forest Village couldn't scrape together that many people even at full stretch. According to the original owner's memories, my stepmother Sarah would never let me be. But at most she'd pull dirty tricks behind the scenes. She'd never dare openly send troops against the firstborn legitimate heir. If I could just hold out until winter, I could safely wait for next spring. But the moment she found out about this cold iron mine, she'd absolutely come to seize it. Even my own father, Gray, would come to grab it if he knew. So the walls had to be built, and this month I still had to raise a company of 100 men. I looked at Erika on the mana-sealing stone platform. I urgently need to build a fortress city, which means a mountain of gold dragons. This village has no walls. If I'm wiped out down the road, you'll end up a captive too. How about you use magic to conjure up some gold dragons? I'm wounded. I can't use magic. And besides, magic can't conjure gold dragons. At this point, the two of us are tied to the same rope, like grasshoppers. If my father learns I'm hiding a dark elf queen, he'll definitely send troops to take you. So helping me is helping yourself. Erika looked displeased, but the more she thought about it, the more sense it made. If she fell into other human hands, the nobles of the Orlon Empire would probably line up to be her husband, and the slave guild would treat her as a cash cow. One night, with a single client going for 10,000 gold dragons. Her lips trembled. She lowered her head to look at the stone platform beneath her, then suddenly spoke. This stone could sell for quite a lot. I was startled. Mana-sealing stone could be sold? This stone could suppress even a queen's magic. It had to be top grade. Erika explained in a low voice. This sort of thing is usually made into handcuffs to bind a mage's hands, since all magic must be cast through the hands. Some are also made into a mana-sealing ball, stuffed into the mouth to block incantations. She stopped short. But I already understood. In the original owner's memories, plenty of human nobles would pay a fortune for mana-sealing stone. It could seal any woman capable of casting spells, and high-quality pieces were worth more than money could buy. A block this big would fetch at least 50,000 gold dragons, she appraised. 50,000 gold dragons, exactly enough to build the walls. Erika took the little hammer I handed her. I only need a small piece. But from now on, you'll have to watch what you eat and drink because of that dragon's blood. No liquor, no raw meat. Once I've healed, I can give you a little help. With a sharp crack, she knocked off a small chunk. Made into a pendant, this will be enough to seal the magic leaking out of me. Our fingers brushed by accident, and I froze. Why was her hand as cold as a block of ice? Erika instinctively blushed and hurriedly looked away. I didn't dwell on it. I took the stone and left. She watched my retreating back and sighed helplessly, then remembered the days she'd barely endured in the goblin nest. If I hadn't arrived in time, she might well have been defiled. Back then she'd truly thought of ending her own life, but she knew that even in death the goblins wouldn't leave her be. She'd poured out every ounce of her magic and secret arts, fighting a horde of goblins while enduring the agony of being torn by a wyvern, meaning to end herself with dark magic. And that was the very moment I'd shown up. In that instant, she truly hadn't wanted to hurt me. Her magic had simply spiraled out of control. What baffled her most was that I hadn't taken advantage of her while she was down. It was too abnormal. Fine. For now she'd stay and heal, and once she was well, she'd leave. She needed to get back to her people. She gazed out the window while I headed over to Luke's place. Help me make a pendant out of this stone. Luke squinted at it. Mana-sealing stone? Haven't seen that in years. What luck? I've still got a few sets of mana-sealing handcuffs and shackles my old man forged 30 years back, made specially to subdue monsters. He hauled out a tin box, 3 complete sets, neatly arranged. I was overjoyed. Perfect, I'll take these too. I watched the whole forging process carefully, taking it all in. And back at the castle, Eureka kept her eyes fixed my way, her gaze lingering for a long, long time. A while later, Eureka, wearing the pendant, felt thoroughly uncomfortable. She was the chosen one of the Lord of the Dark Moon, her magic several times stronger than an ordinary person's, and the pendant couldn't hold her down. She tried on the shackles and handcuffs from the table, and the leaking magic was instantly crushed flat. Just help me get the chains off. The wristbands are too small to seal anything. I grabbed the iron hammer and struck at the chain. Clang, clang, clang. Ignia, who'd been napping sprawled on the table, got fed up with the racket. She lifted her head and glared at the two of us, roar, and spat out a mouthful of dragon fire. The chain instantly glowed red hot, and my next hammer blow snapped it clean through. The next morning, an autumn breeze drifted into Snow Forest Village, and a yellowing leaf spun into my bedroom. I opened my eyes and smiled at Ignia, sound asleep and snoring in my arms. How had this little thing done nothing but sleep since she'd hatched a few days ago? What a lazybones. As if she'd heard my thoughts, she lifted her head, yawned, beat her wings, and flew up to the roof, patrolling with great importance, for all the world like she was inspecting her own domain. Spotting the dried meat on the table, she dove down, whipped it into the air with her tail, breathed a little puff of fire to roast it, and gulped it down in one bite. You can fly now, and it looks like you've grown a size bigger. I'd guess you'll be swallowing live prey before long. Just as I was thinking that, Morris shouted from outside the castle, "My lord, Jack's back, and he's brought the head of the slave guild with him. There are a whole lot of slaves. Come out and see quick." The next morning, no sooner had I stepped out of the castle than I saw a long row of wagons at the village entrance, packed with caged slaves, so densely crammed that I couldn't see where the line ended. My heart lurched. This was definitely not right. I'd only told Jack to buy around 70 slaves, and now this flood had arrived, at least 3,500. If this crowd rioted, the handful of men I had could never hold them down. Along both sides of the wagons stood men dressed as mercenaries. I stared at them for a moment. If this crew pulled out, I didn't dare imagine what these slaves might do. Worse still, I knew full well that if I refused to buy, the trouble would only grow bigger. A fat man in a dark red tailcoat came wriggling toward me, his face all smiles. "Young Master Aaron, we meet again. Malos is honored to serve you." In the original owner's memories, it was this very Malos he'd gone through to buy Amy. I frowned. Why so many? This has to be 3,500 people, doesn't it? Malos rubbed his hands ingratiatingly. Of course they're not all for you. The four-clan coalition up north at the Wall of Sighs wants over 1,000 slaves for the war, so I brought all the guild stock along on the way to let you take your pick first. You and the Baron are both old customers. I'd never dare charge you a high price. I walked up to the wagons for a closer look. The batch tied up outside wore gray sackcloth, every one of them gaunt to the point of being unrecognizable, many of them so unsteady on their feet they were clearly ill. Those caged inside were mostly strong men and children. There was also a large iron cage, holding a single cold-faced man in leather armor, leather gloves on his hands. I asked, "What are these slaves' backgrounds?" Malos pointed at the iron cage. "This is a war-captive slave, bought from the war-torn countries down south. He's been a soldier, perfect for a guard. 3 gold dragons apiece." Morris leaned close to my ear and whispered, "My lord, war-captive slaves have low loyalty and love to run. And there's no guarantee they were ever really soldiers. Could just be commoners who got snatched up." Malos pointed to a wagon of children. "These are child slaves, raised from a young age, high loyalty. Boys are 4 gold dragons, girls 1. Though a pretty girl, well, 10 gold dragons. You understand." He then pointed to the batch tied up outside. These are debt slaves, folks who went bankrupt or owed debts and got reduced to slavery. Quite a few craftsmen among them, 2 gold dragons each. The masons and craftsmen you wanted, I brought 100 of those too, 10 gold dragons each. My eyes locked onto those 100 craftsmen. Each wore a wooden tag around the neck. Carpenter, blacksmith, tailor, mason, bricklayer, with blacksmiths and masons the most numerous. Morris murmured again. My lord, nearly half of them are young apprentices, not worth 10 gold dragons. Let me pick them out for you. I waved him off, cutting him short. No need. Malos, I'll take all 100 craftsmen. The young apprentices we count at 5 gold dragons. And pick out 1,000 debt slaves, 600 men, 400 women. The women you must sell me at 1 gold dragon each. Malos's eyes lit up. You buy 1,000 male slaves, and I'll throw in 400 women for free. Morris shot him a sidelong glare and leaned into my ear again. My lord, this fat pig is cheating you. These are the leftovers Fortress Grey picked over. The good ones were long ago taken by the Baron. Over half of these debt slaves have caught the chill sickness. It's been getting colder lately, and the slaves have no clothes, so of course they're falling ill. The guild can't be bothered to treat them. He's dumping the dying ones onto you. I swept my eyes over the slaves again. Some of them weren't just sick, they had 1 foot in the grave. Chill sickness, didn't that just sound like a bad cold? If it really was a cold, then it was no problem at all for me. I had a way to cure it. So I made the call. Malos, quit scheming. Except for the 1,000 you're sending to the Wall of Sighs, I'll take all the rest. The war captive slaves too. Take the criminal slaves away. Name your price. How much for these 2,000? 6,000 gold dragons. Morris's old eyes went wide. What? There's a whole pile of sick wretches in here, and you want 6,000? I opened right up and beat him down. Your craftsmen aren't worth 1,000. 2,000 people for 1,000 gold dragons. Final offer. Malos briskly pulled out a contract. Deal. Sign here. The moment I signed, everything was clear in my head. Lady Sarah's hand was definitely in this. She dumped the 6 slaves on me, hoping for a slave riot to kill me in 1 stroke. But I refused to give her what she wanted. This many strong laborers were exactly the manpower I needed to build the fortress. I don't have this much hard cash on hand right now, I said, stroking my chin. But I've got something to trade. Lance and a couple others hauled out the block of mana-sealing stone. The moment Malos saw it, his eyes went glassy. He scrambled to whip out a magnifying glass and pressed in close. Prime-grade mana-sealing stone? A prime-grade piece this big. My God, if the folks at the Wall of Sighs found out, their cavalry would surround this village on all sides. Against the ice trolls, this is a holy relic. Young Master Aaron, this stone's market price is 50,000 gold dragons. Why not just sell it to our guild? I'm heading to the northern frontier anyway. My face darkened. Malos, no one to stop. I know you've been dealing with my stepmother. If you want to make money, weigh your own station first. Unruffled, he still smiled. It really is worth 50,000. You can ask around at Fortress Grey. So how about you name your price? I laid my hand on the sword at my waist and said coldly, this isn't our first dealing. With the war heating up in the north, a mana-sealing stone this big sent up there, the 4 clans would fight over it. You cheat me on the slaves, fine. But you dare swindle me on this stone too? Malos looked at the hand resting on my sword, then glanced around the dungeon and immediately bowed his head. You're right. Up north, this stone's price will surely climb. I'll give you 60,000 gold dragons and throw in all 2,000 slaves for free. How's that? Fine, but you keep it a secret. If I find out you've leaked anything about this stone to my family, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Malos was overjoyed. He had his men carry 6 large iron chests into the castle, then led his convoy off in a hurry. Morris gazed at that dark, teeming mass of slaves and wrung his hands with worry. My lord, the grain in the storehouse will last 2 weeks at most. If they riot, all of Snow Forest Village won't be enough for them to loot. I already had a plan, and I raised my voice with orders. Those who aren't sick, step forward first. Amy, clear out every room in the castle and let the sick ones rest first. Haul all the lumber out of the warehouse and pitch tents. Women and children live in a separate section. Get it done before dark. Morris, go to the storehouse and cook up some food. Let them catch their breath first. At first, the slaves showed no reaction at all, their eyes hollow and numb, like walking corpses. Only when the black rye porridge was brought out did a few pairs of eyes flicker with light. Once we'd counted them, nearly 1,500 were healthy, and the remaining 500-odd had caught the chill sickness. Amy's face went pale. Master, 523 are sick, and there are another 31 in the woods south of the village entrance, thrown out and left to die. They likely won't make it through the night. I said nothing. I drew my sword and slashed open my own arm. My blood dripped into a large vat of black rye porridge. Amy gasped and clapped a hand over her mouth. Fire dragon's blood. It naturally counters all chill sickness. Master, you'd thought of a way all along. But with this many sick, how much blood will you have to give? I didn't stop until my arm went numb, then sheathed the sword. The vat of porridge was already steaming. Its liquid turned red. As I was about to bandage the wound, I looked down. It had already healed more than half on its own. I just felt a little dizzy. I knew full well that Lady Sarah meant to kill me by way of a slave riot. But I would never do something so foolish as freeing slaves and tearing down the noble system. Do that, and the slaves wouldn't necessarily be grateful, while the first thought in every other noble's mind would be that I was planning to rebel. For now, if I wanted these people to fight for me, I had to put on a good show. Amy and Ginny led people around handing out the hot porridge, calling out, "The Lord is merciful. There's medicine in the porridge. Drink it, and your illness will heal." One man cupped his bowl and drank it down in one go. His whole face flushed crimson, sweat pouring out, and he suddenly retched and coughed, spitting up a mouthful of blood-streaked yellow phlegm. His eyes lit up all at once. I'm cured. Thank God, I'm cured." One after another, the 6 slaves came around. I pulled my sleeve down and swept my eyes across those faces, thin, dazed, numb. Even cured, there was little joy in them. The men kept their heads down. The women curled in on themselves. I took a deep breath and raised my voice. "Listen up, all of you. I am Aaron Blood, Lord of Snow Forest Village. I promise you food and I promise you shelter. If I'm bluffing, may my father be struck dead by lightning tomorrow." Only a scattered few looked up. Most still wore that lifeless look. So I shouted even louder. "I know what you're all thinking. You're thinking, here's another young lord about to spout a heap of pretty words, and then have us keep working, keep starving, keep living like livestock. You've seen this scene too many times. Every master who bought you said the same thing, but what came of it? Your children were still slaves, and their children still slaves. A whole lifetime of heads bowed, backs bent under someone else's whip." In the crowd, more heads began to rise. My voice climbed abruptly. A lifetime of hard labor, blisters bursting on your hands. Women worked to miscarriage in the fields, children gnawing tree bark to survive the winter, and in the end, not even a house to your name. I'll ask you just this, what gives them the right? What gives them the right? I roared again, the sound shaking in every direction. The little bit of grain you scraped together, gone before winter's half over, and then it's wild greens, tree bark, chewing on your own belts. And when you finally hide away a few coppers to buy your child a bit of dried meat, the tax collector shows up. Hunting tax, head tax, logging tax. Hell, when the Lord's own mother gives birth, they make you pay a joy tax. A few young slaves couldn't help but laugh, but in more of them a fire of anger flared to life. One man clenched his fist, eyes bloodshot. "That's right. What gives them the right?" I pressed in toward the crowd, looking into those eyes that had held it all back for half a lifetime, and clenched my fist and shouted hoarsely, "Here, with me, all of that will change. My mother was Exiled, the kindest woman in the north. Here, the rule is simple. You work for me, and I give you a house, 3 meals a day, and hope. Work hard and honestly for a full year, and I'll pardon your slave status with my own hands." The whole crowd broke into a stir. I drew my sword, my voice like an oath. "In the name of the firstborn of House Blood, I make you 3 promises." Every gaze fixed on me. "First, work here, and every one of you gets a house. I'm going to build a new village to the west, and I need hands to fell timber and cut stone. When the new village is finished, every slave who takes part gets a house assigned to them. Not a shack, not a sheep pen, a real house, with windows and a hearth. Before winter comes, every one of you will have a home of your own. Fortress Gray's rules don't apply here." A buzz of discussion rolled through the crowd. "Second, I won't let you starve. No leftovers, no gnawing on moldy bread. As long as you work, 3 meals a day, an egg every 3 days, meat every 5 days. I mean it. In the very front row, a man dropped to his knees with a thud, holding up a crude cross, murmuring something. The third, I raised my sword high, its cold gleam whistling in the autumn wind. I swear in the name of God. Work here honestly for a full year, and I will formally pardon your slave status. The kneeling man's lips trembled as he gripped the cross tight. Swear in the name of God. Can I, Corin, become a free man too? Mother. I leveled my sword's edge at the crowd and shouted fiercely. Every stone you carry is a stone in the wall of your own home. Anyone who keeps his head hung low and plays dead is only working against his own house. The noble lords will never grant you a home, but I, a young noble, will. I want you to stand up on your own. Only by standing up can you have a brand new future. With your blood and sweat, build a home of your own. Trembling, Corin rose to his feet. Morris said nothing. I knew my words had only lit a fire in some of them. The truly numb ones would have to be warmed up slowly. But it was a start. Morris, once the tents are up, we'll hold a feast tonight to welcome my new subjects. Morris got anxious. My lord, the grain only lasts 2 weeks as it is. Hold a feast, and we're down to 7 days. Once the food runs out, they'll riot for sure. No matter. I've already sent people to Fortress Build in the southwest to buy grain. It'll be here in 3 days. I paused. Oh, and buy the stone from Fortress Build too, not Fortress Gray. The merchants over there have likely been bought off by Lady Sarah long ago. Morris's eyes lit up. I've got an old pal at Fortress Build, from the Silver Masons Guild. They've got plenty of ready-cut stone left over from building walls. We can buy it pre-dressed and save ourselves a mountain of work. Good, go handle it. Lance, get everyone moving. The crowd followed Lance off to haul materials and pitch tents. Just then, in the grass at the village entrance, a man staggered to his feet and lurched toward the empty porridge pot. A few steps in, he pitched face first to the ground, yet still clawed his way forward with all his might. A female slave clearing away scraps was frozen in place by the look in his eyes. Those eyes were fiercer than a starving wolf on the permafrost plains. I ladled out a bowl of porridge and walked over. This man had thick calluses at the base of his thumb and forefinger, clearly someone who'd gripped weapons for years. He snatched the porridge and gulped it down, then held the bowl back out. So I simply lifted the pot and poured for him, asking with a smile, "Friend, how'd you like to do something big with me?" He wiped his mouth. "You know who I am?" "No, but I can tell. You've killed men, and you've used weapons for years." The man didn't answer. He got up and walked straight over to a dying patient on Amy's side, ladled up some soup, and fed it to him. "Benny, drink it down. It's me, Cliff." The one called Benny was skin and bones, his lips ghastly pale, his breath a mere thread. "Captain Cliff, have we reached the northern frontier? I'm so cold. I saw the brothers hanged at the city gate. Wreck and little Langer. That kid still owes me 1 gold dragon." Cliff gripped the bowl, frozen in place. I reached over, cut open my palm, and dripped a few drops of blood into Benny's mouth. His throat bobbed, and he suddenly began to cough, spitting out a gob of bloody phlegm and opening his eyes. I ordered the serfs to carry these 30-odd dying people into the castle, out of the wind. One serf reported quietly, "My lord, 7 have already stopped breathing. Bury them by the roadside at the village entrance. Don't let the beasts drag them off." On the way back to the castle, Cliff followed and gave a respectful salute. "My lord, my name is Cliff Tacrianis." Tacrianis, in the original owner's memories, this family had served the emperor in the holy capital for generations, every male among them proud to be a knight. Cliff lowered his head. "I was once captain of the 7th Company of the Orlan Empire's Royal Heavy Cavalry. Last year I went south to put down a rebellion, but when I returned, my own brother framed me and stole away my honor and my cavalry company. Benny was my lieutenant." His gaze fell on a maidservant walking past, and his eyes suddenly reddened as he clenched his fists. I asked, "How many among these slaves have been soldiers? Can we pick out fighters?" Cliff shook his head. "Most of those war-captive slaves were conscripted militia. They hate war. No use counting on them." But he pointed to a blond man with his wife and child. "That man is called Osiris. He was a longbowman for 30 years, fought in the decisive battle between the Golden Empire and the Kingdom of Baya. He once held a city against 2,000 attackers with just 100 archers. If you want to form an archer company, my lord, there's no one better. He suddenly dropped to one knee and gave a textbook knight's salute. Cliff Tacrianis pledges his loyalty to Lord Aaron. We heard on the road, you're the eldest son of Baron Grey, and Lady Sarah has a count's family behind her. She wants the inheritance, and that makes you a thorn in her eye. Building a new village is you preparing for war. Your enemy isn't just Lady Sarah, it's her family's army too. Raids, extermination, siege warfare. I've fought them all. I helped him up. Rise. I understand what you mean. I spread out the map and pointed to a red mark on the permafrost plains. Cliff studied it a moment, then spoke bluntly. My lord, building a fortress on this plain is digging your own grave. Plains are cavalry ground. The Empire's iron horsemen would surround and crush you, and siege engines could roll right in. Your strength is thin right now, the people's hearts unsettled. Lady Sarah's cousin need only send 100 cavalry, and you couldn't hold. 100 cavalry, and I couldn't hold. Osiris nodded from the side. Absolutely possible. Your own guard lance could cut down 20 men single-handedly, but militia morale is low, one glimpse of casualties, and they scatter like birds and beasts. Even 1,000 militia couldn't stop 100 knights. He raised his hand and pointed to a steep slope, some 30 meters high, at the far western end of the plain. Seizing the high ground is always the foundation of warfare. Cavalry can't charge up this slope, and siege engines can't be pushed up either. Build a fortress city up there and train a 100-man archer company, and this place will become the Orlon Empire's new border bulwark. Our party climbed that high ground. To the west and south lay Emerald Lake. To the north and east, though it bordered the permafrost plains, the ground dropped a full 30 meters, with only a narrow road that could be built up either side to the southeast. Truly superb terrain. Morris stroked his goatee, then frowned. 100 feet up, easy to defend and hard to attack. But this place can hold 2,000 or 3,000 people at most, and there's no room inside to grow crops. Once we're besieged and cut off from supplies, I already had an idea. Morris, the 2,000 or 3,000 you're talking about, that's counting 2-story houses, right? What if I designed 6-story buildings? I crouched down and sketched a modern-style 6-story residential building on the ground. Morris's eyes went wide. 6 stories? Then, this place could hold 20,000 people. Even leaving half the land for crops and grazing, that's still room for 10,000. The defensive strength would be beyond imagining. Osiris said excitedly. With 1,000 archers in the city, the enemy couldn't take it without a force tens of thousands strong. Even cut off from supplies, we could sustain ourselves and command the north. I smiled. Then it settled, this high ground. 3 days later, in Blood Castle at Fortress Grey, a brown-haired man was laughing so hard he doubled over. My lady, that Aaron actually bought 2,000 slaves. It's autumn already, and he goes and buys a pile of sick wretches. Is he trying to run a plague ritual? The folks at the tavern have started betting on whether he'll even make it through the winter. Lady Sarah carried her red wine over to the window, her smile stretching from ear to ear. It was me who had Malos dumped those 6 slaves near Snow Forest Village. I'd meant for the sick ones to turn to robbery under cold and hunger to force a riot. I never expected Gray's fool of a son would buy them all up, stupider than I ever imagined. But the man, Carl, lowered his voice and advised. My lady, the matter of getting rid of the Baron and having young Lord Lemon inherit early, we mustn't rush it. The young lord is too little, and the nobles in the fortress would never tolerate a woman governing. They'd sooner burn the fortress down. Unless the Emperor himself gives the order, not even your cousin the Count has that power. For now, Old Gray is your umbrella. Just sit back and watch Aaron play himself to death. With that blockhead of a brain, he won't last long. Meanwhile, at the tent camp on the high ground, Morris was gaping at something I'd fired, unable to close his mouth for the longest time. That gray stone powder had bonded 2 stones together so firmly that its strength far surpassed the mortar his guild used. My lord, what in the world is this? Old Morris has used mortar for half his life. Same sand and limestone. How could I never fire up something like this? I stroked little dragon Ignia, tucked away in my arms, and smiled. This is called cement, Something I learned in alchemy. Your firing temperature isn't high enough. I fired mine past 1,000 degrees and added other ingredients too, so of course the strength is different. Have the stone merchants arrived? Not till evening. They have to boat across Emerald Lake. Good. Thank you for the hard work. I'll go make more cement. I ducked into the kiln house. With this stuff, I might just get the walls standing before the snow falls after all. Inside the kiln house, I coaxed the disobedient little dragon in the gentlest voice I could manage. My little ancestor, breathing more fire is good for you too. You're a fire dragon. From a young age, you've got to practice breathing fire and controlling flame. What's the harm in burning a little cement? With cement, our walls will be harder than anyone's. Do you understand? Ignia let out a Danish shriek and spat a ball of dragon fire right at my face. I threw up a hand to block it. Why, you little ingrate, you're talking back to me now? Before leaving the kiln house, I grabbed Ignia's tail. The little thing chomped down on my arm, held her head high and chest out, striking a no dragon shall ever be a slave pose. When I reached to grab her, she instead burrowed into my armpit and clambered all over me. You've got to screw loose, you know that. I'm your master. The two of us are grasshoppers tied to one rope. Live together, die together, get it? I grumbled sourly. Build the walls with ordinary materials, and the strength won't hold at all. Right now, we've got a grand total of 4 men who've ever been soldiers. Not even a wall yet. When Fortress Grey attacks come spring, you and I both die? That old woman down south is scheming to kill me every single day. It's not like you don't know. Ignia froze, cocked her head, and pouted. I sighed and patted her head. Our lives are bound together. If I die, you don't get to live either. She snorted at me a couple of times, and I narrowed my eyes. What do you mean? The two of us just run off and forget about the slaves. So we're mind-linked now too, are we? Fine. I'll lay my cards on the table. I want to dominate a region and keep a whole flock of beautiful women. So what? Don't you dream every day about being the richest dragon around? She yawned with a look of utter disdain. I hurried to change my tune and butter her up. Since you know what's in my heart, then you should know I mean well by you. Want some meat? I've got 2 females down in the dungeon who can pop out goblins every single day, and I've sent a few black pigs down too. For more days, and you'll have an all-you-can-eat goblin buffet. Once I've made it big, you can eat as many cattle as you want. Cattle, I say? Don't you want that? She lifted her head, wings giving a faint twitch. You want mutton? Fine, whatever you want to eat. I'll raise it for you. Goblin meat doesn't taste good. I know. Conditions are limited, that's all. Worst case, I'll sprinkle some chili powder on it for you. I gestured with my hand. It's a deal. Then, first you help me fire cement every day, and once you're done and want to go out flying, you patrol along the route I've drawn, and if you see anything strange, you come straight back to report it. Got it. Reluctantly, Ignia shuffled over beneath the red-hot earthen platform, opened her mouth, and breathed out dragon fire. Temperature's a touch high. Ease off a bit. Yeah, just like that. Beautiful. I'd finally gotten this little ancestor onto the right track, and I turned and walked out. Outside, Morris was directing the workers hauling stone, wearing the cotton clothes and gloves I'd bought. These people looked far better than 3 days ago, every one of them full of vigor. We were finally underway. As I watched, Morris's son Jack came galloping up on horseback. My lord, trouble. Someone in the barracks wants to duel Osiris, and a whole group won't follow orders. I swung onto my horse and raced east. Jack shouted after me, panting. It's 7 or 8 war-captive slaves from the south. Looks like they all know each other. Anger simmered in my chest. I'd treated them this well, and someone was still stirring up trouble? When I reached Snow Forest Village, from a distance I saw a burly man with a bizarre haircut drawing a bow at a target. His arrow struck the dummy dead in the chest, and then he shot a look of pure contempt toward Osiris. Without a word, Osiris raised his bow, his hawk-like eyes narrowing, and with a whoosh his arrow drove straight through the dummy's head. The burly man sneered. Osiris, you dare face off against me? What makes you fit to be captain? We brothers used to be hunters too. Who among us is worse than you? You've got a wife and kids in tow. When the fighting really starts, will you dare charge out in front? A few others beside him joined in the jeering. That's right. What makes you the only one who gets his family by his side? We were all bought the same way. Why should you get all the luck, and get picked by the Lord besides. Before he could finish, the man spotted me and hurriedly ducked his head and shut his mouth. I walked over, swept my eyes across this hastily assembled 100 archers, then glanced back at Cliff, who was drilling the infantry, before fixing my gaze on the troublemakers. What's all the shouting about? Their leader stepped forward and lowered his head. My lord, my name is Voke. My archery is no worse than Osiris's, and I'll fight for you harder than he will. Just now his wife came to the barracks to bring him food. A man whose head is full of family can't lead a company well. We're grateful you saved our lives, but hand our lives over to a man with attachments? We won't do it. I looked at Osiris. He bowed his head. My lord, I hadn't been home in 3 days, and my wife came looking out of worry. It was my fault for not explaining ahead of time. I'll never let my family into the barracks again. I nodded. You all hear that? Osiris has a beautiful wife waiting for him at home, and he still spent 3 days in the barracks with you. Not to mention I appointed him captain personally. Voke. Voke dropped to his knees with a thud. My lord, I never meant to defy you. You just feel that since none of you have family left, and he's the only one who does, it doesn't sit right with you. Am I right? Voke was at a loss for words and bowed his head in silence. I clapped him on the shoulder. That resentment, I understand. For the sake of a young stepmother, my own father threw me, his own son, away. I often wonder myself, what makes that idiot brother of mine, Lemon, deserve our father's favor? When it comes down to it, isn't it just because Lemon's mother has a backside 3 sizes bigger than an ordinary woman's? Voke couldn't help cracking a laugh. I grinned and kept trashing her. Later on I took a good look. That half of her rump was actually a good half size bigger than my father's whole head. I don't think even the black pigs in our snow forest village have a butt as big as hers. The whole crowd roared with laughter. Voke wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Mocking a noble was a whipping offense. I gave a wry smile. We're all in the same boat here. This archer unit is the elite I handpicked one by one. Local hunters, prisoners of war turned slaves, debt slaves. I know you all can't stand the sight of each other. Fine, then I'll train right alongside you. With that, I stepped into the formation. Walker panicked. My lord, what are you doing? I cleared my throat and shouted to Osiris. Next up, group run. Everybody makes 20 laps around Snow Forest Village. If every single one of you finishes, this afternoon I'll take you to meet some ladies. Several pairs of eyes lit up. The men exchanged glances. I added the fine print. But if even one man falls behind or fails to finish, the afternoon's off, and you'll keep training. During the run, you can support each other, pull each other along, even carry the ones who lag behind on your backs. As long as everyone crosses the line within the time limit, I'm a man of my word. This afternoon, I'll take you to meet the ladies. Then I rode into the village on horseback and sent Amy to go tell all the unmarried young women. When I came back, I shouted again. You are the warriors who defend this village. Under my command, warriors don't just get glory. You get gold dragons, houses, and women. But whether the ladies fancy you or not, that's on your own merits. Now get moving, and let the girls of this village see how strong and mighty their big brothers are. Walker let out a roar, and the whole unit started running. At first it was a chaotic mess, but after a few laps they gradually fell into rhythm. Watching this unit, I felt reassured that empty promise stuff we do back east is useless here. You've got to offer real, tangible rewards. Now nobody was going to fall behind. By the 7th lap, I was completely done for. Walker and Osiris had already reached the 10th lap, while I dropped to dead last. As I ran, I threw up. Ugh, oh God, blared. I braced my hands on my knees, drenched in sweat, feeling like I was about to puke up my own liver. I looked up and saw Erika. No, saw Osiris. Lapped me again, and my brow twitched. Damn it. 7 laps, and I was wrecked. Everyone had passed me, their lord. If I'd known, why did I have to show off? Couldn't I have just stood on the sidelines and watched? Back on Earth before I crossed over, I could barely manage 2 or 3 laps. Now I was in deep trouble. If it weren't for the dragon blood keeping me going, I'd have collapsed on the ground already. After 9 laps, I crouched down and vomited violently again. Osiris, already on his 16th lap, spotted me looking half dead. He grabbed the reveling Walker and lowered his voice. If you really lap our lord 10 times, you think he'll be impressed with you. Or think you're just asking for a beating? Walker looked back. A good crowd of villagers had gathered at the village entrance, and Amy was there with a group of young women watching. He shrank his neck, and the two of them immediately slowed down, dry heaving as they jogged. The rest caught on too, and one by one they eased off the pace. I forced myself to keep running, my face the picture of a man who'd lost all will to live. Damn, this was killing me, with these scrawny little arms and legs of mine. I glanced at Amy, then gritted my teeth and mustered my strength again. By the 13th lap, I collapsed flat on the ground, gasping, completely spent. Osiris shot Walker a look. You go help the Lord up. Why don't you go? I don't dare. I've got a wife anyway. I couldn't care less about meeting girls this afternoon. If we're going, we go together. Walker yanked him along. The two of them hoisted me up and ran 2 more laps. On the 15th, I dropped to the ground and started throwing up bile, my eyes rolling back. Everyone else had finished. I was the only one left. My vision went black, and I mumbled, "Damn it, still not good enough?" The group that had finished came running out of nowhere with a stretcher, loaded me onto it, and charged toward the finish line. Hurry, we're almost out of time. Don't worry, my lord. We'll never leave you behind. Together. Stars swam before my eyes. Easy. Carry me gently, my head. Before I could finish, I rolled over and vomited again. At the finish line, more than 90 men raised their fists and shouted, "Come on, my lord. Hang in there. Leave no one behind. Give up on no one." Together, I lay limp on the stretcher, staring at the young women by the village entrance, and buried my face in my hands. Unbelievable. I just wanted to look cool for once. This was all because a few days ago I'd bled myself way too hard to treat the cold sickness and still hadn't recovered. And on top of that, Erika was drinking my blood every single day. She'd nearly drained me dry. How could I not be weak? 20 laps. My lord, you did it. The whole crowd erupted in applause, the men whistling with excitement. I'd been carried across the finish line of 20 laps. Covering my face, I had just one thought. This barracks is really not the place for me. I rasped out, "Let's go. I promised to take you to meet the ladies, and I always keep my word." That afternoon, in the first-floor banquet hall of the castle, 100 archers sat in neat rows on the floor. Amy was busy in a back room with Jenny and a few other young women. Out front, I laid down the rules. Train hard, win battles down the road, and there'll be plenty more ladies throwing themselves into your arms. But we're all gentlemen here. My job is just to introduce you. Who a lady chooses is entirely up to her. Anyone who dares get fresh with them, I'll string him up and parade him through the streets for 3 days. Walker nodded eagerly. Absolutely, my lord. You have my word. Before long, Jenny walked out, her face flushed red. She looked around at the room full of men, her little face nearly bleeding scarlet with embarrassment. A head of golden hair, glowing with youth. Every man there stared, transfixed. She spoke softly. "Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny. My dream is to become the finest tailor in the Orlon Empire, and also..." Her face turned even redder as she held out a pair of newly made leather boots. "My lord, Jenny admires you." The banquet hall fell dead silent in an instant. Jenny had already crouched down, taking the leather boots she'd made with her own hands and putting them on my feet. The word admire was written plainly across her face. Every man there shifted his gaze elsewhere at once. No one dared look at her again, except Walker, who kept staring with a dopey grin. Osiris leaned close to his ear. "Brave Walker, you're really something. You've got the guts to stare at the Lord's future concubine." Walker's grizzled face flushed, and he hastily lowered his head. Osiris egged him on again in a whisper. "You dare I the Lord's woman. You really are braver than me. Honestly, I'd like to go home and be with my wife after dark. Why don't you go tell the Lord to put you in charge of the archer unit from now on?" Walker rolled his eyes. "I've thought about it. I feel a whole lot better with you hugging your longbow to sleep in the barracks at night. The day you die on the battlefield, I'll go find your wife." Osiris smirked coldly. "Don't worry. Even if you die, I won't." Just then Cliff walked in with Benny and 100 new infantry recruits. Smiling, I helped Jenny to her feet. The boots fit perfectly. "Thank you." Then I turned to greet them. Perfect timing. The matchmaking's just getting started. Benny, now fully recovered, strode forward and knelt. "Benny thanks the Lord for saving his life. Captain Cliff told me that to save us cold sickness patients, you bled half a pot of your own blood, and even after losing so much you kept bleeding yourself to save me. From this day on, Benny's life belongs to you. I swear on my knighthood, I will serve my lord to the death. I helped him up with both hands. Rise, please. Who among the Orlon people hasn't heard of the great Benny, the Spear of God? The room immediately buzzed with murmurs. The Spear of God, Benny? The one who cut down more than 60 men single-handedly during the Bandit campaign. The youngest deputy captain in the Orlon Empire's Royal Cavalry, rode a horse at 6, killed a dark mage at 12. How did a great man like that end up a slave? The Empire really does discard you the moment you've served your purpose. I was secretly delighted. Good deeds pay off, and now I'd gained another mighty warrior. Have the men take their seats. Some ladies will be coming out shortly with berries and rum. We can all get to know each other. Osiris looked a little nervous. My lord, quite a few of our soldiers are married. If we bring them to meet women and their wives find out. I lifted my chin and grinned. We'll tell everyone the troops are doing special training inside the castle. Listen up, all of you. We're training, understood? The crowd of married men roared out eagerly, sworn to serve the Lord to the death. Just then, 3 middle-aged women stepped up onto the platform. Among them was Jenny's mother, Helena. She glanced at me, surprised. I'd actually brought these widows, whose husbands had been killed by goblins, to choose their next husbands. Down below, a few young soldiers shook their heads. These are in their 30s. We want the young ones. Walker punched one of them. What do you know? A woman's like fine wine. The older, the better. If you don't want her, plenty of others will. He was about to go over and greet Helena when Osiris laughed again. Walker, you want to become the lords-in-law? That's Jenny's mother. You've lost your mind. Stay away from me. The crowd burst out laughing again. I wasn't bothered. I turned to size up the recruits standing behind Cliff and Benny. I knew perfectly well that Osiris's archer unit would be more battle-ready than Cliff's infantry. Among these 100 archers, the local hunters had used bows for years, and among the prisoner slaves there were dozens who'd hunted before, a solid foundation. Besides, I'd let Osiris pick his men first. According to Osiris, not just anyone can be an archer. The first requirement, no night blindness. When selecting soldiers, I'd screened every man one by one, and only managed to pull out 100 some, and half of those were women. Most poor people simply never get to eat meat. 9 out of 10 have night blindness, and once night falls they're as good as blind. Later I remembered the modern approach of supplementing meat, eggs, and liver to treat night blindness, and only then did I scrape together the 100 sturdiest men, pairing veteran hunters with the new recruits. By contrast, this batch Cliff picked afterward, apart from the 2 captains, nearly all of them had night blindness. I sighed. I'd assumed that with 2,000 slaves I could easily raise an army, but only once I actually started did I realize obstacles were everywhere. I'd gathered these 200 strongest men, but if they went up against the seasoned veterans of Grey Fortress, they'd probably crumble at the first clash. I looked at Cliff and asked with a smile, "How's the infantry training gone these past couple of days?" "These young men are full of energy, and the pay you offer is higher than anywhere else, so they're all working hard," Cliff answered. "Infantry are easier to handle than archers or cavalry. Give me half a year, and I'll train you a 100-man elite unit up to the standard of a Royal Heavy Infantry regiment." Benny stood beside him, looking like he wanted to say something. I gestured for him to speak. He placed a hand over his chest. "My lord, I heard from Cliff that you want to train cavalry, but that's not realistic right now. Every cavalryman has to be as formidable as your personal guard lance to deserve a war horse and full-plate armor. Throwing 100 militiamen onto horses in armor is sending them to their deaths. They can't even hold formation on horseback. Cavalry require years of training before they're battle-ready. And war horses demand extremely high standards. Not just any horse will do. Right now, there isn't a single war horse on your estate." I frowned. "Not one? Don't I still have a few draft horses?" "Those don't count as war horses." Benny shook his head. "Choosing a war horse is like choosing a soldier. Draft horses look sturdy, but all they're good for is hauling. A Royal Heavy Cavalry war horse is bred by crossing the finest war horses with draft horses, taller than an ordinary horse, able to ram and take a hit. and even in full armor, it loses none of its speed. If you want to build a cavalry, you can't do without stud horses, horse trainers, breeders, farriers, and horse doctors, and every one of them has to be an expert. A low-level breeder simply can't produce a good war horse. My face went blank. Cavalry was off the table for now, no money for it. Maybe I should get technology up and running first? According to the original owner's memories, the Noah continent had no firearms, and mages were scarce. It was essentially a low-magic world. The few mages that remained were all up in the north holding back the trolls, so you'd never see them in an ordinary war. Now that the fortress, troop training, and mining were all on track, I really should carve out some time to build some modern things. I couldn't make an AK-47, but a homemade gun shouldn't be a problem. Just then Osiris came over. "My lord, I'd like to report on the state of the archer unit." I'd already guessed as much. A unit like that would give anyone a headache. "Go ahead. I suggest splitting the archers into 2 groups. Pick out 40 hunters to focus on longbow training. Forcing inexperienced recruits in will only slow the progress. As for the remaining rookies, why not hand them to Walker to form a crossbow unit? Crossbows require little arm strength, so it could be expanded to over 100 men. We have an old saying in our country, 3 years for the bow, half a year for the crossbow." I stroked my chin and looked toward Walker in the crowd. 3 years for the bow, half a year for the crossbow. It means archers need 3 years of training to be any good, while crossbowmen only need half a year, Osiris explained methodically. The long-range suppression of the longbow is the core of the battlefield, but it takes too long. If you're going to fight a defensive battle come spring, crossbowmen can be trained quickly. And these 40 hunters, I guarantee they'll all be elite longbowmen by next spring. With those 40 men, I can hold a wall against 1,000 attackers. After turning it over in my mind, I adopted his suggestion, then left the banquet hall and returned to my bedroom. It was time to bleed myself again. Ulrika looked at my finger, and her cheeks flushed beyond her control. I cut open my fingertip and held it out, but she tilted her head. "Could you wash your hands first?" I looked at the finger, already beaded with blood, and called for Amy. Amy came in carrying a wooden basin, glanced at Ulrika, and the two of them locked eyes for a long moment. Amy forced a smile. Ulrika turned her face away and said nothing. I was baffled. Did these two have a history? After washing my hands, I cut open my fingertip again with the dagger. Ulrika, wearing that lofty, superior air, took hold of my wrist and began drinking the blood. Amy's face was tense. "Master, Amy will take her leave." I waved my hand, and she gripped the wooden basin tightly, walking out with a displeased look, then clenched her fists behind the door. She remembered it clearly. A few days ago, when she'd first met this dark elf, the woman had cursed me as a filthy noble, fierce as anything. She'd even turned her nose up at the dishes in my room, saying she was a queen and wasn't used to such things. And now? Now she drank my blood every single day, still putting on those airs. This female elf's attitude toward me had changed. The way she'd looked at me just now was different from before, too. The more Amy thought about it, the angrier she got. "Sister Amy?" Jenny's voice came from the far end of the hallway. She walked over carrying an exquisite set of black leather clothes, complete with a cloak, boots, and gloves. Amy's mind went straight to that female elf. These were almost certainly all prepared for her. Could it be that the master had brought Jenny and her mother into the castle as tailors from the very beginning, just to make clothes for that female elf? "Sister Amy, is the Lord inside?" "This is the leather outfit my mother and I made from the design drawings. We worked several days. It's finally done." Jenny then asked, puzzled, "Why is your face so red?" Amy hurriedly plastered on a smile. "It's nothing, nothing. Just give the things to me. The Lord is busy." She took the clothes and gazed at Jenny's sunny smile, momentarily lost in a daze. After seeing Jenny off, Amy carried the strange-looking leather outfit over and knocked on the door. "Is that Amy? Come in." She entered with her head lowered, her face flushed. Ulrika still had her eyes closed, drinking the blood, cradling my hand in both of hers, sip after sip, exactly like a real vampire. After a moment, she opened her eyes. "The wound has healed." I raised the dagger again. Amy looked a little pained. Before she could step forward, I'd already cut open my finger. Ulrika leaned in once more. I said in a low voice, "There's no other way. If I put the dragon blood in a bowl for you, the medicinal effect will be diminished. You're a dark elf, you should understand. Only drinking the freshest dragon blood can heal your wounds. Or else, you could bite down and drink straight. That way the wound wouldn't heal. Amy said anxiously. No, Master, why not have Ignia treat her wounds instead? Your health is what matters. Besides, this woman hasn't helped you with anything so far. She clearly just wants to use you and then leave. Ulrika took a hard pull, and my fingertips stung. She wiped the corner of her mouth and stared unblinkingly at Amy. Aaron, this slave girl of yours is better suited to domestic affairs. She shouldn't be spending all day washing clothes and cleaning in your room. She should be putting more time into running the village. Keeping her tethered to your bedroom is a waste of her talents. Amy set the clothes aside, her eyebrow arching up. I have plenty of energy. I can serve my master well and manage the internal affairs and finances too. No need for you to concern yourself. She stormed over to my side to inspect the wound, but when she turned to glare at Ulrika, she froze for a beat. That female elf's figure, even swathed in a loose, oversized robe, there was no hiding a form as lovely as a goddess of beauty. A surge of jealousy shot straight to her heart. I picked up the black leather outfit and set it down next to Ulrika. The best material in the village is the animal hide from Jenny's family. You surely wouldn't accept linen, so make do with this. Ulrika frowned. Clothes made of animal hide. Amy quickly stepped forward. Master, if she doesn't want it, can she give it to Amy? Ulrika snorted coldly. A slave dares make such a request of her master? Who said I don't want it? She promptly pulled the leather outfit on, and the fit was flawless, hugging her figure to reveal an even more graceful shape. Then she stepped into those black leather boots, standing a full 6 feet tall. I praised her sincerely. You know, if you weren't so arrogant, you'd be quite charming. Ulrika flushed and turned her face away. I opened my mouth, then hesitated. She shot me a glance. Out with it. Nobody's nice for no reason. What is it you're after? I scratched my head. My dragon, Ignia, told me she spotted a dark elf ship heading south from the Central Sea. It's already left the coast of Snow Forest Village. Ulrika's eyes suddenly went wide, her lips trembling. Are you sure? I nodded helplessly. Ignia had found traces of dark elves in a cave in the Black Snow Mountains up north. Her nose is keen. She caught the scent of dark magic. The cave was already empty, but not far from it. Down by the shore, she saw leftover timber from shipbuilding, and it carried the scent of dark magic too. I don't know how many of your people there were, but the ship looked pretty large. Ulrika couldn't believe it. Her people had abandoned her? She'd fought a dragon to protect them, ending up with her magic power leaking out, nearly violated by goblins. And they'd left her behind and fled? Damn it, it had to be her second sister's doing. I said softly. They were probably afraid of being hunted down by the Emerald Court. But don't worry, even if your people abandoned you, I won't do anything to harm you. Amy had meant to throw in a jab, but seeing Ulrika's grief-stricken, indignant expression, she lowered her head instead. She was a princess of a fallen kingdom herself. What right did she have to mock anyone? Ulrika's eyes reddened, and she said in a shaking voice, Impossible. You're trying to trick me. You want me to give up hope and stay to help you, isn't that right? I suffered this disaster precisely to protect them. How could they dare? Then why don't I take you to that cave in the Black Snow Mountains to see for yourself? I said quietly. If Ignia had never been there, how would she know there were dark elf traces? That had been their former stronghold. She knew it better than anyone. Ulrika's face filled with fury, her eyes glaring wide. Those traitors. They actually dared abandon her. It had to be her second sister's doing. She'd probably already crowned herself queen and dumped Ulrika here, plainly hoping she'd die. Amy let out a long sigh. Listen, why don't you consider staying by my master's side? He saved your life, after all, and he's helping treat your wounds. He would never sell you out. My master is the incarnation of a true dragon. Sooner or later, he'll become the strongest dragon knight on the Noah continent. I'm just like you. My kingdom fell too. If it weren't for the master, I wouldn't have come to a good end either. You really could try staying. Ulrika looked at Amy, then at me, who was yawning away. I was exhausted. Ulrika, that wound of yours probably won't heal without drinking my blood for a few months, so you might at least make a show of helping me out. If you're willing to cooperate, I promise I'll treat you well. With that, Amy and I went next door, leaving her alone to grieve. The next morning, I stretched as I walked out of Amy's room and headed straight down to the dungeon. Looking at Maya and Lena locked inside, who had already birthed 2 goblin spawn, I smiled with dark amusement. Well, now double the joy. Congratulations to you 2 heretics. Maya panicked and clutched the goblin spawn to her chest, her fury blazing. You damned noble. You're not allowed to kill my children. Lena was even more worked up, thrusting her hands out through the bars and clawing wildly. Goblins are living beings too. They just look different from us, you demon. What right do you have to lock up a mother and her child? Have you no humanity at all? He's just a baby. These 2 had me laughing out of sheer exasperation. Goblins are living beings too. Your husbands were killed by goblins. Instead of thinking about revenge, you go and secretly birth the spawn of these lowly monsters behind everyone's backs. And you even want to raise them in secret? When they grow up, how many people will they harm? Those who aren't of our kind will always have different hearts. Don't you understand that? Maya screamed. It won't be like that. I'll teach my child myself. He'll get along with humans just fine. Before the words were even out, the goblin spawn in her arms suddenly launched a savage attack on her. Maya's face changed, but it was already too late. I sneered. Wanted to birth goblins, did you? Then you'll birth them for the rest of your life. As it happens, I need these low-grade monsters to feed my dragon. I then looked at the 2 sows that had just been brought into the cell, casually grabbed the goblin I'd captured earlier, number 1, and shoved it in by the neck. But the moment that goblin saw the black sow, it bit down and tore off a chunk of hide like a wild beast. I kicked it away with 1 foot, and it tried to lunge again. I clamped down hard on its neck and glanced back at Maya in the next cell. Could this goblin actually be picky? A black sow wasn't good enough. I put goblin number 1 into Maya's cell. This time it didn't tear at any sow. Instead, just like the spawn had, it lunged at Maya. I frowned. Could this goblin only attack intelligent races? Or was there some other trick to it? Looking at Maya and Lena in the cell, cradling their goblin spawn with faces full of tender love, I gave up completely. These 2 women were beyond saving. Since they were dead set on birthing goblins and living out their days with them, then let them stay here and be good little heretics. But the problem was, these 2 women's output was far too low. My baby dragon Ignia had already grown to 80 pounds these past few days, frighteningly fast. If I didn't find a way to boost goblin production, it wouldn't be long before she started gnawing on my livestock. I dragged goblin number 1 off of Maya and shoved it in front of the black sow again. It struggled desperately, shrieking. Maya screamed from inside the cell. What are you doing? You damn noble. You're not allowed to hurt it. All living things are equal, and God will never forgive you. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her. I pulled out that vial of goblin dragon blood serum, pinned goblin number 1 down, and forced a small mouthful into it. It immediately let out a howl, and moments later it whipped around and lunged at the black sow. The very scene I'd most wanted to see appeared, and I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. So these low-grade goblins did have discernment. By instinct, they'd single out young, beautiful females of intelligent races to attack. But once dosed with the serum, they'd bite into a black sow just the same. Now Ignia's food supply was finally secured. In great spirits, I sat down at the wooden table beside me and spread out several packets of powder and a book, The Primer of Alchemy. Everything was on track now. I could finally free up my hands to study modern technology. I laid out the saltpeter powder, charcoal, and sulfur 1 by 1 on the table, and then I was stumped. Back on Blue Star, watching those time travel shows, the protagonist would casually synthesize gunpowder from these 3 ingredients. But exactly how much of each? Squinting, I opened The Primer of Alchemy. At present, the Noah continent had only one thing resembling gunpowder, called black powder, used specifically for making devices like fire jars. There really was even a profession called firecasters, who specialized in this, using black powder for royal ceremonies, signal fires, fire jars, and fire arrows. There's actually a ratio here. First, boil the saltpeter to refine out the white crystals. Stroking my chin, I followed the book's method step by step. Once all 3 materials were prepared, I poured them together and began grinding. A moment later, boom! A thunderous blast erupted from the dungeon, rattling the ground so hard that the villagers above all looked up, bewildered. Lance heard the commotion and came rushing over. Amid the smoke, I coughed uncontrollably. Cough, cough. It's fine, it's fine. I just don't have hands-on experience. A bit more research and I'll get it. Lance looked at me, blasted black as a lump of coal, then stared at the flames on my clothes, his face utterly baffled. Young Master Aaron, you're not afraid of fire? Only then did I notice my clothes were on fire, and I instinctively reached out to pat them down. But the instant my palms slapped against the flames, I felt no heat at all. Lance's eyes lit up. I understand now. Ignia is a four-legged great dragon of true dragon lineage. Since you share her bloodline, you're no longer afraid of fire either. You might even be able to resist magic. I patted out the flames on my body and stood up. Great dragon. Lance's eyes gleamed with excitement. Dragons have many branches. What the great empires most love to raise are wyverns, the kind that carried you off last time. They have only 2 hind legs and aren't very large, and most of the dragon knights who form contracts with them have no special abilities. But 4-legged dragons are true great dragons, also called true dragons. They can live thousands of years and are many times larger than wyverns. In ancient times, some great dragons could even grow as tall as a mountain peak. Young master, only true dragons fear no flames. You are a real dragon. I shook the ash off myself and turned to look at the shattered wooden table. True dragon or fake dragon, I didn't care about that for now. I just wanted to make gunpowder. Stripping off my shirt and the gloves Jenny had given me, I ground the saltpeter crystals again, took out the charcoal powder and sulfur powder, and slowly measured them out according to the book's ratio of 15 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal, and 2 parts sulfur, grinding gradually. And it exploded again. Lance rushed over in a panic and looked at me, my left hand now injured by the blast. Young master, this is too dangerous. Let the craftsman do it instead. I shook off the ash, and the wound on my right hand visibly healed. I took a deep breath. This wasn't quite what I'd expected. I'd thought about it too theoretically before. Building the fortress, training troops, developing technology. In my head, it was all armchair strategy. But hands-on practice and theory were 2 entirely different things. It wasn't that the theory was wrong. It was that my technique was lacking and my hands had slipped up. Lance was still muttering beside me. I waved him off repeatedly. Lance, I sent you to patrol the village. Is that done? This wound of mine will heal in a bit. If a craftsman makes a mistake, it'll be even more trouble. Off you go. Having dismissed Lance, I took out 3 sheets of paper. Earlier I'd been grinding all 3 ingredients mixed together, so this time I ground them separately. This time, I successfully ground out 3 independent powders, then gently blended them according to the ratio. Looking at the quality of that gunpowder, my mouth curved up. Done. I flipped through the book again, but there was nothing recorded past that point. Stroking my chin, I thought, this gunpowder was different from what I'd seen on Blue Star. The grains were too large, and the color was off. I found a sieve and screened out the fine grains. Getting this far, I suddenly remembered. The most crucial step in modern gunpowder is moisture proofing. Once it gets damp, it's ruined, and powder form absorbs moisture most easily. On top of that, modern processes add flammable liquids like alcohol to enhance and stabilize the performance. Staring at that pile of powder, I mulled it over. In powder form, the various components would surely be unevenly distributed, which would make it inferior. It had to be processed again. So I fetched a bucket of liquor and kneaded the gunpowder into a dough-like mass, just like kneading dough, working it over and over. Then I sieved it into fine grains and spread them out in a shady spot to air dry. I smiled with confidence. The gunpowder I've developed will shine across the Noah continent sooner or later. Next up, building a firearm. The blacksmith Luke stroked his bushy beard with his left hand while holding up the design drawing I'd given him with his right, turning it over and over, his expression growing more and more puzzled. A long-barreled gun. I've never seen anything like this. Young master, what's it for? I pointed at the drawing and said earnestly, it's a weapon. You just build it exactly as the drawing shows. The barrel absolutely must be straight. I trust your skill, Luke. Luke scratched his head. My lord, give me 3 days. It's my first time, so I'll need to figure it out. No problem. A few days delay doesn't matter. I trust you. I walked out of the smithy with a smile. The moment I stepped outside, I saw Lance escorting a man toward the castle. He spotted me too and immediately marched the man over, eyes blazing with anger. Young Master Aaron, this man is called Grey Rat. He's Lady Sarah's spy. I saw him at Grey Fortress. And Corinne told me the Slave Guild is in league with Lady Sarah. They've already started making moves against you. I frowned and looked at the bound Grey Rat, my gaze darkening. Grey Rat begged repeatedly. Young Master, hear me out. It's not what you think. I really was Lady Sarah's spy before, but once I came here, I didn't want to leave. You said the workers who help build houses get their own house for free. Could you give me a chance? I know how to build houses too. He dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically. My family still lives in the sheep pen at Grey Fortress. I was originally sent here on Lady Sarah's orders to harm you, but I don't want to do it anymore. I beg you, give me a chance. Could I bring my family here too? I don't want my child living in a sheep pen anymore. Now all those slaves building the fortress out west call you their protector. Lots of the ones who came meaning to move against you don't want to leave anymore. I lowered my head to look at Grey Rat's gaunt, emaciated frame and sighed helplessly. Lance, send for Corinne and pull some debt slaves and prisoner slaves from each district. Bring them all to the banquet hall. Lance glanced at Grey Rat. I said gently, it's fine, untie him. If a man can feed his whole family, who would want to be someone's beast of burden? The moment the ropes came off, Grey Rat kowtowed again and again, his eyes rimmed red. My lord, those slaves weren't wrong. You truly are a protector. I, Grey Rat, will follow you for the rest of my life. Before long, the banquet hall was packed with people, debt slaves, prisoner slaves, child slaves, archers, infantry, and the villagers of Snow Forest Village. I looked toward the man in the crowd named Corinne. I remembered him. During my very first speech, he was the one who'd held up a cross and been the first to kneel, and later joined the infantry. Grey Rat kept his head lowered, his voice timid. My lord, and everyone present. I, Grey Rat, had no choice. I've been a slave since birth. My wife is a slave, my son is a slave. You should understand what it's like to watch your own wife be violated by her master. Lady Sarah's son, Lemon, defiled my wife. I've long wanted to escape, but there's nowhere for a slave to go. He lifted his head. The moment Lady Sarah heard the young master had sent Jack to the slave guild to buy people, she'd already conspired with the guild's chairman, Malos. They dumped every last slave from Grey Fortress here in Snow Forest Village, all to stir up a riot, so everyone would loot the village and kill the lord. The hall immediately erupted in murmurs, and many people lowered their heads in thought. Village Chief Poorest glared at his son Jack with open displeasure. Jack protested in a small voice. I entered Grey Fortress with my face covered. Dad, I really wasn't exposed. I waved my hand. It has nothing to do with Jack. Something like this couldn't have been kept secret anyway. Grey Rat scanned the crowd and went on. I didn't want to keep watching my wife get abused by that little demon Lemon. In those nobles' eyes, our lives as slaves aren't worth a thing. They toy with us, and then they demand we be grateful for their mercy. I suppose I got lucky. Lady Sarah sold me into the guild, and the guild turned around and sold me here to the young master. Now I can even drink meat broth and eat eggs. He began to choke up. I want to bring my wife and child here, so the two of them can taste what meat is like too. My son has lived 6 years and never had a single bite of meat. Once, on his birthday, the three of us split a single egg between us, and those two demons still demanded we be grateful for their mercy, saying they'd given us a way to live. When my son fell ill, I didn't even have money to get him treated, and my wife sat by the bed crying the whole night through. That's when I started wondering, where's God? I believe in God, but where is He? What exactly did we do wrong? Why would God punish us like this? The crowd fell silent. Several men clenched their fists and began cursing under their breath. Corinne stood up, holding his cross aloft. Actually, before I was sold here, I heard some things from the guild people. They said the slaves at Grey Fortress that still haven't been sold are the ones Baron Grey passed over. Knowing his temperament, he wouldn't buy any more people before winter. Feeding 2,000 mouths just isn't worth it to him. The guild originally wanted to send us to build a fortress out west, but so many of us had fallen ill that build a fortress wouldn't take us. So the guild simply decided to lock the 6 slaves in cages and let them fend for themselves. He lowered his head to look at the cross in his hand. And that very night, Lady Sarah came alone. It was she who ordered Malos to send all the 6 slaves to Snow Forest Village. What's more, before we arrived, we'd gone a full day without any food. She just wanted to trigger a riot and get the Lord killed, so that her son Lemon would have no rival for the right to inherit Grey Fortress. Cliff slammed a fist on the table. How ruthless. No wonder our food supply was suddenly cut off, and we were forced to march for our lives. This vicious woman, are slaves' lives really worth so little to her? Grey Rat gazed at me blankly, and his pleading eyes made my whole body uncomfortable. Young master, Grey Fortress may have 50,000 people, but 10,000 of them are slaves, and at least 1,000 die there every year. To them, a slave is a disposable good, just like livestock. When they're all dead, you just go buy more somewhere else. Compared to a place like that, even if your walls aren't built yet, this is heaven. I want to bring my family here, but a slave who runs away is hanged if caught. He broke into tears as he spoke. I don't want my wife to suffer anymore, but what am I supposed to do? I sat in the Lord's seat and looked around the room. So that's what all this had been about. I'd been puzzled about how Malos had sent so many people all at once. But come to think of it, this Sarah had unwittingly done me a favor. Down below, the slaves were stirred up. I'm a refugee from the Nansha Kingdom. My brother was bought by Grey Fortress people when they shipped him in. I want to go get him too. My wife was sent into the fortress castle. I got separated from my family. I miss my little sister. I slowly rose to my feet. Rest assured, everyone, I am the first heir to Grey Fortress. The day I return, I'll bring all your families back. But now isn't the time. If I put the word out and let your families run over here now, they'd become runaways, and once caught, it's the gallows. Besides, our walls aren't finished. If a real war breaks out, we can't even guarantee our own safety. Quite a few people stood up. Don't worry, my lord, we're grateful for your mercy. Right now the walls are going up twice as fast as usual. People work overtime at night on their own accord. Building a house for yourself? Only a fool wouldn't work himself to the bone. When we get back, we'll explain it all to everyone and speed up the work. Many of us have family at Grey Fortress. We'll be your most loyal subjects. The Lord gave us food, gave us homes, gave us bronze shields. What more is there to say? Back to work. Work ourselves to the bone, get the houses built, and bring all our families over. Cliff thrust his arm up and shouted, "That's right. Make everyone who ever oppressed us pay the price. Sworn to serve the Lord to the death." The crowd roared in unison. Sworn to serve the Lord to the death. 7 days later, I rode out on horseback to inspect the construction site. Looking at the wall, already a third built, I was left completely stunned. Hadn't Morris said before it would take 3 months? There seemed to be even more people on the site than before, not just men, but women and children too. The children ran errands, washed clothes, and cooked, while the women hauled stone right alongside the men. The frilier ones worked in pairs. Not a single soul on the entire site was resting. Morris came up to greet me, grinning from ear to ear. "My lord, I truly admire you. Your methods of benevolent rule have opened my eyes. The moment those newcomers heard you'd bring their families here someday, they went at it like men possessed. Some sleep only 3 hours a night." He laughed. "I think you might consider starting on the civilian houses inside the fortress ahead of schedule. With the timeline shortened, you'll save yourself a good chunk of expense too." I nodded slightly, but inwardly I was in a bind. I was out of money again. The leftover funds for the wall came to only about 10,000 gold dragons. Livestock and fisheries had only just gotten started and wouldn't produce much income next month. Only the cold iron mine turned any profit, and even that was far too little. I might as well build wooden houses first and switch to stone once I had the money. That's when Morris came bustling over. His face lit up with excitement. "My lord, I know you've been worried sick. Let me show you something. I guarantee it'll put a big grin on your face." Half skeptical, I followed him. When we reached a certain house, I froze. I swung down off my horse and walked closer to get a better look. Everywhere around were tents and crude wooden shacks. So where had this stone house come from? It wasn't big, maybe 20 square meters or so, but it was made of honest-to-goodness stone. Morris had built a stone house in just 7 days. I reached out and ran my hand along the wall. The stones were a bit haphazard, like they'd just been piled up any old way. Morris slapped the wall proudly. "My lord, this is all thanks to that cement you gave me last time. Back when I repaired houses and city walls at Gray Fortress, I did this kind of rough stone masonry all the time. The outer walls of cities and fortresses have to use neat, sturdy, top-grade stone, so they won't crack easily when catapults hammer them. But loads of houses inside the city are just built from rough stone like this, except they use mortar and thin mud, which is way weaker. A rough stone house built with cement is hard, keeps the warmth in, and goes up scary fast. All we have to do is haul in some stone from outside, and we can start. All because we've got that miracle stuff, cement. My eyebrow shot up. So that meant I didn't have to waste money buying top-grade stone anymore. I could just send workers to dig up ready-made rocks from the nearby hills, smash them up, cart them back, and build rough stone houses. Or better yet, why not open a new tunnel in the cold iron mine? The stone we dug out would be perfect for building. I think I'd seen houses like this back in the countryside on Blue Star. But that would mean, I pressed my lips together. Morris, so we can't build those 6-story apartment blocks anymore? Morris nodded. The kind of buildings you're talking about would take too long, cost too much, and need too many hands. Rough stone houses might be a little ugly, but the folk are sure to love them. The whole of Snow Forest Village would be rough stone houses. That's nothing to be ashamed of. And I'll stake my word on it. At the rate everyone's working now, if you'll just agree to build rough stone houses, every single one of us can be in a new home before winter sets in. And I can build them 3 stories high. I tugged at my glove and looked out at the workers bustling in the distance. 3-story stone houses would do fine. As for building taller to pack more people in, that could wait until we had money down the road. Right now, the most important thing was getting a roof over everyone's head before the snow came. Morris, I've got another requirement for these 3-story houses. I pulled out a blueprint. Every household has to have its own private toilet. Right now there's crap all over the streets of Snow Forest Village. Morris's mouth hung half open, his eyes bulging. Aren't toilets something only nobles can afford? I made a disgusted face. Never mind that. In my city, I don't want to see the folk dumping their waste out into the streets every single day. There's barely anywhere left to step in Snow Forest Village. When you build the houses, follow my blueprints. First, get a drainage system in place across the whole city, and in some spots we'll need to dig biogas pits. For pipes, use thick bamboo tubes, dry them out, then coat them with a layer of cement slurry to seal them. That way they won't rot or crack, and should last 5 or 6 years at least. The more I talked, the more into it I got, recalling all the scenes I'd witnessed around the village these past days. I gestured with my hands. We'll also need to build a few public toilets. We absolutely must. And we've got to get everyone in the habit of using them. And bathhouses, too. I looked Morris over with a look of distaste. Morris, how long has it been since you bathed? Morris lowered his head and sniffed his own clothes. I washed up just half a year ago. Do I really stink that bad? Morris was still holding out his sleeve and sniffing at it, and after all that sniffing he still couldn't figure it out. Just as he was about to say something, I'd already walked off. I looked up and saw Walker and a few other fellows squatting behind a pile of building stone, relieving themselves. I instinctively pinched my nose. The fortress hadn't even been built yet, and its foundations were already buried in crap. What kind of nonsense was this? When Walker spotted me, he actually gave a knight's salute right there while still squatting. "Greetings, my lord." The whole bunch of them shuffled around on their haunches and raised their hands. "Greetings, my lord." I waved my hand. "Carry on." I turned and walked away, returning to Morris's side. Then I said firmly, "Never mind everything else. Today, first thing, you get me a wooden outhouse put up so people stop relieving themselves wherever they please." Morris nodded in agreement. Seeing me about to leave, he lowered his voice and called out, "My lord, there's a matter I'd like to report to you in private." I glanced at him. He darted his eyes at the workers all around and stroked his beard. "It's a matter of law and order." I dismounted again and followed him into that little stone house. Morris shut the door and poured me a cup of tea. "My lord, your benevolent rule has already won over most of the folk and the slaves. Those who used to be soldiers respect you all the more. You save their lives and pay them wages, so of course good people feel grateful to you. But among the slaves you bought, there's a small handful ganging up together. Some of them have even gone into Snow Forest Village and harassed the folks' wives and daughters." Gripping the hot tea, I frowned. "Someone's been harassing the girls of Snow Forest Village." Morris stroked his beard. My lord, this benevolent rule of yours works on good people, on folk who just want to live in peace. But it's utterly useless on those thieves and bandits who've been robbing and stealing since they were children. I've made a list of every slave who's committed an offense these past 7 days. Some have been stealing, and some have been harassing Amy. My brow knit even tighter. These people had that much nerve? They even dared harass someone right by my side. So why hadn't I heard Amy mention any of this? Morris handed over a list, with each name followed by the crime: stealing eggs, extortion, harassing women, being lazy and idle while demanding higher pay. There was even one who'd caused trouble because he couldn't find a prostitute. Morris sighed. My lord, you're talented and kind-hearted, but that's no use against people who've been doing evil since childhood. You know the cavalry captain Cliff and Benny the God Spear, right? I looked into how the two of them ended up as slaves. It's precisely because they were too outstanding. They put the other knights of the holy city to shame. Other knights have to bring along hundreds of squires when they go to war. Men to carry weapons, carry armor, stand watch, empty the chamber pots, bring the meals, wait on them hand and foot, all sorts. But this Benny brings nothing. He'd charge into the enemy knights' squires all by himself, cut down a whole crowd single-handed, and take an enemy general's head from the midst of 10,000 troops as easily as reaching into a bag. His fame rang throughout the Orlon Empire at first, but now the empire has no wars to fight, and Benny is a commoner by birth, while those knights of the holy city are all nobles. How could they ever tolerate him? I could already guess the rest. It's the same logic as our national soccer team. The higher-ups won't let you win a championship abroad, and if you actually do, they'll charge you with something the moment you come home. Did you follow procedure? Did you file an application? Benny was a commoner who'd shamed the nobles, and no matter how good a fighter he was, he couldn't hold up against people whispering poison about him in the emperor's ear. Morris, are you saying I should punish the ones doing evil? Morris nodded. It's absolutely necessary. With that kind of wicked person, the more merciful you are, the more they think you're a pushover, and the less they respect you. String them up and hang them, to make an example for everyone else. I called for both Lance and Amy. Hanging people wasn't something I wanted to decide alone. I wanted to hear more opinions. It wasn't that I didn't trust Morris. I just wanted to be careful. Lance finished reading the list, then pulled out one of his own. These past few days I've already locked up 7 fellows, and they overlap heavily with the troublemakers on your list. I looked at Amy. She lowered her head, a bit awkward. Master, Amy is fine. Lance kept his right hand pressed on the hilt of his sword the whole time. The man who harassed Amy earlier, I've already locked him up. That fellow recognized Amy. Amy was originally the second princess of the kingdom of Baya. After Baya was destroyed by the Golden Empire, many Baya people were left homeless and scattered. That man used to be a freeman of Baya, and when he came here and saw that a princess of a whole kingdom had become a slave to young Master Aaron, he spoke foully to her and even tried to. Lance didn't finish, because he saw that Amy's face had already turned crimson. I tapped my finger lightly on the table. If Amy really was the princess of Baya, once that news got out it would be no small matter. What noble wouldn't want to get his hands on a princess to keep as a plaything? My territory had more people now, but they were a mixed lot, and law and order really were becoming a big headache. I ran my eyes over the list again. Half of these people had caused trouble over women. The rest were petty thieves and extortionists. Here's what we'll do. All the petty thieves get locked up. All the extortionists, they're no different from gangsters, get hanged, every last one. Morris looked puzzled. What's a gangster? Bandits. Extorting others is an unforgivable crime. As for those who harassed women, I stroked my chin and thought for a moment, then looked at Lance. Lance, you've been patrolling for many days now. Are there any prostitutes in the territory? Lance declared stiffly. As a knight, I would never seek out that kind of woman. There is a proper, knightly way to prepare oneself. I was about to ask more when he started up again. The knightly spirit must not be defiled. Upholding one's oath is the guiding principle of Lance Rhodes's entire life. I grinned. Did I say you'd been to one? I'm just asking whether there are any prostitutes in the territory. Lance was stunned for a moment, then turned and shouted at Morris. I think the village chief would know better than I would. Morris glared. Old Morris is already 66. Even if I wanted to visit one, I'd have to be able to till the field first, wouldn't I? Do all the knights of Grey Fortress pin the blame on others like this? Amy caught my meaning. Blushing, she said softly, there are probably quite a lot, actually. At least 30-some women are in that line of work. Amy went on, her face still red. In lots of places, when a woman's husband dies in war and she loses her income, she takes to the streets herself. I've talked a lot with the women under me these past few days. Nearly half the female slaves have done this kind of work. I was taken aback. That many? Half of them. Lance opened his mouth, then closed it again. Morris immediately started ribbing him. Looks like our captain of the guard has gotten hold of some important intelligence. My lord is discussing law and order right now. If you've got a brilliant insight, Sir Knight, out with it. Lance shot him a glance, his eyelid twitching, then straightened his back. My lord, Lance knows a thing or two as well. Many small kingdoms in the south are at war year-round. The men all get conscripted as soldiers, and the women have no savings. So to feed their children, they simply take to the streets. In ordinary times, they charge 3 silver wolf coins. In wartime, just 1. Morris blurted out in praise. As expected of Sir Lance. You know far more than us folk from these little backwaters. Well-traveled and worldly. Lance's eyelid twitched. Morris, have you ever noticed that your son Jack's hair is a different color from yours? That remark seemed to hit Morris right where it hurt. His face changed on the spot. Friend of prostitutes. What did you just say? I slapped the table. Enough. Both of you settled down. Lance held his head high and threw out his chest, while Morris cocked his head aside and gave a cold snort. I pressed my lips together and turned back to Amy. You said just now there are 30-some women in this line of work. Do they do it full-time? Amy nodded. Yes. Master, are you thinking of using this group to bring down the crime rate? I'm used. If a woman wants to sell herself, forcing her to stop only makes you the one in the wrong. Besides, in our territory there are far more men than women. If the men have nowhere to seek some pleasure, they're bound to bottle it up and turn to other ideas. But we've got to protect these women's rights, too. First rule, no freebies. Anyone who dares take it for free gets castrated on the spot. Second, those who've been harassing others' wives and daughters these past days. Verbal harassment alone is a lighter offense, 30 lashes. But those who got handsy, who grabbed and dragged women around, or even stalked and threatened women, all of them hang. At noon that day, in the central square of Snow Forest Village, 16 men had ropes around their necks. Beside them, 7 more were being whipped by Lance with his long whip, their wails and screams rising in a chorus. Lance roared sternly. My lord gave you food, saved your lives, and paid you wages, and you still dare to stir up trouble? From this day on, if anyone dares to do evil again, I, Lance, will show no mercy. A pack of ingrates without a shred of gratitude. The onlooking folk all cheered their approval. I walked over to the gallows, gripping a length of hemp rope in my hand. I swept my gaze over all the folk, slaves, and soldiers gathered there, took a deep breath. These 16 men extorted and robbed others of their property and assaulted the wives and daughters of the Snow Forest Village folk, an unforgivable crime. In the name of the eldest son of Baron Brad of the Orlon Empire, I sentence you all to hang. I yanked the rope hard. The wooden boards beneath the 16 men dropped out from under them all at once. Their eyes bulged, tongues stuck out, faces flushing dark red, and before long every one of them had breathed his last. I looked at my right hand, the one that had pulled the rope, then at these 16 men I'd hanged with my own hands, and felt both a heavy heart and a sense of helplessness. It seemed I'd have to establish a new set of laws, and the laws for slaves, folk, and nobles would have to be treated differently. Before a slave was pardoned into a freeman, he absolutely could not harm a freeman. The system of rank and station had to be preserved. Even if I wanted to pardon everyone, what disasters would these people's natures and behavior bring about? Some things aren't solved by shouting slogans. I'd have to carry them out more carefully, down to the details. I walked straight back to the castle. So many of my earlier ideas had been far too naive. Back in my bedroom, I picked up paper and pen and propped my cheek in my hand. First, the slaves' basic living standards couldn't be lowered. If they were the same as at Grey Fortress, I'd have no way to win the people's hearts over my rival, and no way to draw more people over from his side. Legally, there had to be a fundamental distinction from freemen. The ranks and laws for slaves, serfs, freemen, and nobles had to be clearly divided. The high were high and the low were low, and it all had to be optimized on top of the existing laws. Everything was rooted in lowering the crime rate, so I'd set up entertainment venues like brothels and taverns in advance. And there was Lance's Law and Order Patrol. I couldn't push everything onto myself as the Lord. I had to learn to delegate. The moment something happened to a folk or a slave, they should report to Lance first thing, just like calling the police. So I'll set up a judicial office with a patrol squad under it and handle all civil disputes according to the law. I wrote as I thought. The benefit of a slave's pardon must be locked to a 1-year probation. No crime whatsoever within that year. If someone becomes a freeman and then kills a slave or commits a crime, he gets demoted back to a slave and can't be pardoned again for 5 years. I carefully set down every idea in my head, one by one. I'd honestly meant to free all the slaves, but that was far too idealistic. When the day came that my finances hit a crisis or trust hit a crisis, would these pardoned people still stand behind me? Before I had absolute power, doing something like that would be no different from a death wish. I went on calculating. As for the tavern, I'll need to whip up some distilled liquor. That's another source of income. I've got to give the men somewhere to blow off steam, a gambling house, and a brothel. Wait, a brothel? If I opened a brothel, it would most likely breed the coercion of young girls, since that trade makes money fast. But such a place was necessary all the same. Otherwise, the men would have no outlet and would be even more prone to crime. Men who'd risk their very lives for a single roll in the hay are a dime a dozen even in the modern world. I stroked my chin. So I'll put one of my own people in charge of the brothel as the owner and put a complete stop to forcing women into it. Anyone who works there has to be there willingly. After calculating for a while, I looked at the profits I'd worked out and my eyes lit up. The tax on this trade has to be set high, or every prostitute will get rich. Those lazy women who don't want to work but still want a house, I'll just assign them to do this. They're all female slaves anyway, already my property. If they don't want to work, they can come sell themselves. Even if I skim off 90% of a woman's earnings, they'll probably still thank me for my mercy. In return, the brothel guarantees their personal safety and property, so they'll never have to worry about being taken for free. Just as I was calculating away, from below the castle came the shout of Luke the blacksmith. "My lord, the firearm you asked me to make is done. My lord, are you in there?" Luke's shout thrilled me. I hurried after him toward the smithy. Back in the bedroom, Orlica stared for a long while at the judicial statutes I'd written down. When I reached the smithy, I picked up that long-barreled firearm and praised it to no end. "Not bad, Luke. This barrel is nice and straight. You hammered it out entirely by hand? That's real skill." Luke gave a sheepish smile. "It came out 2 days late. At first I tried to make this kind of round, long barrel, and no matter how much sweat I put in, I couldn't get it right. Later I forged a solid round rod first, punched a hole through a red-hot iron blank, then fitted it over the rod and hammered it into shape. It might differ a bit from your blueprint. For the finer details, maybe you should find a more skilled blacksmith to try." I clapped him on the shoulder, then walked out, praising him and laughing. Once outside, I poured gunpowder into the barrel, packed it down tight with a ramrod, dropped in the bullet, then poured in more powder so the bullet and powder pressed snugly together. Next, I opened the firearms flash pan and poured some powder in there too. After all that, I aimed at a straw dummy 50 meters away with an iron plate hung on its body. From what I understood of this long-barreled firearm, the thing should have a maximum range of 250 meters, with an accurate range of around 100 meters, more than enough for defending a city. I took a deep breath, lit the fuse, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunpowder exploded right there in the chamber, sparks flying everywhere. Luke went pale with panic. "My lord. Somebody. Come quick. My lord, are you all right? It's all Luke's poor workmanship. Please punish me, my lord." Amy came running at the sound and, seeing my arm scorched by the blast, wiped at the wound with a pained look on her face. Luke dropped to his knees with a thud and kowtowed again and again. "Forgive me, my lord. Forgive me." I sat up. "It's not your fault, Luke. I got something wrong somewhere." I stared at the burst flash pan and slowly stood up, carried the firearm over to the smithy workbench, and compared it against the blueprint. In theory, it should have been right. Use the explosion of the gunpowder to drive the bullet out of the barrel. And Luke had forged it well. It was 90% identical to my blueprint. I stroked my chin and puzzled over that crack. A burst barrel came down to just a few causes: debris in the barrel, poor barrel quality, or a problem with the flash pan. The problem must be with the flash pan. The force of the gunpowder exploding after ignition cracked the pan open. Luke, make another one and double the thickness of this flash pan for me. Oh, and add a raised front sight to the muzzle. Luke knelt on the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead, not daring to breathe too loudly. Amy looked worried. Master, what kind of alchemy are you researching? It's too dangerous. Even if you are a true dragon, you can't take risks like this. Let someone else test it. You mustn't put yourself in harm's way again. I walked over and helped Luke to his feet. It's fine, Luke. I only half understand this thing myself. The problem isn't on your end. I've revised the blueprint. Make the powder chamber twice as thick. More is fine, less is not. Don't worry, I won't punish you. On the contrary, I'll reward you. You did well. Luke's legs were still trembling, and his voice quavered. My lord, your injury? He looked up and saw that the spot where the blast had scorched me had already begun to heal. Luke let out a breath of relief at once. Rest assured, my lord. This time Luke will surely succeed. I won't let you get hurt. I saw what he was thinking and clapped him on the shoulder. If you dare fire the gun behind my back on your own, I'll punish you for it. Until we've figured this thing out, I'm the only one who tests it. Luke seemed about to say something, hesitated, but I'd already walked off. 12 days later, a new long-barreled firearm was finished. I held the barrel up for a close look. The front section was 10 millimeters thick, the rear section about 20. The flash pan that had burst last time was nearly 25 millimeters thick this time. My eyes lit up, and for some reason the image of a cannon popped into my head. Isn't a cannon just thin and long at the front, thick and heavy at the back? Last time it had definitely been the flash pan. I raised the firearm to load it with powder, and before I'd even started, I caught a whiff of gunpowder inside the flash pan. Clearly, this gun had already been fired. No wonder it took Luke 12 days to make the second one. He probably had to redo it partway through. This firearm was likely the third or even fourth. Luke had only handed it over once he'd confirmed there were no problems. I glanced back at Luke, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Please punish me, my lord. Old Luke would rather be hurt himself than watch you get hurt again. Miss Amy was right. Even if you are a true dragon, you can't take such risks. Snow Forest Village can do without Luke, but it can't do without you. I sighed and shook my head helplessly. I loaded the powder, tamped it down with the ramrod, loaded the bullet and packed it tight, then lit the fuse. I raised the gun and aimed at the distant dummy with the iron plate on its chest. Crack! The gunpowder exploded in the chamber, and the round bullet shot out trailing sparks, striking the iron plate on the dummy's chest dead on and punching straight through both the plate and the dummy. Lance stared at the pierced iron plate, his eyelid twitching. He instinctively glanced down at the armor on his own body, and, in disbelief, his eyes went wide. That plate was about as thick as his own armor. Just what kind of weapon was this? A black mage's wand. Was this what the Lord had been fiddling with all these days? If everyone could carry one, then the Empire's cavalry. I lifted the barrel and turned it over and over in my hands. Not a single crack, and the barrel hadn't warped either. Our Snow Forest Village is going to be unbeatable. I didn't even hold out much hope we could make it. I only know a tiny bit about it. You're an absolute genius, Luke. I need this thing. Following this exact standard, make me 100 of them first. How many more blacksmiths and helpers do you need? Luke frowned slightly. My lord, the city wall will be done next month, and after that, building the rough stone houses won't need so many blacksmiths. Just have village chief Poorest transfer half of the blacksmiths to me. I'll do my best to make you 100 by spring next year. Just then, a dark shadow swept over everyone's heads. A four-legged fire dragon with a 4-meter wingspan and a 3-meter body flapped its wings and hovered in midair. Amy cried out in surprised delight. Wow, this little one's grown so big already. It's growing way too fast. I stretched out my hand and gazed up at the sky, narrowing my eyes and frowning. Ignia, what did you spot? Ignia dove down, wrapped both claws around my waist, and flew up into the sky, though it seemed a bit of a strain for her. She beat her wings and flew toward a snowy mountain to the north. There we saw a dark elf, covered in blood, being hunted by a whole pack of sunlight elves. Drop your weapon, and we'll leave you a whole corpse. Surrender, you last remnant of the dark elves. The dark elf had long, silvery white hair, faintly dark skin, and wore a black bodysuit. She held a slender, jewel-encrusted rapier, and there was a bit of blood on her pointed ears. She slashed out with her sword, killing a man on the spot. Then her body turned transparent, throwing the sunlight elf men around her into utter chaos. You're a royal guard of the Dark Elf Queen. This is the Shadow Escape art. Watch out, Chloe. It's Chloe of the Dark Moon Court. The words had barely left his mouth when an elf archer had his throat slit. An eerie dark shadow wove through the crowd, killing as it went, its swordsmanship fierce beyond compare, its speed dizzyingly fast. Up in the sky, I frowned. Hadn't Orlica told me the Dark Elves had abandoned her and gone south? So where had another one come from? And that female elf slaughtering everyone down there. Her movements seemed even swifter than Lance's. She and Orlica were two entirely different types. Orlica was the tall, alluring older sister type, with black hair and a fiery look. But the one down below was white-haired with pointed ears, curvy in all the right places, her black skin-tight leather outfit tracing her graceful figure, a charm all her own. Chloe. At that moment, the last three sunlight elves drew their bows in unison, chanting a spell. O beautiful and mighty goddess of light, grant us the power to shatter the night. The hidden Chloe cursed inwardly and spun to flee. In an instant, three golden glowing arrows chased her from behind. She parried with her sword, deflecting one, dodged the second by twisting aside, but was struck in the shoulder by the third and collapsed, unable to rise. The three sunlight elves stepped forward. One raised his hand and pointed up at me in the sky, then said thoughtfully, "So she's run all the way into Orlon Empire territory. No wonder she was so hard to kill. Killed so many of our kin. So she's Orlica's personal royal guard knight. Take her back. The Elf King will surely reward us handsomely." I slowly descended and reached out to greet the three sunlight elves. We were neighbors now, and I couldn't afford to make enemies. But just as one elf went to hoist Chloe up, her eyes, she who lay on the ground, suddenly snapped open. In a flash, an eerie sword stroke severed two heads. The third man frantically drew his blade, only to have her run him through the belly with a single thrust. Chloe pulled out her long sword somewhat weakly, gasping for breath, and turned to look back at me, her eyes brimming with killing intent. I recognized that look. Back when I saved Orlica, she'd worn exactly the same expression. Chloe gripped her sword tightly and glared at me. But when she saw the young dragon behind me, taller than a person, her eyelid twitched. A dragon. She tried to step forward, but her legs went weak beneath her, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. When she woke again, the first thing she saw was a human room. Chloe opened her eyes and gave a full-body shudder. She raised her head and saw that her hands were already locked in mana-suppressing shackles, her feet clamped in mana-suppressing stone fetters. She struggled frantically to break free but couldn't move, tugging desperately as the chains rattled. Damn it! What is this cursed place? Damned sunlight elves. How dare they lock me up here? I nervously held out my hand. Don't get worked up first. I only tied you up because I was afraid you'd attack me. After all, you're too strong. Seeing how murderous she looked, I went on explaining. The Dark Moon Court and the Emerald Court fought for a full 100 years. In the early years, the Dark Moon Court had the upper hand. But the Emerald Court was willing to send troops to hold back the trolls north of the Wall of Sighs. So the Orlon Empire stepped in and joined a campaign to encircle and wipe out the Dark Moon Court once. After that, the Dark Moon Court collapsed like an avalanche. That's why you Dark Elves hate the Orlon Empire to the bone. When you were killing those Sunlight Elves just now, I could see the killing intent toward me in your eyes, so don't blame me for tying you up. Chloe's eyebrows shot up and she shrieked fiercely. Human, are you one of the Orlon Empire's people? Damn you, what exactly do you want? I looked at the wounds on her body and lowered my voice. How about you drink some of my blood? It should heal your wounds on the spot. Before I could even get close, she glared and cursed. Get the hell away from me. You damned human pig, stay far away. Damn you. I'll kill you for sure, just you wait. I retreated to one side, speechless. Thank goodness I'd used the mana-suppressing stone to keep her under control. Otherwise, with a temper like hers, she'd have blown my head off the moment she opened her eyes. No, I had to think of something. If I just let Orlika and Chloe run into each other, and Chloe found out that only my blood could heal Orlika's wounds, I'd definitely be in for a world of hurt. I'd worked so hard to smooth things over with Orlika, and now a Royal Guard knight had suddenly turned up. There was no guarantee she wouldn't start getting other ideas. Worse still, this Chloe might just kill me outright to keep me from leaking any secrets. I sat down to the side, recalling how Orlika had earlier described Chloe. Captain of the Dark Moon Court Queen's Royal Guard, the hand of the Queen, the ghost of the night, the strongest wielder of the Shadow Escape art among the elves, the most loyal knight of the Dark Elf Queen Orlika. Troubled in my heart, I walked to the door of my own bedroom. If I kept it from Orlika, would she be angry? But if I just told her flat out, "Your knight Chloe is here," then what? I found myself caught in a knot. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Orlika was staring at herself in the mirror, saying nothing. Her younger sister had probably crowned herself queen by now, but her knight Chloe would never pledge loyalty to her second sister. She'd most likely stay behind to search for her. The enemy had most likely gone to the Emerald Court and might already have met a cruel end. Orlika took a deep breath. Even if she went south now and caught up with her sister, what could she do? With her body like this, her magic leaking out? The outcome of going back was easy to imagine. Proud dark elves would never pledge loyalty to a weakling. For now, she still couldn't do without Aaron. She needed his dragon blood. Those damn traitors. As queen, I fought a dragon to the death to protect them, and ended up like this, and they just ran off. A pack of ungrateful wretches. Orlika trembled all over with rage. But if she stayed, how was she to face her situation? These past days, this Aaron had treated her well enough, working tirelessly without complaint. Just as she was thinking this, I pushed the door open and walked in, and regretted it the instant I stepped inside. Sorry, I forgot to knock." Orlika said nothing and rose to her feet. "It's fine." I wanted to speak, but hesitated, thinking I might as well just tell her about Chloe. Before I could open my mouth, Orlika blurted out, "Become my husband, Aaron Brad." I lifted my head. Orlika, her face flushed, was gazing at me without blinking. "Aaron, you saved my life. Even though I wounded you by mistake that day in the goblin nest, you didn't harm me. I recognize your character. Sign a dark contract with me. Let me become your wife." I was stunned for a moment. All I'd done was ask her to consider working for me. How had she jumped straight to wanting to become my woman? Looking at Orlika's figure, I instinctively swallowed. To say I wasn't tempted would be a lie. She noticed my gaze and came over, wrapping both arms around me. "You think I'm using you? I won't hide it. At first I really did plan to leave once my wounds healed. But now I've changed my mind. I have nowhere left to go. Even if I return to my people, they won't pledge loyalty to me again. And I don't want to marry the Sunlight Elf King. You saved my life. For me to be your wife is a fair trade." I felt a bit like laughing. "Orlika, just say it straight. You're afraid I'll sell you out, aren't you? Honestly, if I handed you over to the Emerald Court, I really could get rich overnight. And if I handed you to the Orlan Emperor, it's not impossible I'd be promoted to Baron and stand as an equal to my father. You don't need to do this. Let's just deal with things as they are." Orlika shook her head gently. "You're afraid I want to harm you? That's because you don't understand me. We Dark Elves are a race with pride and wildness carved into our very souls. In ancient times, discontent with the deathly stillness of immortality, we went in search of the power of darkness, and so we gained the power of shadow. Unlike other elves who worship the goddess of light, Dark Elves pledge loyalty only to the Lord of the Dark Moon. But betraying the goddess of light came at a price. Dark Elf women can never bear children. However, some Dark Elf royals have the ability to sign a dark contract with a husband. Each year, on the night of the full moon, they can break the curse of the goddess of light and thereby have children of their own. I frowned. A dark contract? What's that? Once a Dark Elf signs it with a mate, she serves him for all eternity and will never betray him. Should she ever betray, the curse of the goddess of light will burn her to ashes. And once the dark contract is signed, she can only bear offspring for her own mate. I found myself moved. Orlika looked into my eyes, her gaze a little evasive. I turned and pulled her into my arms. You know how I am. I don't like beating around the bush. Blushing, she lowered her head. I kissed her lips, and she instinctively reached out and held me. As the two of us slowly parted, I said gently, Orlica, the elf king of the Emerald Court wanted to marry you. It was so you'd sign a dark contract with him, wasn't it? That way, he could subjugate your entire dark elf race without spilling a drop of blood. Orlica lowered her head, her voice faint. For generations, we dark elves have had women as our rulers. We are the elves cursed by the goddess of light. So most common elves have no ability to bear children. That's exactly why our royal family has always looked down on commoners and slaves, because they can't produce descendants. Among our people, only royal noble women can wield the dark contract. In other words, only royal women can continue the bloodline. I frowned slightly. So, doesn't that mean all you dark elves are descendants of the royal family? But that would. Orlica nodded. Not every royal woman has the ability to make a dark contract. Only those who receive the blessing of the Lord of the Dark Moon can. Those who aren't blessed are demoted to commoners. And the women who are chosen must bear the heavy duty of producing offspring every single year. Being unable to bear children is the curse the goddess of light gave us. The dark contract is the blessing the Lord of the Dark Moon gave us. I propped my cheek in my hand. Elves were a long-lived race to begin with. Living a few thousand years was only equivalent to a teenager for a human. This Orlica was probably over 1,000 years old herself. I looked at her again, my expression softening a little. Orlica lowered her head, both hands clutching at my collar, and slowly wrapped her arms around me. Right now I'm badly wounded and can't use any powerful magic for the time being. But when it comes to building up your territory, I can be of some help to you. Still, I want you to swear. Our marriage may be more like a transaction, but you must fulfill the duties you owe as well. I raised one hand. I, Aaron Brad, swear in the name of God. So long as Orlica is willing to sign the contract with me and willing to follow me, I will never abandon her. Orlica took a deep breath and hugged me tightly. Good. Tonight, don't go to Amy's room. I said nothing more and kissed her. Her body was far cooler than I'd imagined, cold all over. Orlica felt my warmth and kept her gaze fixed on me for a long time. Am I more beautiful, or is that girl called Amy? I made no sound, and I was in no mood to talk. But she seemed determined to get to the bottom of it, and clapped a hand over my mouth. I'm asking you, Aaron, am I more beautiful or Amy? Do you like her more, or me more? I glanced at her. You're afraid she'll become my wife. Is that why you're being so forward? Orlica kept her composure, every inch the queen. You think I'd fight with a slave over a man? I tightened my arm around her waist, holding her hard. I think you would. Because Amy told me you hate her being at my side as a maid. Orlica's cheeks flushed faintly, but she didn't shy away. She knew perfectly well that Amy and I had done this more than once. That much she could easily guess. Unwilling as she was to admit it, she really did care a little about me, this man. In all these days, what she'd feared most was that one day I'd suddenly sell her off. She didn't disturb me, letting me do as I pleased. I looked into her eyes and said not a word. Unlike the sweet and shy Amy, Orlica showed not the slightest maidenly bashfulness at a moment like this. She just stared straight at me, so intently that it threw me off my game a little. She gently cradled the back of my head, her warm breath against my face. You really are strange. I told you I wanted to sign a dark contract with you, and instead of asking me how it's done, you just went ahead and started enjoying yourself. Could it be you'd wanted this all along? I raised my head. This past month, did you think I hadn't noticed you always peeking at me from the windowsill? Ignia shares her sight with me. Everything in all of Snow Forest Village is right before my eyes, including this business of you and Amy not being able to stand each other. I brushed the long hair back from the right side of her face. When did you start liking me? Orlica said softly. The day you saved me. Orlica knelt before me, her hands cupped in front of her, silently reciting some kind of spell, her eyes rimming faintly red. She had given so much for those kinsfolk of hers, and in the end she was abandoned. Had she not happened to meet me, by now she'd probably have become the mother of dozens of goblins, maybe more. Had she met some other human, the consequences would only have been worse. A single tear slid down. It didn't matter anymore. To hell with the race. Those who'd run off would come to no good end. The spell kept flowing from her lips, and a purplish-red contract pattern gradually surfaced between her brows. A ring of black light lit up beneath my feet, and from the center of the ring shot a beam of light. Orlica's soul appeared in an instant and flew toward the space between my brows. I could clearly feel a magical force churning inside my head. A moment later, the light faded. Orlica slowly opened her eyes, and the pattern between her brows gradually turned transparent and vanished. Aaron, with this I repay the debt of you saving my life. Are you satisfied? Or should I now call you my lover? I sighed. As you like, Orlica. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Actually, there's something I've been keeping from you. I found your royal guard knight, Chloe. I'm sorry, I meant to tell you when I came in, but the moment I heard you say you wanted to be my wife, I just… Orlica's eyelid twitched. Where is she? She didn't hurt you, did she? I shook my head. She killed a band of sunlight elves and fled to Snow Forest Village. She's wounded. I was afraid she'd kill me, so I tied her up with mana-suppressing stone. Orlica wrapped her arms around my neck, a hint of worry on her face, and lowered her head in thought. Chloe is my royal guard knight. She swore an oath to serve me. If she finds out I've signed a dark contract with you, she'll surely turn on you. No, Chloe will definitely kill you. She absolutely will. But she's also so loyal to me. The corner of my mouth curled up. Don't worry. Since you've agreed to be my wife, how could I ever let you be unhappy? Isn't she your knight? Isn't a knight supposed to protect her queen at all costs? Can you convince her to pledge loyalty to me? Orlica shook her head with a sigh. The fall of the Dark Moon Court is inseparable from the human Orlan Empire. Chloe doesn't know what kind of person you are. She'll most likely try to persuade me to leave you. But telling her outright that I've signed a dark contract with you wouldn't be quite proper either. I nodded. I understand. After all, you're a queen, and you care a great deal about your dignity in front of your subordinates. Don't worry, my dear Orlica. I'll protect your image, because you're my wife now. Midnight. I dragged Chloe out of the dungeon by her iron chain and brought her to my bedroom. The moment we reached the door, she started cursing viciously. You damned human pig. I'll kill you for sure. I'll dig out your eyeballs with a dagger and smash your fingers one by one with a hammer. How dare you do this to me? It's all thanks to that mana-suppressing stone, isn't it? Do you dare set me free? Huh. You damned coward. You piece of garbage. You scum. I grinned. Curse louder. It'd be best if everyone knew a dark elf had come here and drew out all the Emerald Court spies. She cursed without pause. I pushed open the bedroom door and dragged her inside. Chloe, who'd been screaming curses, suddenly saw the woman in the room. Her pupils dilated abruptly, and her features froze on the spot. Gazing at Queen Orlica before her, she was utterly stunned, mouth hanging open, unable to say a single word for a long while. I finally let out a breath. My dear Orlica, you heard her too. She's been cursing me this whole time. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that she's your knight, I'd really have wanted to deal with her as a heretic. Orlica walked over with a smile. Don't worry, let me talk to her. She stepped in front of Chloe and looked down at her from above. Chloe, my knight, why do you not kneel? Chloe hurriedly dropped to her knees, though the shackles on her body made it a most awkward kneel. Your Majesty, I'm so relieved you're safe. I searched for you for so long. The second princess has already crowned herself queen. She took everyone south with her. I couldn't stop them. Orlica nodded, then looked at me. This is my husband, and he's the one who saved your life. Chloe, why do you show him such disrespect? Chloe glared at me, her eyebrows shooting up. This damned. Silence, Chloe. Orlica snapped in a low voice. I command you. You are not to show disrespect to this man. He saved my life. That day, to cover your retreat, I fought a fire dragon to the death and was gravely wounded by it. When I woke, I'd fallen into the hands of a pack of lowly, filthy goblins and been dragged into their cave. If my husband hadn't saved me, I'd have been dead long ago. Chloe. Chloe trembled all over, her face full of bewilderment. Orlica stepped forward and looked down at her kneeling knight. The dark elves have betrayed me, but you, my knight, have not. If you still remember your knight's oath, then obey my husband's commands. Even if he orders you to die, you must comply. She paused. If you still acknowledge me as your queen, then obey my command. If you think this queen has already fallen from grace, then you may leave. Chloe cried out loudly. But my queen, this fellow chained me up with mana-suppressing stone. He's a human, and those filthy creatures love nothing more than to chain elves with mana-suppressing stone and toy with them as they please. Orlica said, "It was I who chained you up, Chloe, because I knew you would attack my beloved." She stopped, then gripped Chloe's chin and stared straight into her eyes. "You swore an oath before the statue of the Lord of the Dark Moon, Chloe. Back then you were still a slave. As a half-blood, you had no right to enter the temple. It was I who bestowed honor upon you there and awarded you the Knight's Medal." Chloe quickly lowered her head, her voice respectful. "I remember it all, Your Majesty." Chloe has never forgotten her oath. "I am the Queen's blade and the Queen's armor. I am willing to follow the Queen for all eternity with my soul and flesh. Never forsaking, never betraying, never doubting. Chloe follows the Queen, faithful unto death." Orlica gave a slight nod. "Then I command you, swear your loyalty to my husband, Aaron Brad." Chloe no longer hesitated. "In the name of the Lord of the Dark Moon, Chloe swears to serve the Queen's beloved, Aaron Brad. Should I break this oath, may my body be smashed to dust." The next morning, I slowly opened my eyes in Orlica's embrace. She held me close, her eyes full of tenderness. Wrapping my arm around her slender waist, I said gently, "This Chloe really is something, fierce and unyielding. I'm curious, how did you train up a knight like her, practically a death-defying warrior?" Orlica kissed the side of my face. "Chloe is actually a half-blood, half-human, half-elf. I found her in the slave market of the Dark Moon Court back then. Her father was a dark elf, but his mate couldn't bear children, so he bought a human slave woman, and that's how Chloe was born. But we dark elves have always considered ourselves noble, and our people would never accept a half-blood. Chloe had human blood in her veins, and yet she could bear children, in their eyes, that violated the will of the Lord of the Dark Moon. So naturally, she sank to the very bottom of the slave class. Even the male elves of the clan saw her as an ill omen. No one dared go near her, and she was just left to await death in a cage. I saw her talent for battle, bought her, and raised her as my royal guard." I nodded slightly. No wonder Chloe was so utterly devoted. "Then can goblins mate with you dark elves?" Orlica nodded. "Some goblins can, but what's born is a goblin, not a dark elf." Just as we were talking, Jack, the village chief's son, came running frantically up to the castle gate, shouting at the top of his lungs, "My lord, people have come from Grey Fortress, and they'll be here any moment. Your brother Lemon has come to collect this month's tribute. 20 men, and they've brought 2 knights along too." Below the castle, Amy bowed her head and reported respectfully, "Master, the fine animal pelts required for tribute are all ready." I nodded and turned my gaze toward the village entrance. Prepared or not, I wasn't about to just hand them over for nothing. Once dressed, I looked at Orlica. "I'm afraid this won't be so simple. By the rules, I'm the one who's supposed to bring the tribute back to Grey Fortress. Lemon coming here in person, that's never a good sign." Orlica pulled on her leather boots and gloves, then sat at the edge of the bed. "Don't underestimate the nobles. Even if there are fools among them, their families always have a shrewd figure or two. For instance, your brother Lemon is an idiot, but your stepmother is cunning enough. And a cunning person won't move against you out in the open." I grinned and shook my head. "That woman Sarah won't move against me openly? On my way here, she already sent people to kill me." Orlica gave a soft laugh. "My dear, she's the Baroness. Would she banish you and then send people to kill you right away? Murdering the eldest son is a grave crime, even for nobles. And nobles care a great deal about their reputation. Once a name is tarnished, it's very hard to clear. Do you really think it was Sarah who sent people to kill you?" Her words seemed to make something click for me. If it wasn't Sarah's people that time, then it was Lemon. Recalling the look on Lemon's face when he'd seen Amy, I clenched my right fist. Now that you put it that way, it makes sense. I did feel there was something off about that whole business at the time. Orlica held me close like a sage. "I'm over 1,000 years old this year, Aaron. I see through humans' little tricks clearly enough. Lemon was jealous that you had a beautiful maid, and he wanted to kill you and take her. Later, when his mother Sarah found out about it, she was afraid you'd tell your father. Just as she was fretting over it, the jack you'd sent to buy slaves arrived at Grey Fortress. And so she came up with the idea of a slave revolt to have you die in Snow Forest Village. That way she could silence you forever. Her eyes showed a hint of admiration. But who could have imagined that my husband Aaron would steady those slaves and even make them grateful to you? For that alone, I admire you, my dear. An ordinary noble would never use the method of leading by example to win over slaves. In the eyes of the vast majority of nobles, a slave is nothing but a dung-producing pig. They'd think it a waste of breath to say even one extra word to them. My beloved, I can see in you the ambition to conquer the world. I looked at Orlica, feeling more and more that this woman was far more calculating and clever than I'd expected. She stood up. Showing your enemy weakness. That's what you should do right now. Have your soldiers lie at the entrance of Snow Forest Village and play dead, and play it convincingly. Have most of the slaves hide, and find a few to act like they've lost their minds, fighting over food. I laughed. My dear, we're on the same page. I didn't realize you were skilled at scheming, too. Orlica shook her head self-deprecatingly. First have your dragon scout from high up. This vengeance. Let me help you take it, my dear. The words had barely left her mouth when Ignia flew back and stood on the windowsill, roaring nonstop. I stroked her head. All right, I got it. Oh, there's a noble maiden too? That must be my brother's bride-to-be. Right. Now I remember. His fiancée is quite beautiful, a noble lady. Her father is a viscount, I think. Yes, it's coming back to me now. My stepmother has been fretting over Lemon's marriage alliance these past 2 years. Lemon's fiancée comes from Beeld Fortress to the west. Her father serves the Stag Duke, and his official rank is even higher than my father Gray's. Orlica whispered softly in my ear, My dear, lend me a few goblins. I'll capture that woman and bring her to you as your wife, or as your mistress. I frowned. Are you serious? Orlica said gently, My dear, haven't you always hated Sarah and Lemon to the bone? Lemon surely came on this trip at Sarah's instruction. He most likely came under the banner of collecting tribute in order to charge you with a crime, and the charges have probably already been arranged for you. Or he's come to extort you in the name of collecting tribute, demanding money, and when you can't produce it, he'll force you to go door to door collecting it by force, so the folk will hate you, their lord. Why don't we play along with their scheme and put on a good show for them? I nodded and walked out. Lance had already prepared the tribute below the castle, with 10 patrol soldiers at his side. I gave a few servants their instructions, then walked up to Lance. Hide half the tribute first, then come with me to meet this good brother of mine. Lance, take off your armor and come play the pity card with me. What are you all doing dressed so neat and tidy? Fix yourselves up to look shabby, every one of you. If those people see you, they'll think Snow Forest Village is loaded. Lance scratched his head, puzzled. Young Master Aaron, wouldn't it be simpler to just give them the full amount of tribute? I walked ahead and picked up a wooden stick. Lance, if they'd really come to collect tribute, would they send 2 knights plus a dozen fully armed retainers? Lance suddenly understood. He hurriedly stripped off his armor and started rolling around in the dirt right there on the ground. At the village entrance, Lemon stood with the corner of his mouth curled up, wearing a lavish, luxurious fur coat, 2 thick gemstone rings on his right hand. He raised his head and looked all around, sneering endlessly. Truly worthy of being one of the poorest villages in the Orlon Empire, shabby beyond belief. In the temporary slave tents in the distance, several slaves were scrambling and fighting over a scrap of food. Dozens of corpses lay strewn about on the ground, and by the looks of it, they'd been dead for some days. Just then, a dozen or so slaves broke into a brawl over food, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Lemon burst into laughter, grinning from ear to ear. Huh, there are still this many slaves alive. Lowly beasts really are hard to kill. Beside him, the armored knight Carl narrowed his eyes and smiled. Young Master Lemon, your mother gave specific instructions to collect Snow Forest Village's tax tribute in full, down to the last item. 300 fine large animal pelts, not one short. If young Master Aaron can't produce them, we'll have him sign an IOU. Lemon's mouth curled up. Carl, don't get involved in this. You're my mother's royal guard knight. Just concern yourself with protecting me and my fiancée Merlin. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, I led Lance and the others out from the village entrance. I hobbled along, leaning on a crutch with one hand, limping. Lance clutched his sword with a nervous look, warily scanning all around. Lemon frowned slightly. How had his brother ended up with a limp? and looking at the gear of Lance and his men. Had they just been through a battle? I gazed at the two knights behind Lemon, then shifted my gaze to the noble maiden behind him. The time for revenge had finally come. Lemon reined his horse forward a couple of steps. "My dear brother, what's happened to you? Just who was it that beat you into this state?" I lifted my head and let out a long sigh, my face full of worry. "Lemon, my dear brother, this Snow Forest village is no place fit for people at all. Goblins everywhere. Our village suffers endlessly from their harassment. And there are remnants of the dark elves lurking in the shadows too. Brother, could you plead with Father on my behalf?" I grabbed Lemon's hand. "Dear brother, I want to go back to Grey Fortress. I know I was wrong." Lemon gave a smile of feigned helplessness. "Ah, brother, you know Father's temper. It's not that I don't want to help you. As a lord, clearing out the nearby monsters is your duty to begin with. But no matter how hard or bitter it is, the proper procedures still have to be followed. How are you coming along with this month's tribute, brother?" I instinctively froze. The tribute, I've only prepared half. I really don't have that much money right now. Snow Forest Village doesn't make any money at all. I spent all my money forming a militia to deal with the goblins. Lemon feigned displeasure. "Brother, as a minor lord, delivering tribute is your bounden duty. Even though I understand your situation, that's no reason not to pay. Hurry and bring out the tribute, and write an IOU for the part that's short. I'll act as your guarantor." Just then, in the distance, a villager shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh no, the goblins are back. The goblins are coming into the village." I hurriedly cried out, "Brother, please help me. As long as you help me wipe out these goblins, I'll do anything." Your brother is truly at his wit's end. I've got nothing left. Lemon was taken aback inwardly. At his wit's end? Since when did this useless brother of his start using fancy phrases? Beside him, the knight Carl drew his sword with a shing and gave a cold snort. "A few lowly monsters, and they dare run wild in the Orlon Empire? Soldiers, follow me." Carl led his troops galloping off at tremendous speed, with Lance and the others following close behind. Lemon gave a meaningful smile. Just a few goblins. Carl and his men could handle them without breaking a sweat. He pulled out an IOU he'd prepared in advance from his sleeve and said with a beaming smile, "Sign it, brother. Your little brother is sincerely helping you. Just consider it a loan from me this time, so Father doesn't fly into a rage and punish you again. That would be troublesome." I nodded slightly and had someone bring over the several dozen fine animal pelts. "Brother, figure out how much is short. And when you get back, I'd be grateful if you'd put in some good words for me." Lemon sneered inwardly and began going through the motions of calculating, but his eyes kept darting toward my castle. He wondered whether that female slave worth 100 gold dragons was still alive from last time. He had to figure out a way to get his hands on her. This past month, he'd nearly gone mad with pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, behind a house not far off, Orlica, disguised beyond recognition, held her staff and quietly chanted a spell. A group of goblins under her magical control marched out, wielding long blades. Lemon was still busy scheming when, behind him, his fiancée Merlin yawned, her face full of drowsiness. Just then, she suddenly caught sight of several short figures in the grass in the distance. At first she took them for children, but on a closer look, they were goblins. "Ah, Lemon, there are goblins here." Lemon whirled around in a panic. Two goblins lunged straight at him, and he was so frightened he toppled headfirst off his horse. I shielded Merlin and kicked one goblin flying. Merlin, watching Lemon get surrounded, hurriedly drew her dagger. But Lemon was so scared that he just ducked behind Merlin. Orlica controlled all the goblins to charge as one at Lemon. Seeing this, Lemon was so terrified that he abandoned Merlin and turned tail to flee, leaving her all alone inside the encirclement. Merlin trembled all over, staring in disbelief at her fiancé, fleeing in a rout. "You?" At that critical moment, I reached out and blocked a goblin's blade for her. Merlin looked at me, the one who had risked myself to protect her, and her eyes trembled. I shouted, "Merlin, don't be afraid. I'm here." Right after that, Merlin and I were tied up by a group of goblins, hoisted onto their shoulders, and carried off toward the cave. Lemon watched helplessly as his fiancée was dragged away, brandishing his sword and shouting wildly. But the moment a few goblins closed in with their blades, his legs went weak. Merlin screamed at the top of her lungs. Lemon, save me. Lemon's face turned ashen, his legs trembling nonstop. Watching the scene before him, he swung himself onto his horse and tried to slip away. Merlin's lips quivered, her eyes wide. She simply couldn't believe that her fiancé had actually run away. Just now she'd seen Lemon being surrounded, and she'd been the one brave enough to rush in to save him. Carl, somebody, come save me. Merlin cried out in despair. A moment later, Merlin and I had been carried into the goblin nest. I sized up Merlin's figure with a meaningful gaze. She wore a gown of purple silk, her figure full of curves, her face delicate, clearly born of noble stock. Her head of brown curls was thick and lush, her skin fair and her looks lovely, and she was quite clean, too, likely one who bathed often. Hiding in a dim corner of the cave, Orlica spoke in my mind through message magic. My dear, my source of magic is severely damaged right now. I can't control too many goblins, and I can't drag this out for long. My dear Aaron, since you and I are now husband and wife, let me give you your first lesson. Always remember, marriage among nobles is a political instrument. Only children talk of love and romance. A noble woman is forever nothing more than a cornerstone for your conquest of the world. Don't let this opportunity slip. This woman is young and easily deceived. Make her your mistress, and she'll surely be of help to you. A woman will give up everything for a man who can bring her pleasure. Orlica looked at Merlin and me, both tied up, and deliberately made a goblin advance toward Merlin while continuing her message. My dear, this is the continent of Noah. Under the church's rules, everyone can have only one wife. But mistresses are different. How many mistresses you have depends entirely on your own skill. This woman has value to be used. Win her over. Don't be all coy and bashful like a little boy. You're my man, Aaron. Just then, a goblin cupped a heap of lust-losing mushrooms and forced them into Merlin's mouth. Merlin's face was full of despair, tears brimming in her eyes. Don't come near me, you bunch of bastards. Stay back. A whole crowd of goblins had already lined up in a long queue. Merlin's voice softened. Somebody save me. At the very instant the first goblin was about to have his way, I suddenly broke free of my bonds, cut down that goblin with a single sword stroke, then shielded Merlin, saying in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'm here." Merlin was both startled and overjoyed. Brother Aaron. Right after, Orlica controlled the goblins to run one after another to their deaths in front of me. Watching me be so valiant, Merlin's cheeks flushed faintly. After killing off the goblins, I walked back with a gentlemanly air, meaning to untie Merlin's ropes. But she suddenly trembled all over, her whole body starting to burn. Not good. That goblin had fed her lust-losing mushrooms. Merlin was burning hot all over and couldn't help panting. Just as I was about to step forward, she threw her arms around me. Brother Aaron, I feel so hot. I dodged to one side with a look of panic. No, this won't do. You're Lemon's fiancé. You have a marriage contract with him. Merlin was unbearably feverish. Of course, she knew perfectly well what the goblins had just fed her. Embarrassed, she let go of me. But the moment she did, she regretted it. Her body, beyond her control, wrapped itself tightly around me once again, gasping in great breaths, her whole head drenched in sweat. She gazed at the man before her, and the scenes of Lemon abandoning her just now flashed through her mind again. Merlin's lips quivered. Brother Aaron, the goblins fed me that thing. I can't hold on much longer. Help me. I feel so awful, so tormented. Feigning refusal while inviting it, I lifted my sleeve and wiped the sweat from her face, drew a deep breath, then slowly let it out. There was a hint of being moved in my eyes, yet still I lowered my head. Even though you're beautiful, I can't take what belongs to another. Hold on, I'll find a way to get you back home right now. With that, I flung Merlin off, stood up, and went to inspect the cave. Orlica's scheme really was airtight. She'd even had the goblins carry us into the innermost chamber, the deepest part of the nest. From this vantage point, there was no exit on any side at all. Just as I was pretending to search for a way out, Merlin embraced me from behind once more. By now, she was utterly lost. Her eyes were unfocused, her cheeks flushed crimson, even her neck flushed red. I still wanted to walk away, but she suddenly kissed me. I held nothing back and pulled her waist in tight. Half an hour later, back in the village, Lemon was venting his fury at Carl, his face full of rage. What the hell are you good for? I sent you to kill the goblins. How could you let a few of them get away? Where's my Merlin? Half an hour. It's already been half an hour. Why aren't you going to find her? Carl lowered his head and clenched his fist. Young Master Lemon, we searched near the village just now and only killed a few goblins. Your lady has most likely been carried off to some nest. The village chief Morris made a show of hollering. A goblin nest? We did find one before. It's on that ice-cold, snow-covered black snow mountain. Damn it. Those creatures dared to carry off even young Master Aaron. Sir Lance, hurry and go rescue him. Lance's eyelid twitched. This old bastard actually wanted to pack him off to Black Snow Mountain? A place where even a black boar would freeze into a block of ice if it went there. He knew full well Morris was deliberately messing with him, because he'd earlier figured out that Jack wasn't Morris's biological son at all. Lance raised his fist high and shouted, Chief, hurry and lead men with me to Black Snow Mountain to save young Master Aaron. Morris's voice was full of dread. Sir Knight, you said yourself it's Black Snow Mountain. That place is a road of no return. It's so cold, I'll freeze to death out there. Lance's anger flared. He clenched his fist and slapped Morris hard across the face. You lousy old bug that won't die. Is this any place for you to speak up? If you won't go, then get me some strong, able-bodied men. Morris covered his face, his eyelid twitching. This Lance was clearly taking the chance to take advantage of him. Fine, just you wait, you damned washed-up knight. A moment later, Lance raised his sword and threatened the 5 slaves Morris had brought. Take up your weapons, all of you. Even if we go without sleep tonight, we're bringing young Master Aaron back. Anyone who dares not go, I'll cut off his head right now. The 5 slaves had no choice but to snatch up their weapons. Lemon was still cursing away, and seeing that Lance was about to lead the party to Black Snow Mountain, he turned and roared at Carl. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go get Merlin back. And so the group followed Lance, heading off toward Black Snow Mountain to the northeast. Morris watched Lemon's retreating figure heading in the exact opposite direction from the nest and stroked his beard with a wicked grin. This stupid young master, and he thinks he can go up against their lord? Off you go to freeze on Black Snow Mountain. And that washed-up knight Lance. If you don't take Lemon to Black Snow Mountain and let him freeze a good long while, then when the Lord gets back, watch how I tear you down. On the road, Lemon rode on horseback, and certain images had already begun to surface in his mind. He knew all too well what became of a woman carried off by goblins. Whether Aaron lived or died didn't matter, but this fiancée of his was a marriage alliance his mother had gone to enormous lengths to arrange. Merlin's father, Volmar Stark, might be only a viscount, but he answered directly to the Duke of Beeld Fortress, holding more power than his own uncle, who was a count. Dukes were overlords in their own right, with mighty forces at their command. What's more, Merlin's father was deeply valued by the Duke. Originally, his mother had brought Merlin to Snow Forest Village so she could see with her own eyes just how worthless this useless brother of his was, and thereby silence those powerful figures of the Stark family. You see, in this kind of political alliance, a proper noble family always picks the legitimate eldest son first. Lemon was merely the legitimate second son. By rights, it should have been Merlin marrying Aaron first. It was his mother Sarah who had lobbied over and over before Volmar Stark grudgingly betrothed Merlin to him. And now this, before he'd even married her, his fiancée had been carried off by goblins. If word of this got back to the Stark family, and they flew into a rage, Lemon's face turned green. My God, Merlin, you absolutely mustn't come to any harm. Beside him, Carl lowered his voice. Young Master Lemon, if word of this gets out, that your lady was carried off by goblins, it would be a disgrace to the family too. Why don't we? Carl glanced at Lance up ahead, then leaned in close to Lemon's ear. Why don't we frame Aaron and say it was Aaron's fault that Miss Merlin was captured, and all of us saw with our own eyes that Aaron used Miss Merlin as a human shield? Lemon clenched his right fist. Carl, what nonsense are you spouting, you scoundrel? Carl's face turned sinister, and he spoke slowly, one word at a time. Young Master Lemon, before your mother came, she gave me specific instructions. She said, let you trust Carl's judgment. If we find that Miss Merlin has already been defiled by the goblins, we're to kill her outright, and then pin all the blame on Aaron, the lord of Snow Forest Village. After all, the appearance of monsters here is Aaron's fault for governing poorly. When the Stark family comes to your father demanding an explanation, we'll have your mother step forward and force your father to hand Aaron over. The Stark family will surely kill Aaron, and then there'll be no one left at Grey Fortress to fight you for the right of succession. How many women could you not have then? Lemon lowered his head, his voice trembling. All right, since it's Mother who told you to help me, then let's do it that way. And in the deepest part of the goblin nest, Merlin and I had long since gone at it like dry, kindling meeting fire. While Merlin was in a daze, I'd also poured a vial of goblin dragon blood elixir down her throat and applied some lust-inducing ointment. When Merlin woke, she was even more ablaze than before, clinging to me for dear life as though possessed. While I comforted her tenderly, "Sister Merlin, what we're doing is wrong. Both our families will hold us accountable for it." Merlin only held me tighter, her eyes unfocused, unwilling to think about anything at all. She simply chalked up every reaction of her body to that thing the goblins had fed her. I don't know how much time passed. Merlin had long since lost count of how many times she'd been with me, yet she felt not the slightest bit sleepy and still clung to me tightly. The way she looked at me had changed completely. "Brother Aaron, the marriage alliance between your Brad family and my Stark family has actually always existed. My family, the Starks, manages affairs for His Grace the Duke at Exiled Fortress. Originally, my father Volmar intended to marry me to the legitimate eldest son of your Brad family. It was Lady Sarah who had her brother speak to my father, and later the people in the family felt you seemed somewhat cowardly, no match for your brother Lemon. So they changed it and betrothed me to Lemon instead." Merlin held me close, kissing me with fiery passion, her gaze intoxicated, her admiration for me growing ever deeper. "My dear brother Aaron, I'm very satisfied with you. The truly cowardly one is that gutless Lemon." I rushed in to save him, and he actually pushed me toward the goblins and rode off on his own. "But you, my brother Aaron, are a true hero." She embraced me, kissing me over and over. I held her with tender affection. "Actually, from the very first moment I saw you, I was deeply drawn to you, Merlin. Your eyes are far too enchanting. Everything about you captivates me so, like a lethal poison." Only, as I spoke, my eyes reddened, and my face took on a look of sorrow, tears welling up. Merlin wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes. "What's wrong, brother Aaron?" I shook my head slightly. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of my dead mother. Ever since my mother passed away, Lemon and his mother have been coveting the succession rights to Grey Fortress, which is why they banished me here. I won't hide it from you. A month ago, Lemon killed a maid I cared about most. After my mother died, it was that girl who comforted and cared for me all along, but she was killed by Lemon, chopped to pieces and fed to the dogs." Hearing this, Merlin frowned. "How is it that I heard from Lemon that it was your maid who seduced him and tried to ruin his reputation, and that he kept himself pure and refused to get entangled with that woman? No, that's not right." She pressed her lips together, her face full of displeasure. "Lemon is nothing but a liar. Brother Aaron would never send a maid to seduce him. Lemon is the one who lied. Brother Aaron saved my life and even risked himself to protect me. He could never be that kind of person." I gave a bitter smile. "It doesn't matter anymore. They called me worthless, called me useless, took everything from me. If today, because of being with you, I'm killed by the Stark family, then I'll have died in a worthy place. The reason I risked my life to protect you is because I fell in love with you the very first moment I saw you." Merlin's eyes brimmed with tears, moved beyond words. She cupped my face in both hands. "Brother Aaron, don't worry. I'll never let anyone harm you. My father dotes on me most of all. Since I'm marrying into the Brad family either way, why shouldn't I marry a man who truly loves and protects me?" I pulled her into my arms. Merlin didn't shy away. Instead, she leaned in, closing her eyes with a face full of infatuation. "To hell with Lemon. May he go rot." Meanwhile, at the summit of Black Snow Mountain, Lemon suddenly gave a great sneeze. Achoo! The party had been searching for the better half of the night and hadn't seen so much as the shadow of a goblin. Lance narrowed his eyes and frowned, muttering with a show of concern. Could it be those creatures moved somewhere else after we wiped them out last time? Oh no, the goblins aren't on Black Snow Mountain. They must have relocated. Lemon sneezed again. What the hell is going on? Didn't you say they were right here? Lance led a hunting dog and, with an air of great gravity, had it sniff around. Staring at the direction the hound poked its head, he said with feigned profundity, "This time there's absolutely no mistake. They should be at the foot of the mountain." Lemon's eyebrows shot up. "What? We just climbed to the top, and now we have to go back down." Lance dug his heels into his horse's belly. "Hurry, this time there's definitely no mistake." By the time the party reached the foot of the mountain, day had already broken. Lance was the first to charge into the goblin nest, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Young Master Aaron." "Young Master? Lance has come to save you," and cut down a goblin with a single stroke. Carl and Lemon then entered the cave as well. "Merlin, Merlin, where are you?" Carl stamped a goblin to death, then spotted another cave opening down below. Seeing this, Lance hurriedly crawled in, shouting as he went, "Young Master Aaron." Lemon crawled down second. The moment he got inside, he saw the ground littered with goblin corpses, while Merlin and I nestled against each other, my cloak draped over her. Lemon walked over with a smile, but the instant he reached us, he saw that Merlin's hair was disheveled and there were several red marks on her neck. I shielded Merlin behind me. "Brother, listen to me. It's not what you think." Merlin was fed mushrooms by the goblins, and after I killed all of them my mind was a bit muddled, and Merlin's consciousness was hazy too. Lemon's face collapsed at once, and he clutched his head with both hands. Don't tell me you two. Damn it. You two actually did such a shameful thing. Ugh, Merlin. Damn you, Aaron, you bastard." With that, he moved to attack. But Merlin coldly stepped in front of me, raising her dagger. "Lemon Brad, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. I clearly saw you surrounded by goblins, and when I ran over to save you, you left me alone and fled. If it weren't for Brother Aaron, the goblins would have had their way with me long ago. Brother Aaron saved my life. We only did that because we'd both lost our senses." I lowered my head and added, "At least, Merlin wasn't harmed by the goblins. That's the one bit of good fortune amid all this misfortune." Lemon's tear-filled eyes trembled. "Shut your mouth, Aya. Damn it all. I searched for you the whole night, Merlin. You can't treat me like this. Before, you wouldn't even let me touch your hand. You can't." Merlin gave a cold snort. "What? In your eyes, my being taken by Brother Aaron is worse than being taken by goblins? You were that eager for me to meet with disaster, Lemon." Carl hurried forward to smooth things over. "Miss Merlin, you go too far. Young Master Lemon simply spent the whole night searching for you without a wink of sleep. He's a bit muddled from exhaustion. We're so glad you're unharmed." Lance came to stand beside me and said in a low voice, "Since the lady is unharmed, let's head back to the village first." Lemon suddenly glared at me, gritting his teeth. "Aaron Brad, you useless thing. You can't even govern a place as tiny as Snow Forest Village? You can't even wipe out one measly goblin nest. Are you useless? Damn it. I'll make you pay the price. This month's tribute. You won't be short a single coin." Merlin took off a ring right then and there. "Brother Aaron's tribute for this month. I'll pay it for him." Lemon shook all over with rage, gripping his sword hilt for dear life. Lance drew his sword with a shing. "What? You want to fight?" For a moment, both sides stood on the brink of drawing blades. Lance stood before me with his sword, his eyes fixed hard on Carl. Lemon gripped his sword hilt, glaring furiously, looking at me as if he wanted to flay me alive. "How dare you? How dare you do such a thing to my Merlin, Aaron? Unforgivable, unforgivable." But Carl didn't draw his sword. His gaze fell on the heap of goblin corpses on the ground. Had Aaron killed all of these? Right now, there were only the 5 of them in this inner chamber, and if it really came to a fight, he could at best hold Lance to a draw. Lemon was a few years younger than Aaron and might not be his match. Strange, when had the ever-useless Aaron worked up the nerve to kill goblins? At that moment, Merlin's Royal Guard night babus crawled in through the dog hole. Carl immediately put on a smile and clamped a hand over Lemon's, which was gripping the sword hilt. "Young master, what are you doing? Your elder brother protected your wife and spared her from the goblin's clutches. This is a good thing." Lemon roared with tear-filled eyes, pointing at me and cursing viciously. "Damn you, Aaron. How dare you touch my woman? I'm going to tell father. You damned worthless piece of trash. You're finished, Aaron. You dared do such a thing to my wife, and the Stark family will lock you up." You'll be punished. I'll have father break your legs. Damn it all. Babuz walked over to Merlin's side and knelt with his head bowed in shame. Merlin looked at him coldly and clenched her fist. You failed in your duty, my knight. But right now, I don't feel like punishing you. With a knight now guarding at her side, Merlin cast off her earlier timidity. She lifted her head and walked up to me, then said sternly, Who's your wife? We only have a marriage contract, that's all. You incompetent coward. It was Brother Aaron who saved my life. If not for him, I'd have met a cruel fate long ago. Lemon, our marriage contract is void. I loathe you utterly. Never appear before me again. Hearing this, Lemon froze on the spot, his lips trembling. He wanted to say something but had no idea where to begin, and could only turn to look at Carl, his face full of helplessness. Carl stepped forward respectfully and lowered his head. Honored Miss Merlin, the marriage contract between the Stark family and the Brad family was decided by both sets of parents. Noble children have no right to cancel it. Rest assured, none of us will breathe a word of today's events. Our young master Lemon is broad-minded, like an eagle soaring in the sky. Whatever happened between you and his brother, our young master would never take it to heart. Just now the young master was merely overcome with grief and misspoke. As he said this, Carl shot Lemon a look. But Lemon was utterly dumbfounded. Even if his fiancée had slept with Aaron, he wouldn't mind? Carl's eyelid twitched. Looking at Lemon's blank, clueless face, he wore an expression of exasperation, as if wishing iron could turn to steel. Say something, will you? I asked with feigned concern. Lemon, my dear brother, are you sure you don't mind about Merlin and me? Last night, we were unconscious the whole night through. Those 4 words, the whole night through, instantly shattered Lemon's last line of defense. He lunged at me with a strange howl. Aya, I don't mind. How could I possibly not mind? Aaron, one of us has to die today. I'll fight you to the death. Carl blocked him with a dark face and lowered his voice. Young master, the big picture comes first. Calm down. Lemon backhanded him, slapping Carl hard across the face. How am I supposed to calm down? Your wife spends the whole night unconscious with another man. Could you stay calm if it were you? Carl was stunned. Looking at this boundlessly stupid Lemon, he was starting to regret having come to Snow Forest Village with him. Malin's face was cold, her eyes locked straight onto Lemon's. Lemon, in your eyes, wouldn't I be better off dead than like this? That's right. I know a noble child's marriage is decided entirely by their parents. Anyone who dares break off an engagement gets put on trial by the church. But she walked over to the dog hole and grabbed my hand. But you were the one who abandoned me first, Lemon. To save your own skin, you shoved me right into a pack of goblins. If I tell my father about this, he'll lead 500 armored knights here himself and surround your gray fortress. And by then, it won't be about some broken engagement anymore, Lemon. This would be attempted murder of your betrothed. Murder of a noble. The one who should be locked up is you, not Brother Aaron. Lemon's lips trembled, and he was so terrified he collapsed right there on the ground. Seeing this, I spoke up gently. Lady Malin, please don't be so angry. My little brother is young and doesn't know any better. After all, he's a few years younger than me. Please forgive his mistake. As I said this, I dropped to one knee and gave a knight's salute. Please calm your anger, beautiful and kind Lady Malin. Snow Forest Village is my own territory. That goblins appeared here is my failure of duty. Malin crouched down, her face full of tenderness, and used both hands to lift mine up. Brother Aaron, none of this is your fault. Just holding the village is already remarkable, especially since your father never gave you the support you deserved. My Stark family is in the stone trade, and Gray Fortress is in the timber trade. Our marriage alliance was always just an exchange of resources, a deal, part business, part politics. So why don't I just have my father petition the church directly and have me marry you instead, Brother Aaron? Besides, you're the legitimate firstborn son. You're the future heir to Gray Fortress. Once that's done, our 2 lands can trade resources directly, and I'll bring 100 soldiers over to help you defend the village. Carl was about to say a few more words in his defense, but before he could get them out, Lemon had already lunged forward with his sword raised. Yeah, I'll fight you to the death. Die, Aaron. Before he could reach me, Malin whipped out a slender rapier and blocked his path. Carl bolted forward in a single stride and clamped his arms tight around Lemon. Lemon shrieked and howled, eyes bulging, roaring nonstop. Carl said hurriedly, "Lady Malin and young Master Aaron, please leave first. I'll talk some sense into young Master Lemon." Malin let out a cold snort. Then, her face softening with tenderness again, she took my hand and gestured for me to head out first. Then she gave her orders. "Lance goes first, Brother Aaron second. Then Barbs, guard him. If any of Grey Fortress's servants dares touch a single hair on Brother Aaron's head, kill them for me." Carl kept a smile plastered on his face the whole time, but inside he was utterly speechless. Once everyone had left, Carl let out a helpless sigh. "Young Master Lemon, you were far too rash. You should never wear all your feelings right there on your face. Just think about it. Aaron's a useless coward. How could he possibly have killed that many goblins? And last night, Lance and that old village elder deliberately lured us all the way out to the Black Snow Mountain. It was obvious they were creating a chance for Aaron to be alone with Lady Malin. We walked right into their trap. There was still room to smooth things over, but you just had to attack. Now you've thoroughly enraged the Stark family." Sigh. Lemon glared, seething. "Damn that Aaron, so despicable. Then let's just go kill them." "No, I have to make things clear to Malin. This is all Aaron's scheme." Carl grew even more exasperated. "Young Master Lemon, you really ought to learn a thing or two from that cunning Aaron. There's definitely some mastermind behind him. If you say all this now, who's going to believe you? Everyone saw the goblins enter the village with their own eyes. Do you have any proof that Aaron orchestrated all of this? Your recklessness will only pile mistake on top of mistake. Right now, all we can do is go back and let your mother figure out a plan." Lemon's face was full of resentment. He turned to look back at the stone platform deep in the cave. The stone platform was covered in wet stains everywhere. Lemon picked up a single long strand of golden hair, stared at that soaked stone platform, and my words, "She was unconscious the entire night," echoed in his head again. In an instant, he completely broke down. A ball of fire smoldered in his chest, and an inexplicable hatred twisted his eyes. "Why is this whole platform soaked with water? Damn it, Aaron. Ugh, hi. Carl, you tell me, how am I supposed to stay calm about this? Room to smooth things over? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Carl glanced at the platform and said, with a perfectly straight face, "Don't lose control, young Master Lemon. Haven't you noticed? This Aaron is a little different from before. And besides, you don't actually love Malin, do you? The only reason you're this furious is that Aaron spent a whole night here with your betrothed. If the moment you saw Malin, you'd shown concern for her, and thanked Aaron on top of that, your engagement might still have been salvageable." Lemon's face contorted, and he pointed at that stone and started to cry. "Aaron already did that with Malin, and I still have to go thank him? Carl, has your brain been chewed on by a groundhog? Can you be normal for once? Now hurry up and think of something. I want them dead." Carl stood up and tugged at the lining beneath his armor. "Your mother is a seasoned strategist. Her brother is a count. So why was she willing to marry down to your father, Grey, a mere baron? Nobles are supposed to marry their equals. It's because this is a game of power. In the royal capital, the holy city, every single person in the palace is one of the Orlon Empire's most seasoned political schemers. One careless move, and you lose everything. Young Master Lemon, let me spell it out for you. Even if you saw Aaron and your betrothed doing that with your own eyes, you must never lay a hand on them. You have to appear caring enough, loving enough toward Lady Malin, because standing behind her is the entire Stark family." Lemon froze on the stone platform. These lessons in scheming, he'd heard his mother Sarah drone on about them countless times since childhood. Carl went on, wearing the look of someone whose iron just won't turn to steel. "A count's rank may be higher than a baron's, but a count is a civil official in the Holy City. He holds no military power. Your father, though only a baron, was granted a fief because of his ancestors' merits. Your mother Sarah is of the Field family, and her marriage to Grey blood was itself a carefully considered arrangement by the Field family elders. West of Grey Fortress lies Build Fortress, the second line of defense on the Orlon Empire's northern frontier. If Grey Fortress and Build Fortress join forces, with both families anchoring the north, their power would blot out the sky. What's more, the master of Build Fortress, that is, Lady Malin's father, Volmar Stark, reports directly to Duke Stag. By marrying Lady Malin, we align ourselves with Duke Stag. Once that happens, aside from the princes and the emperor himself, who would dare come to the north to oppose us? Lemon's lips trembled. He clearly grasped the gravity of the situation now. Then, what do we do next? Carl, I really did act rashly. I understand the weight of a family marriage alliance, of course. I know how much effort Mother went through to arrange this match. But look at this stone platform. If it were you, could you stand it? Carl glanced at the platform again and, expression unchanged, walked to the mouth of the dog hole. You're still too young. 300 years ago, there was a marquis who, to obtain a fief, personally delivered his beautiful wife into the emperor's bedchamber and watched his own wife with the emperor. But what happened afterward? He became the emperor of the Orlan Empire, and his dynasty has endured for over 300 years to this day. In the game of power, only the most cunning fox gets the last laugh. Whoever survives to the end is the true winner. Lemon lay flat at the mouth of the dog hole and, without a word, crawled out. The moment he got outside, he saw me with my hand outstretched, looking as if I wanted to pull him up. I said softly, "I'm sorry, little brother. This is all my fault. Please don't hold a grudge against me, and don't blame Malin." Lemon took my hand. His right eyelid twitched nonstop, but he held in a bellyful of anger and didn't say a single word. Malin glanced at Lemon, then at me, apologizing to my brother, and her admiration for me as a man only deepened. And so the whole group headed back to the village. Lemon mounted his horse alongside Carl and, using urgent business as an excuse, returned to Grey Fortress. He didn't even take the time to bring the tax tribute with him. Malin watched Lemon's retreating figure, saying nothing. Only once he was far away did she turn back, gazing at me with eyes full of affection. Everything from the night before was vivid in her memory. She hadn't slept a wink all night, and she was utterly pleased with the man before her, brave, kind, and strong. Especially after learning that I, the firstborn son, had been neglected by my stepmother and father, her heart softened with even more tenderness toward me. "Brother Aaron, don't be afraid. I'll return to build fortress right away and explain everything to my father myself. If your father won't agree to our marriage, then let him hand Lemon over. He's already suspected of attempted murder." My face was clouded with worry, as though I still had something to say. Malin drew a dagger from her waist, a fine steel dagger engraved with a stag. "I'm giving you this dagger. If Lemon and his people threaten you while I'm gone, just show it to them." This was given to my father by Duke Stag back in the day, and he passed it on to me. The crest carved into it is the family emblem of Duke Stag's house. I took the dagger with both hands and gazed deeply into Malin's eyes. Malin lifted her head, rose onto her toes, and kissed me on the lips. Then she turned to her guard knight, Barbs. "Let's go." 10 days later, I received a letter from my father, Gray. Enclosed with it were 500 gold dragons and a set of exquisite light armor engraved with a wolf pattern crest. 30 days later, the knight Barbs returned to Snow Forest Village with 3 attendants, bringing along a letter from Malin. Barbs stepped forward and reported with great respect, "Young Master Aaron, Lord Volmar has already had the church annul the engagement between Lemon and Lady Malin. Lemon nearly got Lady Malin killed, and Lord Volmar was furious. He'd originally wanted to call off the marriage entirely, but he couldn't withstand a full month of Lady Malin's desperate pleading. So in the end, he consented to the marriage between you and the lady. Next spring, your wedding with Lady Malin will be held at the Cathedral of Holy Light in Grey Fortress. In the meantime, Barbs will remain in Snow Forest Village to protect your safety." I smiled as I took the letter, my face kind. "Barbs, you've come a long way, and you've arrived at just the right time. Come with me to Freedom City and take a look. It's nearly finished. That's where Malin and I will hold our wedding." When Barbs followed me up onto the high ground to the west, a fortress city, commanding a strategic and treacherous position, suddenly came into view. Inside the walls, everything was flourishing, streets bustling with carts and crowds. Barbs's eyes went wide. "Oh my God, when did a fortress spring up here?" Freedom City. At the gates of Freedom City, a rugged path wound and coiled its way up. I rode my horse, ambling slowly along this, the only road that led into the city. On both sides rose sheer cliffs, and below lay a bottomless abyss. The road wasn't long, but to climb it, You had to wind your way little by little along the mountain wall. There was absolutely no second route. Barbs followed behind me. One moment he'd lower his head to steal a glance at the cliff below. The next he'd look up at the gate so massive it could hold back an army of thousands. His face was written all over with things on his mind. I knew exactly what he was mulling over, so I just came right out with it. Barbs, no need to wonder. This place was already under construction back when you last came to Snow Forest Village. And I'll tell you the truth, during that goblin clearing operation, I dug up a massive mana-sealing stone and turned around and sold it to the Slave Guild. I paused, a trace of bitterness in my tone. Your Stark family has surely heard how my stepmother, Sarah Field, and her family have treated me. If they knew I had a mana-sealing stone, they'd definitely come to seize it. And right at that time, my stepmother went through the Slave Guild and sold me 2,000 slaves in one go. What was her scheme? She wanted these slaves to riot and kill me here in Snow Forest Village. That way, no one would be left to contest her son Lemon's right of inheritance. As I spoke, I led Barbs through the city gates. Inside the city, plenty of people were still hauling timber and stone, busy with the final cleanup. Barbs took it all in, growing more and more puzzled. So you're saying, when the goblins invaded the village, you actually had the troops to fight them head-on? I let out a sigh, feigning helplessness. I did have 240 soldiers who could fight. But the problem was, the moment I learned Lemon was coming, I pulled everyone back into Freedom City to hide my strength, leaving only a few locals in Snow Forest Village. Who could have guessed things would end up like that? Barbs was silent for a moment, then suddenly lowered his voice. Young Master Aaron, I won't hide it from you either. The reason Lord Volmar agreed to your marriage with Lady Malin really wasn't because Our Lady wore him down with her pestering. You have to understand, there are precious few noble children in this world who dare defy their parents over something as major as marriage. I gazed at the cattle and sheep grazing lazily in the distant pasture, at the shepherd girls hard at work, and didn't answer. Barb sighed again. Our Lord Volmar earned Duke Stag's high regard, and naturally, he has his exceptional qualities. The very reason he agreed to this match is precisely because you used your cunning to win Our Lady's heart. In his view, you're more worth cultivating than Lemon. I gave a short laugh. I truly do like Malin. She's sweet, and she's sensible. As I said this, my gaze fell on the 3 attendants Barbs had brought. One of them, a middle-aged man in leather armor with a composed face, was quietly sizing up the city. I recognized him. I immediately dropped to one knee and bowed my head. Aaron Blood, greeting Lord Volmar. Forgive me for failing to welcome you properly. Barbs was stunned on the spot. He whipped his head around to look at the middle-aged man, his mouth opening and closing, unable to get out a single coherent word. Volmar, however, gave a meaningful nod, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting. The magpie's nest taken over by the dove, and the magpie builds a new one. Seems you're destined for a war with the Field family, Aaron. He looked me up and down. That youngest daughter of mine, from the day she was born, she never once fell for any young man of any house. For you to win her heart, you're no ordinary man. Many times, even I, her own father, am at a loss with her. I kept my head lowered, respectful. My lord, you flatter me. Sister Malin is kind and sweet. Refusing to bow her head to fate, isn't that a virtue? Volmar didn't answer. He simply raised his hand to signal me to rise, his gaze turning to the city. After that, I accompanied him on a full tour of Freedom City. In the pastures, pigs and sheep roamed in herds. Dozens of newly purchased warhorses grazed with lowered heads on their feet. In the fields, farmers drove ox carts as they worked, and the windmill of the mill turned slowly. Tavern, blacksmith shop, cloth shop, church, castle, homes, nothing was missing. When we reached the edge of the fields, Volmar stopped before a solitary little hut and asked, stroking his chin, "What's this for?" I answered respectfully, "This is called a public toilet, plainly put, an oversized outhouse." I really couldn't stand the environment at Grey Fortress. The whole street covered in filth the residents dump wherever they please. You can't walk 2 steps without stepping in feces. Volmar raised an eyebrow, and just then he saw a man come out of the toilet carrying a wooden bucket, hauling the night soil out to fertilize the fields. I stepped up with a smile to explain. Once this stuff is collected and treated, it can nourish the farmland. And we have our own fishery over at Emerald Lake to the south of the city. It can be used to feed the fish there too. Nothing goes to waste. Volmar glanced back at me, then looked toward the bathhouse in the distance, the novelty in his eyes growing thicker and thicker. He just kept following me, growing more and more astonished the more he saw. When we reached the front of the church, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "I'm truly curious. How did you conjure up an entire fortress in such a treacherous spot? In just 2 short months? Even with enough hands and unlimited money, this would take at least half a year," I said earnestly. "Come to think of it, I actually owe my stepmother Sarah a thank you. Among that batch of slaves she sold me, more than 500 had contracted the chill sickness. She meant for these people to sicken and die here in Snow Forest Village. But me, I emptied out Snow Forest Village's grain stores and cured every one of them." I looked at the crowds coming and going. Once these slaves learned the whole story, they were grateful for my kindness. And I made them a promise. As long as they work hard, each of them will get a house of their own someday. Tell me, wouldn't they work themselves to the bone? Volmar mulled it over as we walked, his gaze falling now and then on the slaves and residents passing by. I noticed that everyone who passed us looked at me with a smile and respect that came straight from the heart. It was worlds apart from the scene inside Grey Fortress. Volmar surveyed this fortress that commanded such treacherous ground. Though it couldn't match Grey Fortress in size, it carried an indescribable sense of comfort. Probably because there was no smell of feces and urine on these streets. It was so clean it felt unfamiliar. He suddenly turned his head and looked me dead in the eye. I never expected the Blood family to produce a true dragon as well. "Where's your dragon, Aaron?" My heart sank. You can't wrap fire in paper forever. I focused for a moment and sent out a call toward the northern sky. Before long, a fiery red, four-legged dragon came beating its wings toward us, the screech of its flight rushing closer and closer. Volmar's mouth fell open. A four-legged fire dragon, not a two-legged wyvern. For legs, that's a true dragon. Only true dragons have 4 legs. Judging by its size, it must be about a year old. I shook my head. Her name is Ignia, and she's actually only 2 months old. She still can't carry a rider yet. She needs to grow a bit more. Volmar watched Ignia land beside me and nuzzle against me affectionately, unable to tear his eyes away for a long while. Only after Ignia flew off did he come back to himself, staring at me as he asked his final question. "Aaron, do you truly love my daughter?" I met his gaze without flinching, without dodging. Who wouldn't love a girl so young and beautiful? "My lord, when you were young, could you have not loved her?" Volmar wore a look that was half a smile and half not, wanting to speak, but holding back. So I just said it outright. "Or is it, my lord, that you think Lemon, with the Field family backing him, can secure the right of inheritance to Grey Fortress with ease?" I stared into his eyes. "But inheritance has always been something you seize by force of arms. Between Lemon and me, a war is inevitable, and that war will become the very first cornerstone of an alliance between our 2 houses in the days to come." Volmar nodded slowly. "It seems I'll have to give my daughter's dowry some careful thought. This Freedom City of yours, what does it still lack?" I understood his meaning at once. This old fox had come to feel out my hand. I answered unhurriedly. "Lord Volmar, right now I truly don't have anything of value to offer. But I do have a cold iron mine. Here's what I propose. From now on, I'll assign 20% of the cold iron mine's monthly revenue directly to Malin as the betrothal gift." Volmar laughed and laughed. "Aaron, the betrothal gift is something I'll be demanding from your father. What I'm asking you is, what does your Freedom City still lack? After all, this is where my youngest daughter will one day make her home. Would you like that stretch of land west of Emerald Lake? Or grain, stone equipment, or gold dragons?" The moment I heard the word land, my heart lurched. Of course I knew that a medieval noblewoman's dowry included a gift of land. Right now I only held half of Emerald Lake. The western half still lay within Build Fortress's borders. I couldn't just carelessly accept this. To be safe, land was the one thing I absolutely could not take. I pressed my lips into a smile. "My lord, if you truly wish to support Freedom City, then why not give me all the slaves in Build Fortress who've contracted the chill sickness?" On her deathbed, my mother Exiled told me she hoped that once I had the means, I'd help those in need whenever I could. Sometimes, what we casually spend on a single meal can save dozens of lives. Volmar turned with a smile. Very good. 7 days from now, I'll send a batch of slaves over. This trip has been most enjoyable for me. It's getting late. I should be going. With that, he mounted his horse. Barbs and the other two mounted up as well. Before leaving, he turned back and tossed me one last remark. Keep hold of that composure and calm, young dragon. I look forward to our next meeting. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of Grey Fortress, a very different scene was unfolding, tense as a drawn sword. Everything that happened afterward was reported back to me, in full detail, by the informant I'd planted in Grey Fortress. Seated at that long wooden table were my father Grey, my stepmother Sarah, Lemon, and Lemon's uncle Sorrow and cousin. Lemon kept his head down, eyes darting away, not daring to so much as breathe loudly. This uncle of his, Sorrow Field, was a count of the north, in charge of the region's administration and taxation. His rank was high enough, but compared to Duke Stagg, he still fell far short. Lemon was gnawing with regret. If he'd known things would come to this, he'd have done anything, even at the cost of his life, to keep Malin happy back then. My father Grey looked at Sorrow across from him, his face full of helplessness. Sorrow, I really did everything I could. You know better than I do how cunning the Stark family is. Of course I'm on Lemon's side. He's the future of both our houses, Blood and Field. Passing Grey Fortress on to Lemon someday, I'd be 100 times glad to. I understand Volmar's calculation. He saw how we neglected Aaron, so he wants to win him over and get a grip on him. After all, Aaron is young, and dealing with him is far easier than dealing with you, my brother-in-law. Sarah's face was dark, and she glared viciously at Grey. That old fox Volmar clearly wants to use Aaron's hand to snatch the entire estate of Grey Fortress into his own pocket. Grey, have you gone senile, or has Satan put a curse on you? You went behind my back and secretly sent Aaron 500 gold dragons? What did you promise me back then? Grey's expression didn't change. When did I ever send Aaron gold dragons? That was something his dead mother left him. Sorrow had been silent the whole time, his finger tapping idly on the table. Now he suddenly slammed his palm down on it, his face dark enough to wring water from it. Grey Fortress owes what it is today in part to our Field family. Back then it was my father who helped your father build this dirt-poor wasteland into a fortress, brick by brick, stone by stone. Don't you forget, your father was nothing but a petty baron, with barely 8,000 people under him. I'll ask you one more time. Did you, or did you not, secretly reach some shady arrangement with Volmar? Grey's voice rose too. Absolutely not. And don't you forget, Sorrow, for all these years, 30% of Grey Fortress's tax revenue has gone straight into the pockets of your Field family. That old debt of gratitude, I've been repaying it for decades. Isn't it settled yet? Do you want to feed off my Grey Fortress for the rest of your life? As they were locked in this standoff, a servant quietly leaned into Grey's ear and reported something in a low voice. Viscount Volmar was returning to build fortress and wanted a word with him before he left. Grey shot to his feet. I swear to the heavens, I've never done a single thing to betray our two houses. Those 500 gold dragons were relics left by Aaron's mother. I'm his father. My firstborn son is wintering in Snow Forest Village. What's wrong with a father sending his son a bit of money to help him get by? As for this whole business of swapping the bride in the engagement, I'm not the one who caused it. Shouldn't you first be asking Lemon what fine deeds he's been up to? With that, he flung his sleeve and strode off in a huff. The moment Grey was gone, Sorrow backhanded Lemon across the face with a vicious slap. Look at the stupid thing you've done. Why did you insist on dragging your betrothed all the way to Snow Forest Village to show off? Would it have killed you to leave her safe in Grey Fortress? You just had to run to Aaron and kick him while he was down, to tell him you'd married some flower of a noble lady, to make him green with envy. Is that it? A stupid idea like that. What on earth is inside that head of yours? Lemon was about to defend himself when Sorrow kicked him to the ground. You useless waste. Do you have any idea how much effort our family put into arranging this match for you? Sarah, aching for her son, threw her arms around Lemon. He's still young. Stop this. Just then, a maid hurried in to announce. Malos, chairman of the Slave Guild, was requesting an audience. Sarah frowned. Send him in. Malos came tumbling in, his face ashen. Terrible news, my lady. Aaron has built a fortress on the high ground by Emerald Lake. And he's got a dragon, a fire dragon. That one sentence stunned the whole room. Only then did Malos catch sight of Count Sorrow seated across the room, and he hurriedly lowered his head in a bow. Sorrow rested his cheek on one hand, coldly sizing him up, saying nothing. Sarah's eyelids twitched, her face full of disbelief. What did you say? He's built a fortress on the Emerald Lake high ground. Malos nodded heavily, a completely different man from the affable figure he'd been back in Snow Forest Village. 2 months ago, when I was escorting slaves north to the Wall of Sighs and passed by there, Snow Forest Village was still nothing but barren land. When I came back from the north and passed by again, a treacherous new fortress had risen up right before my eyes. They were felling timber, quarrying stone, mining ore at the Black Snow Mountain. I saw their cold iron mine with my own eyes. Sarah's hand clenched into a fist. Malos went on. I made inquiries. That new fortress is called Freedom City, and there are a full 2,600 people inside, most of them slaves. Sarah drew a sharp, cold breath. How could there be that many people? When you sold him that batch of slaves, weren't they all half dead from sickness? I was baffled at first too. Malos scratched his head. But then I found out the truth. Aaron has a fire dragon, and that dragon's blood can cure all kinds of chill sickness. And that's not all. I also saw his army. One company of 100 sword and shield soldiers, one company of 40 archers, led by a man from the Beer Kingdom, and another 100 men shouldering long-hafted iron poles. They looked like spearmen. Sarah's eyelids twitched furiously, and she sprang to her feet. Treason! Treason! That damned Aaron. So he's been playing the fool this whole time? This was no exile at all. This was releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Sorrow waved his hand at Malos. Once Malos had bowed and withdrawn, Sorrow spoke coldly. Without this engagement between Malin and Aaron, all the mineral wealth within Snow Forest Village's borders should have been ours. But now, the situation has changed. That fellow Grey must have struck some secret deal with Volmar. As long as the Blood and Stark families are joined by marriage, whether it's Lemon who marries Malin or Aaron, it's all the same to Grey. What's worse, many of the Blood family's old retainers recognize only Aaron, the firstborn son. For now, we can't make any more moves out in the open. Sarah stared hard at the map of Grey Fortress's territory hanging on the wall, her gaze growing colder and colder. Sorrow glanced at Lemon. There's nothing here for you. Get out. As if granted a pardon, Lemon hastily slipped away. Sarah's voice carried a note of panic. Brother, what are we going to do? Sorrow was silent for a long while, his face rigid, then spat out one sentence, word by word. The only way is to have Grey die on the road to Freedom City the day before Aaron and Malin's wedding, and then hand the right of inheritance directly to Lemon. Sarah's eyelid gave a violent twitch. She looked into her brother's eyes and said nothing. Sorrow fixed his gaze on her. We can never let Aaron grow strong. The instant Lemon takes the seat of Fortress Lord, we send out troops. You have to understand, a dragon takes at least 2 or 3 years to grow fit for battle. Once Aaron's dragon is grown, able to spew dragon fire and fight, then you and I will spend the rest of our lives living in the shadow of that fire. I'll find another way to have Volmar die at Build Fortress 2. When that happens, his 3 sons will surely fight each other to the death over the inheritance, and Aaron will have lost his backer entirely. The corners of Sarah's mouth curled up beyond her control. With Grey Fortress's military strength, crushing that ragtag army of 200-odd slaves at Freedom City would be as easy as turning over a hand. Once Grey and Volmar are dead, Sorrow said, staring at the map, we have Lemon send troops to take over the cold iron mine. If that Aaron dares refuse to hand it over, then we simply raze Freedom City to the ground. A baron sending troops to put down a disobedient minor lord. Perfectly justified, perfectly legal, perfectly proper. The corners of Sarah's mouth split all the way to her ears. Perfect. For these 2 months, Aaron hasn't paid tribute, and he's been secretly underreporting his territory's revenue. Once Grey dies, Lemon becomes baron. By then, we pin 2 charges on Aaron: refusing to pay tribute and mining without authorization. Sending troops to wipe him out will be the most righteous thing in the world. And all of these schemes, I had foreseen most of them long before they'd even opened their mouths. 7 days later, Freedom City was officially completed. In the sky, Snow began to fall in great goose-feather flakes. I stood at the city gate, gazing at the 500 female slaves and 60 archers sent over from Build Fortress, a flicker of approval in my eyes. This future father-in-law of mine truly had a sharp eye. He'd seen through the serious gender imbalance in Freedom City at a single glance. Better still, the 60 men he'd sent were all regular army longbowmen. Combined with the 40 under Osiris's command, these 100 bows were enough to hold off a fierce assault by thousands. After all, to attack up to my fortress, there was only that one rugged, treacherous mountain road to travel. Back at the newly completed castle, my beloved, Alika, was studying the map in deep concentration. She was originally a dark elf, but now, with a changed appearance, she stayed hidden at my side. Seeing me return, she smiled beautifully. Next, the Field family will surely make a move against Viscount Volmar. I've already sent Chloe to Build Fortress. Her shadow concealment art is among the finest in all the elven race. No one could kill him under her watch. On top of that, they'll most likely make a move against your father too. Only I can't calculate exactly when. I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind. I've already positioned a piece inside Grey Fortress. But that money-losing old father of mine suddenly slipping me 500 gold dragons. Tell me, what's he getting at with that? Alika stared at Grey Fortress on the map, pondering for a long while. Grey is absolutely no match for the Field family. Darling, right now you should write to all of the Blood family's old retainers, kin, and friends, warning them to guard against the Field family. If any of them run into danger, they can come to Freedom City and seek your protection. Also, it's about time you wrote back to your father. Her eyes gleamed. Demand from him the betrothal gift for marrying Malin. Whether it's slaves, land, or gold dragons, however much you want, just ask for it. By the laws of the Orlon Empire's church, when a noble's child takes a wife, the father is obligated to pay. It's written into the code. I immediately picked up my quill and set the words down. My most revered father, I am your son, Aaron. All these years, I've understood well the dilemmas you face as a baron, how hard it is to keep everyone satisfied. Yet even though you've neglected me so, in my heart, I've always hoped we could reconcile. Before Mother passed, she said the person she loved most in her whole life was you. Those words, I've always kept close. And so I've never blamed you, Father. About that matter with Lemon, I'm very sorry. I truly never wanted things to turn out this way. These past few days, Malin's father has already asked me about the betrothal gift. Father, could you give your son 10,000 gold dragons so that I might marry Malin in grand and glorious style? Once I'd finished writing, I handed the letter to Amy, who was waiting outside the door. I closed the door and sat down on the edge of the bed. Alika scooted over and lowered her voice. Aaron, the crises out in the open have all surfaced now. But I have to warn you, your territory is developing too fast, and your army has come together too smoothly. That kind of thing attracts rats. Those hidden threats lurking in the dark, you need to prepare for them early. She pressed her face against the side of mine and whispered in my ear. The Blood family's emblem is the white wolf. The wildness of the wolf, the coordination of the pack. You understand it. Patient, cunning, decisive, sharp, and above all, an absolute, unquestioned dominance over the pack. On the road to supremacy, simply defeating your opponents is nowhere near enough. You have to reconnect with all your kin and friends, or else even if you conquer Grey Fortress someday, you won't be able to hold the seat. I narrowed my eyes, laid a hand on her thigh, but my mind was racing through calculations. Within the Blood family, I had a second uncle in Grey Fortress who ran the timber trade and had built up quite a fortune. On my mother's side, there was an uncle, Sujal. Back then he'd fiercely opposed my mother's marriage to Grey. Now he ran a gladiator business in Grey Fortress, buying strong slaves at great expense each year to train, keeping over 30 gladiators under his command. These two connections, I had to get them firmly in my grasp. Alika leaned in, then suddenly changed the subject. Seems to me you're rather fond of that clothmaker Jenny. I stroked her hair, thoughtful. Running into a girl who genuinely likes you. That takes an awful lot of luck. Alika smiled. On the continent of Noah, men and women both marry young. If you really do like Jenny, my advice is, while you're still not married, promote her into one of your officials. That way she'll be locked down by you, and no other man will get any ideas about her. And you have to do it before the wedding. Because once you're married, if you get involved with her after that, it's called a lord fornicating with one of his subjects. By the rules, as her lord, you'd have to whip her 30 lashes with your own hand. I lifted her long hair, a little puzzled. Darling, I really can't understand it. How can you indulge me in seeking out other women? Aren't you the least bit jealous? Alika held me even tighter, an indescribable confidence in her eyes. A four-legged true dragon is nothing like those low-grade, two-legged wyverns. You share your life with a true dragon, so your lifespan will be at least 1,000 years or more. And I'm a dark elf. I can live a full 10,000 years. Do you think I'd bother fighting over a mortal human woman with only a few decades to live? Before the words had even faded, she was already kissing me. The next morning, I stepped out of the castle. The heavy snow was still falling, and the whole of Freedom City was clad in silver, a vast expanse of white. Atop the walls, the 60 archers had already begun their drills under Osiris's lead. The blacksmith Luke was hands-on, teaching Walker of the firearms squad how to handle the 10 newly arrived firearms. Benny had recruited 10 men from the city skilled in horsemanship and put together a cavalry unit of 11. Cliff, meanwhile, had his sword and shield soldiers running back and forth along the walls. I summoned 4 people, Gray Rat, Amy, Morris, and Lance, into the banquet hall and declared, head held high, winter is here. Come spring next year, a brutal war between us and Gray Fortress is inevitable. I looked first at Gray Rat. He'd been born a slave. From this day on, you are Freedom City's chief intelligence officer. I want you to slip back into Gray Fortress and spread word. Say that Baron Gray wanted me to marry Malin from the very start, and the reason he exiled me was fear that the Field family would poison me. And say that he never loved Sarah. The two of them were nothing but a political marriage, and the one he truly loved in his heart was my mother. I lowered my voice. And also, spread it far and wide that Lady Sarah has long had a secret affair with her knight Carl, and that Lemon is not Baron Gray's biological son at all. I took out 3 gold dragons, my gaze softening. Take these, go to Gray Fortress, and build your own intelligence network. Tell all the slaves there. Every one of them who was sold to Snow Forest Village earlier now has a house of their own, with meat and eggs at every meal. You were born a slave. You understand better than I do how to speak to them, how to light the fire of resentment against Gray Fortress in their hearts. Gray Rat took the gold dragons in both hands, trembling hard. These 3 gold dragons were enough to buy his life. Go and do it freely. I patted him. This money is for you to build your team. Oh, and I've already written to my second uncle to buy out your wife and daughter, along with the families of some other slaves. In a few days, your family will be able to come to Freedom City. Gray Rat's eyes went wide, his voice quivering. My lord, leave it to me. Gray Rat will be the biggest, most troublesome rat in all of Gray Fortress's sewers for you. Gray Rat withdrew, and I turned to Amy. From now on, I appoint you steward of Freedom City. All of the city's taxes, grain, supplies, slaves, wages, and finances, all of it falls under your charge. I hereby free you from slave status. You are not only a free person, you are the second in command of this territory of mine. Your monthly salary, 1 gold dragon. Amy's lips trembled, and she looked up, dazed. Master, I kept my eyes fixed on her. This is an order. Amy drew a deep breath. I will not let you down. She was about to withdraw, then couldn't help turning back. Master, I cut her off firmly. Call me my lord. Amy, you're the steward now. If you still call yourself a slave and call me master in front of the servants, you'll never command their respect. They'll wonder why a slave gets to rule over them. I said, word by word. I want you to manage this territory for me with everything you've got. It's what you do best. Don't worry. Even if the golden empire of your Bayur kingdom hunts you all the way here and tries to snatch my steward from my side, they'll first have to ask whether my army agrees. Amy's eyes reddened, and she gripped the hem of her skirt tight. As you command. Then it was Morris's turn. I looked at the territory map and softened my voice. Morris, Freedom City, rising from the ground, owes much to you. As the old saying goes, an old one at home is a treasure. Next, I want you to build a harbor on the easternmost coast of Snow Forest Village. to set up quarries and lumber camps in the Black Snow Mountain and Frost Needle Forest area, and on the Everfrost Plain, to build pastures and raise a wall. I need a wall that seals the border between the Orlon Empire and the Emerald Court tight. I pointed at the map. There's also land reclamation. I've surveyed it in person. The soil on the north and south banks of Emerald Lake is far more fertile than the Everfrost Plain. Both wheat and potatoes can grow there. I've already sent people to buy the seeds. These 3 winter months, don't let the slaves idle. First, do the coordinating and planning and stockpile enough materials. Come spring, we break ground on everything at once. Morris stared at those new markings on the map, deep in thought. The scope of that farmland far exceeded what he'd imagined, larger even than the fields around Grey Fortress. But he was also puzzled. Building a harbor in the east would require knowing how to build ships, but he didn't know how to build ships. And raising a wall like that, to guard against whom? Why not build it south of Snow Forest Village? I handed him another scroll. These are blueprints for a greenhouse. This winter, focus on stockpiling materials for these. This thing can greatly increase yields. Build an earthen wall on the north side. Dig fire channels underground to burn fire, and stretch thin sheepskin over the south side. Have Jenny's mother, Helena, lead the tailors to mass produce them. The sheepskin needs to let through at least 70% of the light. That's a skill they should have. The territory's infrastructure work must never stop for a moment. If you've got better ideas, come to me anytime. Morris took the scroll, and in the end his gaze drifted back to that wall and gate pass between Freedom City and the Black Snow Mountain, mulling it over to himself. Before leaving, he shot Lance a hard, sidelong glare. Not to be outdone, Lance shot a sideways glare right back, then casually plucked a strand of blue hair from his own head and studied it with mock puzzlement. I took a sip of my hot tea, watching the two of them bicker, finding it privately amusing. Just a couple of days ago, I'd gotten the full story. The old village elder Morris's son, Jack, wasn't actually his own. He was the orphan of a dear friend, entrusted to him on the friend's deathbed. And as for Lance, his mother had, as it turned out, been a prostitute. By the church's rules, a prostitute is a symbol of sin and filth, and the son of a prostitute has no right to become a knight at all. Lance had pursued the path of the knight his whole life, and had nearly been stripped of the knight's name by the church, sinking into such despair that he'd wanted to end his own life. It was my mother, Exiled, who pulled him back from the gates of death. I set down my teacup. Lance, how have the patrols been lately? Lance hurried forward, exceedingly respectful. Reporting, my lord. Ever since you hanged those 16 criminals last time, the territory has been perfectly peaceful. It's only that these past few days, a few dozen slaves have straggled in from the north, that batch Malos escorted to the Wall of Sighs earlier. Along the way, whenever Malos saw a slave gravely ill, he'd abandon them by the roadside and leave them to their fate. I frowned. It's been 2 months. These people didn't freeze to death. Malos probably dumped over 200 sick ones along the way, Lance nodded. The remaining 1,000+ were all delivered to the iron fortress below the Wall of Sighs. Those who fled back say a good many did indeed freeze to death on the road. It was thanks to a wandering sunlight elf maiden they met halfway, who used elven magic to revive some of them, that this group managed to cling to their lives and escape back here. I stood up and stroked my chin, sinking into thought. Slaves abandoned by the roadside to die, by law. Even if the guild has thrown a person away, once that person recovers, the slave still counts as guild property. If I brazenly took them in like this, sooner or later the slave guild would come knocking on my door, and by then it wasn't out of the question they'd open their jaws wide and squeeze a hefty sum out of me. Better to send them back to Grey Fortress to serve as Grey Rat's claws and fangs. I said to Lance, take me to see these people who've fled back. A short while later, I arrived before the temporary slave tents. After Freedom City's completion, only a small cluster of them remained here. Before me were 43 people in all, every one of them in tattered clothes, sallow-faced and gaunt. Nearly half had fallen ill again, and some didn't even have a pair of shoes. At the sight of me, this group dropped to their knees all at once, crying and wailing in a chorus. My lord, we beg you, have mercy, take us in. We never want to go back to Grey Fortress again. We fought so hard to flee back from the north, and all along the way we saw that the slaves you bought are living in houses now. We We want to stay here too. We beg you, my lord, show us your grace." Even those who were sick propped themselves up and knelt. I looked at Lance. "First take them to the public bathhouse for a bath. Get them into cotton clothes. Then let them eat a good, full meal." The slave at the head picked up on the deeper meaning in my words and hastily cowed out. "My lord, we beg you. We can work too." I let out a helpless sigh. "I know you've all suffered terribly. But as things stand, in the eyes of the law you still belong to the slave guild. If I take you in without authorization, I'll be the one held responsible. However, I'll cure your illnesses, give you cotton clothes and shoes, so that you can return to Gray Fortress safe and sound, in good health." The lead slave choked back sobs, still wanting to plead, but Lance cut in first with a shout. "Off you go. My lord has already been merciful enough. You ought to count your blessings." Just then, a patrol soldier came sprinting up, gasping for breath. "My lord, your father, Baron Gray, has already arrived at Snow Forest Village, and right now he's heading this way, toward Freedom City."